Hello, this is D Ocean's Deep Woo, and this is Cowboy the Manx, my co-host, who is purring. Okay, just wanted to give you a few minutes of his beautifulness and greatness and handsomeness before we go on with the show, since he's feeling beneficent enough to lie still and look into the camera. Okay, hello there. It is I. Um, it is I, D Ocean, and this is D Ocean's Deep Woo. How do you do? And oh, Phoenix Rises. You're new here. Hello. Gemini Moon is here. Renee Cruz. Hi. Hi, this is the Ocean's Deep Woo, and here we do the deepest of woo. I'm a shamanic practitioner, and I've had many spiritual and supernatural and paranormal experiences. And we talk about all of that kind of stuff in a very matter of fact and usually humorous way. And we have many experiencers here. So please respect the experiencers. I also am going to be talking about once again, this channel is all about reclaiming your personal power. Is about reclaiming your godlike superpowers that we're actually supposed to have and did have at one point. But we are learning to re-embrace them and re-own them. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to have some other discussion type stuff, which you guys are very intelligent. I mean, geez, my chatters in here, they know way more than the average person. But I got to tell you, I'm running into more and more people who know stuff now. The word is getting out. We're not alone anymore. We're actually gaining ground. I think the fog is beginning to lift for a lot of people. I have a lot of people who unexpectedly, randomly show signs that they're awake or becoming awake. So I think the reason it looks so dark sometimes is because we're winning. Okay. I mean, it's that simple. We're winning, and the people who don't want us to are very unhappy with that. Oh, Renee, you have had neck surgery. Ah, oh yeah. Here, we've been here. Hi, Lady Spellbreaker. How you doing? Yeah. Well, I haven't been very many places. Really, I have not been channel trotting, YouTube watching too much because I've had so many things to do on the spiritual planes. I get called away all the time to do work on the spiritual planes, which means I'm not even around to watch a lot of stuff. It's hard to explain. It's kind of a bummer sometimes because I spend a lot of my time not living a human life, but then again, it has its perks. Do we get to join you in the live D? Oh, you mean come in and what? I don't understand. What does that mean? This is a live. Yeah, this is a live. Can somebody What you mean? You want to come in and talk? You want me to throw you a link? Yeah, after we get over once we get to a certain point, yeah, I'll be throwing the link and invite people to come up and talk. Yeah, I kind of got a few things I want to go through before I do that. Usually, eventually, we throw the link, then you just click it and you go backstage. And if you seem on the up and up, then we let you in. Oh, thank you, Lady Spellbreaker. Yeah, you can get a join. We'll get to that. I'm going to run the intro first, but this is just like a little bit of explanation what's going on. I would thank my mods that if we have had some trolls off and on. If you see somebody with a disrespectful avatar, and you know what I mean, like some of these trolls have had, uh, you may uh, you may time them out immediately and give them a warning. And if they don't pay attention to that, then you can just boot them. Okay. Thank you. I have been not on as much. I have been listening to my guides. Oh, I am thinking maybe this is not all entirely, um, maybe what's going on is I had to be, for some reason, not on my usual schedule for whatever reason. So I'm not looking at it as necessarily a bad thing. There were things that happened during the time that I couldn't get the app to work that were good. So I'm assuming that in some cases, I'm not on for a good reason. Maybe my guides were keeping me from being on for a good reason. So it's not always a bad reason. Well, thank you, Lady Spellbreaker. Love to you too. And okay, so basically we're going to also be doing some of the usual um, clearings. Uh, maybe we'll do some breathing. Maybe we'll do some other things that help you boost your personal power. Um, it doesn't take very much time to do those things, and it reminds you to do those. A lot of people they get it and then they don't really do it. you know, I even forget to do it sometimes. So what really helps you is some of these exercises really help you. And I can also do some clearings too if it comes up. So we may be doing all of that. And it's been a while since I got a chance to really do a good rant about how important it is for you to know that you are not disempowered. You're not disempowered. You're not powerless. You're not at the mercy of just a cruel universe. Okay. That doesn't happen, really. I mean, that only happens because we've been hypnotized, brainwashed to let that happen. So, on a normal day, what? Okay, he has something to say, but I guess he's telepathing it. No, brother. Yes, yes, cowboy. What? Am I not showing you enough attention? Is that it? There's your fans. They love you. You realize that? You've got all of these fans here. They love you. Purr, 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 purr. Purr, purr, purr. He's just a baby and wants love. Okay, so Mr. Cowboy is right here and he grabbed my arm. He's like, come on. Yes. Oh, a nice day, a summery day. Hi, Ken. How you doing? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's good. Yeah, hail the tail. Well, even if he only has one vertebra in his tail. Hi, Scotty. How you doing? Hi, Jackie. How you doing? I'm going to put on the intro and let some people come in, and then we'll get started. Okay. Okay, so just wanted to tell you, I think I've solved a problem that has been messing with me when I've tried to go on other people's shows and talk on other people's shows. Is I get this delay and this feedback and this echo, and I tried to figure out different ways to change it, but I think I finally got it. I can't plug in headphones. There isn't any jack in this phone to plug in a set of earbuds, rather. Might be able to Bluetooth some headphones. But I have to go first, click the link, go in, be in the studio for a minute, go close out of, you hit the close out of all tabs sort of thing, um, and then come back in and then go in to, yeah, the backstage area in order to get to not have all of the interference when I try to go to somebody's show. So I think I've got that solved. It worked out pretty good a little earlier today when I was on the realist show. So, so I was surprised. Yes, it actually worked. I could actually hear what they were saying and everything. So, um, anyway, uh, that's right. Lady Spellbreaker does 13 sign astrology, and she will do your chart for free. Can't get much of a better deal than that. Okay. So can't get much of a better deal than free. So I would suggest that if you have any inkling that you might want to know what your 13 sign reading would look like, that she's the one to go to. I just realized I don't have my anti-EMF necklace on because I took a shower and took it off. Now I don't see where I put it. And I usually try to wear that thing. It really does help. Oh dear. I don't see it. Darn. Well, we'll see how I get through without it. I'm trying to see if I have any copper around. Anyway, um, okay, so really the point of what I was going for when I made the um, made the stream was I was just realizing today how we don't really realize how powerful we are, most of us. And so we go around quite often creating things without knowing we're creators. We created things and then scaring ourselves about it. Okay. And then not realizing that we can do so many things that we can do, and having been told we can't do anything. That's like the first roadblock right there is, first of all, you've got to know that it is possible to do things with your spiritual gifts rather than having to use brute force, you're doing with your hands or whatever, and to know that it's possible for you as an individual. Um, whereas a lot of beliefs are very disempowering that way, that you have to put it in the hands of some other being always, when actually you can do a lot of steering yourself. You might ask for help. It's probably, oh, the cordless headphones. Yeah, I know. I realize that. Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, Bluetooth is probably what they want me to do. Oh, Bluetooth doesn't cook your brain? Okay, good. Then we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. I had not been there before, and they were very nice to me. The Realist McCoy's channel. So, mm, okay. Yeah, well, there is a lot of paranoia in the world, and you can't blame people. You can't really blame people. There's a lot of paranoia in the world because we have been intentionally, I think, in a lot of cases, given complex PTSD, all of us. If you understand now that I know what complex PTSD is, it's like we've been so abused. We've been poisoned and lied to and gaslit and told a fake version of history and told a fake version of religion and told a fake version of everything and threatened and hurt and you know so many things have been done to us. Of course we're going to have trust issues. That's only smart. That's only self-protection. So of course we do. We're going to have that. Hey, Mark the Arc Spark, Mr. Spark, beam us up. This place is insane. Scotty, get those engines online. Now that you're both here, I got to do the Star Trek reference always. Yes. Yeah, just we have been overly screwed with, to the point that what are we supposed to think? I mean, not only that, but we've been physically screwed with. We know that we're supposed to have 12 strands of DNA. And they are getting plugged back in, by the way. That's the good news. We know that they are because science, which is not the end all and be all, but they have actually found 5-stranded DNA. So we have actually people in the world today that probably have, there are probably some people walking around with 12 strands of DNA now, finally, because that was years ago that they found that. So it's not a fantasy that we had 12 strands of DNA or could. And the interesting thing is where you know how our two strands of DNA just look like a ladder, like a curled ladder, right? Once you start getting more strands of DNA, they connect around and form a tube. And I think what happens is that tube is a conduit for energy. And that's why they had to take it all the way down to 2, is because without at least a third strand, you no longer have that conduit. So basically, 2 strands of DNA are just like a ladder, just like a ribbon. But you finally get that third part. Now you've got a conduit. Okay? When you start adding to that, you have a bigger conduit for the energy. So as we gain back our 12 strands of DNA, it's a bigger tube to run the energy through. The energy that formerly was probably kind of sloppily trying to follow that ribbon, now is probably going and remember, energy likes to move in a spiral. It's not just a wave. A wave is only the way you see it turn to the side. If you turn it a little bit differently at an angle, you can see that it's actually a wave can be a spiral. And that's exactly what we've got. So think of a corkscrew spiral made up with a 12 sides. That's what the DNA will eventually look like. Our DNA will eventually look like a 12-sided coiled spring. Okay? That's what it will look like. And I'm almost positive there's people in the world right now that already have that. Vinegar and water incoming. Okay. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, this place needs an enema. There are friends and there are enemas. Well, honestly, I don't touch mine that much. I keep mine at arm's length, which is a good thing. I mean, if you can keep it away from you, a distance away, after you get a couple inches away, it's not dangerous anymore. It's just if you smack it to your head, you're getting too up close and personal with it, with your tech. So, okay, Venus is in Cancer, station direct tonight with Jupiter going retrograde in Aries tomorrow. That's right. I did want to mention that. Lady Spellbreaker told me I did want to mention. We do have an astrological thing going on. Jupiter going retrograde in Aries at 9/11 in the month of when we had a 9/11. And we know, and that is 7 planets in retrograde still. Yes, 7. Now remember how significant 7 is to most of us. Well, to the whole world, but to a lot of us, 7 is our life path number. Okay, so Tomorrow, when it turns 12, we should brace ourselves, I guess. Remember, there's going to be things going on this month that's going to be wild. Okay, it's going to be a wild month. And I have kind of been listening to some of the other readers and stuff, and they pretty much agree. We all pretty much agree this is going to be a huge month. I did look into the 23rd. The 23rd is probably going to, whether we can see it or not, I'm not sure. Whether we'll actually see it or maybe it'll happen and then we'll know about it after then. But yeah, the 23rd is going to be a big day. And I think the 9th, or rather, yeah, I think the 9/9, the days you're going to want to look at will be the 9/9, the 9/11, and the 9/23. Those are probably going to be the days that you're going to want to pay attention. What happens? Okay. I did want to say we are right. Hurricane is a spiral. We follow our sun around. The planets follow the sun around in a spiral pattern. It's not really a circle like they show you in the models. It's a spiral. We spiral around. We spiral our way through the universe. That's how it actually works. The sun kind of drags us along. It actually works like an engine. The whole thing really reminds me of an engine. Yep, it's going to be huge. Right. Why do people stay home on Labor Day? Maybe so they can get something done at home. I don't know. No, you got a point, though. It's, I don't know, to have babies. Well, women get more than one Labor Day a year sometimes. Anyway, so the sun enters Virgo on 9/15. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, the 2 eclipses in October are going to be big. Okay, what I'm getting, I'm listening to some of the other psychics. I have been getting that we're going to get upgrades and we're going to get help. Now, remember, nature, actually, we had literal deities show up in here. We had deities show up in my live on air. I'm still flabbergasted at some of the beings that show up in the middle of my broadcast. But remember, we did get a promise that we were going to get help from nature, from the nature realms, from the god and goddess realms, from the fairy realms, and from the star beings. We're getting a lot of help with this. We're not being hung out to dry in any event. We have, in fact, it looks like there's going to be an event with the sun, probably this year, that will upgrade everything so that it will make it much harder for those of a lower vibration to even be able to exist here. So the sun is going to upgrade. And in turn, like I told you, the sun is a relay. It's a relay from the great central sun. Okay, our sun is, you might as well just put it this way, our sun is a stargate. Okay, and it's a relay station. It relays the information from the galactic center to us. That's one of the things that suns do. Okay, that's one of their functions. So we get the codes and the updates. So we're going to be getting codes and updates on these days. It doesn't matter whether you're inside or outside on these days, you're still going to get these updates. Of course, you might get them a little bit more full force if you're out under the sun, but it's still going to reach you. You have to say, we get our lives here. Why would the spirit realm be any different? Well, because they don't. It depends on which part of the spirit realm. It's like anything else, Mark. Who are you dealing with? You know, are you dealing with some fake ass, or are you dealing with family and friends? I mean, are you dealing with people that mean you well, and maybe even your family and friends are? Maybe you got frenemies, and maybe you got bad family. But I mean, who are you dealing with? What is their credentials like? Now, if you feel them out and um, they're good beings, then yeah, it's like dealing with anybody else. It's like any other thing. What do the updates entail? We're getting some new chakras. Supposedly, okay, the word is on the grapevine, on the psychic grapevine, that we're getting a new chakra toward the back of our head. We're getting another one between right up above the high heart, right in this area. We're getting a one, and this one's been coming in for a while. Really. And then we're getting one right above the solar plexus. So from our solar plexus up is all being upgraded. So, and welcome the Phoenix rises. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's basically you're hoping that something's going to happen. No, I think I've proven to myself and other people that what I say is as close to the truth as you can come on this plane, I think, for the most part. I certainly am trying to come by it, trying to do that for you, uh, trying to be as honest as I can. But there are a couple of readers that I have found to be fairly trustworthy as readers can be. I mean, you're dealing with some very delicate matters when you're doing card readings, when you're doing it's an art as much as the science to figure out what it's trying to tell you. You know, I mean, I have some issues. Usually, if I get something wrong, it was a misinterpretation of something that I was picking up on. But so there are a few readers that I trust. Janine's pretty good. And Isabella, Tara by Isabella, I believe. And those two seem to be pretty honest and pretty right on. They seem to be right a lot of the time. And they also, of course, I like them because they mostly go along with what I'm getting. And that's one of the ways that I kind of check, because if all three of us now, I used to check it against a few people. There's also a couple other ones that I kind of check with. Sometimes I'll check in with Magenta Pixie, or, sometimes I'll check around and see, is anybody else getting this, or am I just imagining this? I don't always 100% trust myself. I'm still working on that. Um, and so a lot of times before I say anything about it, I'll see if anybody else is picking up on it. But a lot of times they're picking up on the same thing. So uh a generic for hope. Yeah, hopium is I hope. It's hopeful things being said that's not that people kind of get high on. But kind of to pacify the opium of the masses. But I would not give you false hope on this strange and mournful day when the mother and child reunion is only a motion away. I don't know what the heck that's about. That's Paul Simon. No, I wouldn't want to give you false hope, but it looks like we are going to get help. We have been told we're going to get help. When I've been told these things, they've come to pass. It's like your friends. I mean, if you have a trusted friend, and usually they do what they say they're going to do, then pretty much you can trust they're going to continue like that. Okay. And believe me, I test them. These are new ones, but they seem fairly trustworthy because, like I said they were going to come to our assistance. And now some of these other readers are getting messages that nature itself is going to rise up and just sort of like in the Avatar movie and in the defense in lock arms with us against the parasitic invasion. So, and yeah, yeah, you go, do you go? Go, do you go? Yeah, I haven't done a proper rant in a while, but really, my friends, it's like my friend Paul, very trustworthy guy. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do something. If he can possibly do it, if he can pull it off, he'll do it. That's the kind of energy I'm getting. They're going to do it. They're going to help us. Let me get warm. I'm getting a little chilly. I think my air conditioning is going a little overboard again. Gonna have to turn it down or something pretty soon, but I don't want to break the flow yet. So what I'm saying to you is we have reason to celebrate. We're not going to have a full scale celebration yet. Not quite yet, but we're getting there. We're getting close because they're talking about impeachments. They're talking about, and it looks like it's getting closer. I think we're getting closer to the time. It looks like nature is fixing to drop the bomb. Not a real bomb, but is gonna put the hammer down on this finally. Gaia herself has just had enough. And we have given everybody plenty of time to wake up. Okay? Plenty of time. Is Paula in here? Is Paula in here? Oh, the Phoenix Rises is Paula. Hi, Paula. Why didn't you say so? Yeah, we're going to we're closer to the party every day. Yeah. Oh, you want the planes to stop spraying? Then you got to do what I do. Mark, you can do it. Mm-hmm. I have gone into this before. They don't spray over my place. My territory is safe. People have actually seen them coming in spraying. They hit a boundary and it stops. It shuts right off. The contrail turns normal. They fly across, get past a certain boundary, and then it turns back on again, and they're spraying again. You know what you have to do? You have to set that boundary. You need to. I have had videos where I've explained the procedure to get them to quit spraying over you. Now, to quit spraying over all of us, I think that's going to maybe be a group effort. Okay. And if you want to do that, we'll do that. Okay. That'll be one of our group intentions. But I've gotten them to quit spraying over my place. And I mean, I've had people stand beside me, their jaw drop open, watching this kind of thing happen. And if I go out and I'm standing somewhere that's off of this property where I am, and I see the sky streaks, I'll start singing and I'll start asking for help to get these clear, because that's what the sylphs do. The sylphs and the sky dragons take care of that kind of thing. The air elementals, they take care of that kind of thing. It's part of their job. Remember, we're stewards of Earth. Remember that. Okay. So set the intention that's not going to happen in your area anymore. Oh, you are. You're going to come in. Don't worry. We'll let you in, Paula. Yeah. Yeah. There's going to be, I will tell you right now. You want it? Okay. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. This is what I do. I get myself into a meditative state. I let myself expand. How many times have I told you, expand yourself? Let yourself expand. So expand yourself. Let's do it right now. To heck with it. I'm going to do it right now. Expand. Feel yourself, uncrimp yourself. You're bigger than this little avatar body that you're in. Expand. Now, say, I know I have, or in your mind, I know I have brothers and sisters. I know there are the mighty sylphs who clean up the airways. I know that there are beings who do that, and all of the good beings that want to help me with this, please help me now. This is how I started out, okay? Please help me now to clear these sky streaks. And then I let myself get very tall to where I'm much bigger than the problem. And then I feel myself link up with the other beings. And then the sky streaks just start to disappear. Sometimes they just get perforated. They don't just spread out and disappear that way. They get perforations, holes in them. And then the perforations get shorter and shorter and shorter. And then pretty soon they're gone. And I mean, people have seen it happen. Paul saw me do this. He dropped me off. He only lives maybe, 5 minutes away from me. He dropped me off one time. He said, "Oh, there's streaks on the way home. Look at that over in his area." And I'm there. Okay, well, we'll get rid of them. And I started doing my thing. And he called me when he got home about 5 minutes later. He said, "They're already beginning to go." I said, "I know." He says, "They're almost gone." I said, "I know. That's all the longer it takes. You just have to tell them, you have to, what have I keep saying? Earth has said, learn to use my systems. You could live in a paradise. We have to learn to do it. We have to learn to steer. We have to learn to press the right buttons. Call the right people. Hey, I have a problem. Could you please, could you please take this out here? This needs to be gone. You know, and we have to remember though that we can do that. I mean, who thinks to do that? Does the average person think, "Oh, I'll just call on the sylphs. That'll work." No, but you got to know that. We have forgotten that we can do that. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. Yeah, we can ask for help and get help. Who's with me on this? Okay, let's do this. Usually, when I link up with the other good beings, shit happens pretty fast. You can do the same thing. Make friends with nature. Make friends with nature and know that you're not alone. You're not the only one. And if you don't know how to handle something, somebody else does. Yes. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Are you taking off, Lady Spellbreaker? Hey, Emmett. I just about to throw the link. Okay. So let's just do that as a group exercise. I don't know if we can take them down for everybody in the world. We can certainly take them down for ourselves. So let's do it. Everywhere that we are, everybody on this broadcast, now and in the future, if you want to join me in this. Expand yourself out. Say, my brothers, my sisters, all of you good beings. Let's take these out. This isn't healthy. This needs to go. Let's clear these up. Mighty sylphs, guardians of the air. These things need to go. Oh, and please protect my territory. That this poison cannot fall in my vicinity. That this poison cannot poison the land and the animals and the people in my vicinity, anywhere near me. That oh, do you see that? Does anybody else see this? Ah, this is beautiful. Oh, you just bumped into someone's energy field above Arizona. Is it a friend or foe? Yes. Wow, it's beautiful. What I'm seeing is this beautiful, like I'm up above the clouds and I'm seeing above the clouds, I'm seeing it. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. Yeah, and I'm seeing the energy. It's very beautiful. So some of you are really, really into this now. Okay. And you are connecting with others. And I don't I don't mind whether it's terrestrial or extraterrestrial that's helping. as long as they have good intent. And of course, we do have our family out there. Our family is in orbit right now, and they came a while back, and they've been there, so they're helping us as well. Look, you're going to be okay. Our family is here. They're not going to let. They're not going to let us. Um, they're not going to let us down. They love us just like you love your kid or your mom or. Mm, right. When I get into the zone, the dark energies are just like, oh, damn, I gotta go. Can't can't pull any kind of shit out. Sure. Yeah. Mhm. They run from us. They run from us. Okay, you know that energy that makes them run? Guess what? The plan is that is going to be added to the sun. The sun will be beaming that out. And it will be wherever the sun falls, wherever the sun, that energy touches at all. That I, as a matter of fact, it may not even have to touch physically, but that is going to be beamed from the sun, which means that they will not be able to succeed in the solar system again. Nothing of a lower vibration will be able to survive in this new reality. It will truly mean that we moved on up. Okay. Now, supposedly it's going to look like a meteor or comet or something hit the sun. Supposedly. That's what Isabella was seeing. She did something very interesting. She used sand and crystal balls for that one. I had never seen this sand being done before. It was interesting. Truly a new form to me. But Michelle, hey, everybody's here. Max is here. Okay. Oh, that's right. I want to invite guests. Hang on, I want to throw that link. Yeah, I haven't thrown the link yet. Here you go. Ah, don't do that. Okay, do that. Okay, that should do it. 38 equals 11. 38 at the end there. Hello. So, anybody want to come on in and talk? Come on in and talk. Max, John, did you say that something about Courtney Brown or Farsight or something? Um, oh, thank you. The background is pretty. The trees, yeah, the lovely trees. Alphonse, hi. Hi, Alphonse. Oh, Phoenix, if that's Paula, she is a wild one. Oh, we're not doing card readings tonight, Alphonse. We're doing discussion. Hello, Michelle. How you doing? You're welcome to stay though, Alphonse. Well, there's the link. So you just click it and you come backstage, and if you are not a jerk, we let you in. Mhm. So, okay, you will stay. Okay. Yes, please do. Because we're discussing how to take your personal power. Called, oh, a lady called Courtney on Stars of the Morning Light channel. Oh, cool. How cool. That's just lovely. Shooting the poop? You're shooting the poop. You're out there shooting poop. Skeet shooting. That's what skeet is. Uh, how have I been? I've had some interesting times. It's not bad at all. Um, I passed the inspection and I got to on Wednesday. Um, StreamYard was not cooperating, but I did get to go sing karaoke and had a wonderful time. So I really needed that. I think the guides really took me up on my request to please, I need more fun. I need to have some fun. As a matter of fact, it turned out the place where they took me, where Jason took me out and his friend, they took me to a place and where the waitress just kind of talked to me aside. She says, I want to tell you, I'm a secret psychic. Uh, and I don't know you, but I can tell that you're a really good person. I want you to come back more often. You need to get out more often and have more fun. You have them bring you back here so that you can sing for me, okay? I said, well, I'm going to try. She said, well, you really need to. You really need to get out and do this more often. She says, besides, I'd kind of like to see you here. She's turns out that she's psychic too, a psychic barmaid. She's also got, um, she's also, I guess, been through the whole thing with her, now she's got a good man, but her man before, I guess, beat her and stuff. She's got a little PTSD herself. So, very interesting what happened Wednesday. My, the fact that just all of a sudden I'm at a bar singing karaoke and the barmaid happens to be psychic and wants to talk to me. Wants me to show up again. So it was very interesting. I don't know how that's all going to go, but it'll be interesting. Okay, well, Paula, are you going to click the freaking link? No, she's not. Now she's walking. Now we got the link. Now she walks over. Okay, fine. Fire away. Fire away. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Yeah, I know. I say the same thing. That's not a man. Men beating up on women are not men. Mm. Uploaded the dragonfly in the hand video. Oh, cool. I want to see it. I gotta go see that. Cool. Yeah, I want to see all these things. But I haven't really been. I haven't I I always get OCD about my place when we're going to have an inspection. And I will stay up all night, completely exhaust myself working on the place. I I can't sleep. I can't sleep the night before and I exhausted myself. I exhausted myself. So, you're trying. I like the bald eagle story. Hairy eagles Kind of weird if you ask me. Bald eagles. But if your eagle is hairy, it's okay. I'm bad. I'm just really bad. I'm expecting Scotty to say something, but he didn't. Oh well. Scotty, I was depending on you. Oh, I just happened to think that all of these that I wrap have a copper core. I can put on any of these. This has a copper core. Gee, doggone well forgot. Okay, I'll put on one of my own creations here. This is copper, made of copper core wire. Has a wrap gold plated copper core right here. Oh, that does feel better. Gosh, get yourself copper, guys. Um, yeah. Wow. Oh, this is yellow, I guess, yellow calcite, a type of yellow calcite. Sometimes they call it honey calcite. The good boy frequency. Oh, that is amazing. Yes. Oh, Scotty, I kind of depend on you, you know? I mean, I need a partner in crime when I say something leading and weird. Just don't come in with a Swanee Abbey, okay? Yeah. Hmm. It's 11:12 on my clock. Oh, isn't that interesting? Okay, so anyway, um, I would like to hear of your experiences when you get rid of your own sky streaks around your place. Yeah, I kind of need somebody to validate my being bad. Totally kidding. I don't need anybody to validate jack shit, but but it's fun. I like to have fun. I don't like being too serious. I think you're setting yourself up for disaster if you're too serious. I think you're just setting yourself up for a fall. I think by being a little less serious, you're more likely to not invite the universe to play a little trick on you, not inviting the universe to show you where you're wrong. Um, no, you're all characters, and that's what I love about it. I love that about you guys. You're you're not stodgy. I wouldn't be able to handle that. Eh, yeah, this world is way too serious. It is. And besides, I get by with a lot of things because I use humor. Usually, if you say you're doing things farce and humor and that, you can get by with a lot more, right? So, yeah, don't go changing and acting normal. Yeah, what was that? That'd be Billy Joel. I should rewrite that. Don't go changing and acting normal. You never were normal before. Don't imagine. I won't like it and boot your ass off of the show. I, I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah. I won't. I don't boot people for that. I let them get by with a little bit of stuff. It's just when they get too disrespectful or put the channel in some kind of jeopardy or just being trolls, then they go. They gotta go. But um really, if you're just having some fun out there, that does not really bother me. Yep. I love you guys just the way you are. Don't go acting all normal on me. I'd really be upset. Then I wouldn't know. Oh, someone lost a cell phone. Why don't you look around? Okay. Take your glasses. BPD is in. BPD is in the hoose. Okay, here's Max Vision. Okay. Wait. That didn't happen. What happened here? You're supposed to be on the stream. Come on. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Yep, you
Doesn't
Dirty
always.
Dirty and Scotty Boy there. You're an important part of my show. All of you people with your dirty humor, keeping
That's
us in a
right.
childlike, happy state. That's very important for remote viewing.
That is very important. I think it's very important, period, that you kind of remain in a sort of a childlike state of mind. Why am I the only person showing my face tonight? We were on the other show together. Nobody was showing their face. It's like, am I the only one that's coming out here? Come on.
I'm in
I'm
my
the only one
pajamas.
brave enough tonight.
I have no pants on. How about that?
Oh, you have no pants. Oh, okay. Well,
Sunday night, no pants. Yeah.
okay. Sunday night, no pants. That's cool. That's okay. So, do you guys get a holiday too? Because we
Yeah,
have a.
I think they call it Labor Day, this one.
Oh yeah, well that's what we call it,
Okay.
Labor Day.
They call it
So you
Labor
get
Day,
to
but you
be.
don't work, right? It should,
You
should
get
be
to.
the one day of the year we do labor. There
Maybe
you
we're supposed to have babies.
go. Yeah,
I ain't
maybe.
having one. Don't look at me.
Yeah, I'm not
No,
having one either.
nope. Thank God. Thank goodness. Because if you guys start having babies, well, you know what? Though, on the other hand, might be a good experience for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Might improve. Yeah, you might.
Well, practice to make perfect,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You
You
might.
gotta,
You
you got.
might actually appreciate us more then.
Yeah, practice makes perfect, right? So,
I saw a video. By the way, that's pure water with my water pitcher that has all kinds of things in there to get all kinds of chemicals out of the water. Please get yourself something like that and drink pure water
yeah, I'm on distilled right now. I use distilled in a mineral stick and a little pinch of salt in it. And
every
yeah,
day.
yeah, that's what I drink all the time. I even have bottles to take with me, so glass bottles. Don't use plastic because that stuff
Yeah,
will leach.
yeah, plastic. You don't want the esters to leach in, and
Yeah,
you'll become a girly boy.
yeah. All those
You're a
BPAs,
Barbie
BPBs,
boy.
BPCs. They replaced BPA, right? They told you they got rid of all the BPA. They just
Yeah,
replaced it with another bisphenol. You
yeah.
have to use one of those to harden the plastic. So,
Um,
and it could be the one they're using now is worse than BPA.
what?
Yeah.
You check to see if YouTube blocked me from you because I'm not blocked at my end. You're not blocked from my. What you mean from coming in?
Huh.
Wait a minute. Let
I'll be
me
back. I gotta get a
Let's
drink of
try it
water.
again.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Let's see if
Mute my mic.
maybe, I've had some problems from time to time. Maybe you just need to give it another close all your other windows and try it again. I have to do that sometimes. Oh, so Celtic salt? Sea salt and Celtic salt. Yeah, and kosher salt and Himalayan salt. I like Himalayan salt the best. Himalayan pink salt is fun. It's naturally sort of an orangey pink. And it's the kind that they make salt lamps out of most of the time. It's real pretty. How can I? You're here. You're here. Well, however, I'm blocked from David's channel. I can't even talk there. I can't even. I can't even chat. You mean they blocked you by? They blocked you by IP address or something? What, Himalayan salt, Himalayan pink? Yeah, me too. You know what? That was an interesting thing too, is what do you guys think about this? Is Jason had a Fitbit his mom gave him because she wasn't using it. And he put it on his friend who's on high blood pressure medicine, only in her 40s. And she got a 73 heart rate. And then he put it on me and he got a 73 heart rate, which is actually pretty normal. And then he thought, well, there's something wrong with that. And then he put it on himself and he was like 103.
Oh.
I'm like, holy crap, what's going on? So then he put it back on me and it was a 73 heart rate. And he goes, that's weird. I'm like, Jason, whatever you're doing, honey, you got to quit. 103 is not good. I mean, am I right? Am I wrong? I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. Anybody know about this stuff?
We do. We use the two numbers. We use the systolic and diastolic numbers. So I have a 120/60, which is about the optimal you can get.
What? Well, I mean, this is heart rate, not blood pressure.
Oh yeah, I don't know what my heart rate. Yeah, my heart rate's around 70, 60 or 70. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was 73, and I just got done singing and being up on a stage, and it was 73. But my heart is pretty good. I mean, for all I've been through, my heart is pretty good. In Google Chat, I just put the link in again, Paula. Paula wants you to copy paste the share link in Google Chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can do that.
I don't know if that'll do anything, but maybe it will. I don't know.
Maybe. Let's see. Oh yeah, your StreamYard one is. Oh, I have to go to a different. I have to go to YouTube here.
You have to go to work.
Who?
Not tomorrow, though, do you?
Who?
Oh, you were running up into 200 and 160. Oh, you mean blood pressure. Oh. Yeah, a genius who says the pink is fake and not very good for you. Well, I'm not having any trouble with it. You know what? We're in an age of disinformation. What can I tell you? Trying to figure out what the truth really is. You're gonna have to just, in the end,
Yeah, intuition.
you're gonna have to use your intuition because that's about all we've got left. Because you cannot trust Google. Google will tell you stupid shit. I mean, look at what they did during the unmentionable, right? I mean, look what they did. So, and I guess there's all kinds of other things. They'll tell you that all kinds of healing and very beneficial herbs are noxious weeds.
Yeah,
So,
they're trying to do something with the labeling in Canada about that, because in Canada now they can tell you on the label what it's indicated for and what it can help, and they want to get rid of that so that you can't know what it's for.
okay. So Arkansas spring water has 0 sodium. Okay. Um,
Wish
so
I had
I'm
a good
not,
source of spring.
my blood pressure is not high. My sugar's not high. My nothing is high. I can be high once in a while, but my sugar is not. My blood pressure is not. My heart rate is not. So I think I'm doing pretty good. I don't even have high cholesterol for as much meat and stuff as I eat. I eat bacon and stuff. I don't have high cholesterol.
That's good.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never have any of that show up in my.
Yeah, EMF radiation raises blood sugar. The closer you live to one, the higher your blood sugar will be. So hopefully, you're not too close to one.
You
That
mean what? Close to a
like
what?
a tower.
Oh, towers. Yeah, they've got them here in Kent.
Yeah,
Not too far.
yeah. They say
Not
that
very far.
people of South American descent have a harder time with it. They're more likely to become susceptible to diabetes because of that.
Well, I moved a little ways away farther than I was. I was right in line with right down the street from one for a while.
Mhm.
Now I'm a little farther on down the road from it, so maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
better. But
I had one
yeah.
aimed right at me, but they're putting up a building between me and it for all the illegal immigrants that are coming in.
Oh, great. There you go.
Ha ha, YouTube. Ha ha,
Oh,
streamers.
hey, whoa. Yeah, hi. Yeah, she's here.
Jeez. Getting
Hello.
audio is good, and there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried to turn it down, but as soon as I start talking, it turns itself back up again.
I've heard that before. Yeah, people have
It's
had that.
it's got a mind of its own, and I am one of those that needs it to be turned down.
I know.
You can go
I
into her settings and turn it down yourself, Dee.
I could be pretty
Yeah,
exuberant.
do that.
I've done that. Yeah, it works.
I can be very
So just
exuberant myself.
beside her icon there, you'll see the 3 dots. If you hit those, you'll get mic settings.
Your keyboard is still sticky. Emmett, what have you been watching?
Oh my God, I don't want to know. I hope he spilled pop.
He's watching videos on how to make taffy.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Emmett
He's
is
pulling the
snapping at
taffy.
everyone.
You've been pulling the taffy, haven't you?
See, you got to watch that. A sticky keyboard. It's a sure giveaway, dead giveaway.
Stop pulling your taffy.
Mm-hmm. What have you been doing with? Where has this keyboard been? Anyway, yeah, you guys, you know what? It's funny because actually mine, because I so often I'm playing with my phone after I've rubbed shea butter and everything all over my body, and then I forget and touch my phone, and it looks terrible. It looks like I've been using it for something else. It's
Yeah,
like,
my phone's
oh,
no
have you
complaint.
been putting it on vibrate and having all your friends call you? Is that what's been going on here? But anyway,
Mine's
go
got
ahead.
jelly and taffy all over it.
Yeah, it just looks horrible. It's so greasy, you know. So, but it's just shea butter. But anyway, wait a minute. Let me look and see what's going
So
on here. Oh, okay.
I do sound better since you turned me down now.
Okay. Since you turned her down.
Ah,
No, I'm not going to go for that one. Good Lord. Good golly, Miss Molly. You sure know. Yeah, well, you know me. I'll go there. That's what I say. Scotty, come on. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Yeah. You know, please validate
so
my sense of humor.
you were talking about I don't remember what you called them. You called them something, and then I think you called them sky beings too. Have you ever took pictures of the clouds mirrored
Yeah.
and found I've been doing that lately. I've been meaning to do it for years, and I finally did it. I finally got an app where I can do that. And one of the first two pictures that I found were phoenix like a
Okay,
bunch
wait a
of
minute.
birds for
Wait a
sure.
minute. You have an app. I just take pictures. I
No,
don't know. Wait a minute.
I have an app that mirrors the clouds against each other and shows you
Oh,
faces as you scroll across the sky, and then you take a snapshot of it. And I've got some pretty
Hmm.
amazing pictures.
that's cool.
I've got pictures of a dragon and a phoenix that absolutely were in the sky together, connected, that were just
Wow.
there, that just I just took a picture of. I mean, years ago, they were both in the sky. And I didn't realize, I just thought it was a really neat cloud picture. But when I really looked at it, it looked like dragon and then a phoenix with a long, long feathered tail. It was a dragon and a phoenix in the sky, honestly.
Cool.
I've
Wow.
got that picture. I've got these pictures. I didn't
Wow.
need any kind of an app.
I don't
I
even
have
know.
tons of pictures. I really should go in and get the sky. Why don't you guys talk a little bit? I'll go get some sky pictures and show you, see if I can. But I've had them on my channel. Some of the thumbnails have pictures of the clouds that
Oh,
I've yeah. I've had the one had like something that looked like an Indian, looked like maybe a cocopelli. One had one looked like a rocket with several triangular things attached to it that I think was but it was white. It was like, it looked like it had plasma around it. I think that,
and share screen.
huh?
Okay. Oh, I know that guests should be able to share screen.
Yep, you should be able to.
Really? I don't know
And
how to do
the
that.
only options I
Oh
have is
yeah.
comments, share this to my audience on my channel, settings, and cancel. Is it in settings?
No, it's yeah. It's there should be present beside settings.
Inside settings. Because I want to
Yeah, big bar on the
camera
bottom has mute or your microphone, camera
and
settings, present, and then
mirror my camera.
you don't have present there,
No, there's no present.
eh? Okay, that's weird.
Settings. General camera audio recording layouts guests.
No,
That's all mine says.
Well,
Too.
click that button.
What button?
The one that says let guests share screen.
I don't see it.
Oh, I thought you said
what
you were
what
sorry.
it is
No.
when you open up another screen, Paula, it'll show up on her panel there.
And by the
In a
way,
new,
there are no banned guests. I'm
yeah,
looking right now. There are no banned guests here.
it'll open up in a new window, and she'll have to click on it. So unless
Oh,
you
I
have it opened
know.
up,
Yeah, I know how it works. It's just it's not giving me
Okay.
that's
Guests
weird.
can stream this to their own destination. Guests can see viewer comments and posts.
Yeah.
There's also guests must authenticate and play a sound when guests enter, and that's all I got.
Yeah. It should be on the bottom of the screen.
Um, Upgrade to a growth or business plan.
No. Should
I
be
don't
like
have
in
to.
line with your microphone, camera settings.
I
Present
don't have to
studio.
click mirror my camera, do I?
No.
I didn't think so.
Okay, let me look at what the camera says.
This is
Nope, it's
weird.
just mirror
Sounds
my
like you're running
camera,
a
camera
completely
front and
different
back.
program than I'm running.
Audio
Right,
Weird.
Emmett?
Wow.
automatically adjust volume and echo cancellation and yep.
Wow. This is so
Okay.
weird. And I've
And
looked
yeah,
so
there's nothing. There's nothing letting me do
Mhm.
anything like that.
That's bizarre.
I have no options to share screen. I wanted to show you
So
my
it
awesome
should be on
pictures.
Paula's end first, and then your end. But Paula has to
Oh,
initiate it
okay,
first.
Scotty. Well, keep trying.
Yeah, keep going for that, Scotty.
Hmm.
Uh, hmm.
But
See,
I've got
I'd go get one of my videos, but it would kick me back out of here, and it took an act of Congress just to get in this bitch.
oh no
I don't,
wonder where he had so much
I don't
trouble.
want to leave.
Well, don't leave us. Just be your charming self.
Yeah, Dee's got some pictures of the sky.
I've got
I would
pictures.
like to see. Send if you send your pictures to me, I can share them, Paula.
Well, I still might get kicked though, but at least it'll be in my history. Yes, I'll send them to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'd have to send them to you to share my pictures. I can't even share my pictures.
I've had this happen on several different channels. People are unable to share things, and they have to go through mine to do it. Are you guys not on computers?
What in the hell happened that we don't
I
get
think it might
that?
have some. I think it's because you're not on a computer.
Maybe.
The
I'm on a
options may not
phone.
be there, yeah.
That may be it.
So I haven't tried to share screen on my phone much.
Well,
So yeah, that's probably.
as a matter of fact, that's probably it. That's probably what's really going on.
Yep, I think so. Because if you guys, I'm running the same program system that you guys are running, and you should have the same options.
The other
unless
thing,
you're-
though, that's happening is I can't upload any more video clips. Although I even deleted a couple to try and get some new ones on there, I can't seem to upload any more video clips. So, kind of upset about that. Kind of
You can check
annoying.
your memory card. Do you have a memory card in there?
No, there are
No.
not. I can't put a memory card in it either, unfortunately. All I can do is
It might be time to upgrade.
I just upgraded my phone.
Did you? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, this is a much better phone than I had. It's got I basically upgraded from a 16 to a 56. So
Don't know what that is.
it's how much memory it has and stuff.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, I don't see any way that I can even do, I can't even on my phone, Paula, don't worry, I can't even share my pictures. Except like you're seeing here where I changed the background.
Okay, let's see if this works. Hopefully you have the option once this comes up to share it. Let's see, let's go to Gmail. Okay. So hopefully on the bottom, no, not that one. Hopefully there's another one there beside my image that you can share.
Pardon me, I accidentally was fooling around,
okay,
took myself out of the studio.
That's what happened. So is there yeah, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
So let's see what happens when we click on it. Showing it. We do. Okay. That looks like a bird.
Yes. Look at that.
Or a dragon.
Yeah, with human eyes
Definitely a
almost.
bird that, but
Human-looking
you
birds.
could see it as a dragon too, but I see it as a phoenix.
Definitely looks like a bird to me.
Well, if I mirrored my cloud pictures, I'd have all kinds of birds and dragons and everything. Because
Yeah.
Yes. And
weird
those
people
other
keep
ones.
showing up, and sure it isn't us. Most of us are
Well,
pretty good.
I think, now see, this one kind of has a baby bird face, but it has a lot of other faces too.
Yeah, I don't get this one. I'm not very
Yeah,
good at
there's,
pareidolia, so
yeah. Okay, so go the other one that's not this one.
it's not this one. Okay.
No, yeah.
Well, this one's interesting. People might like it.
Yeah, it was interest. There it
Oh,
is. That one. Yes.
that's cool.
And then
That was nice.
look at that.
That one kind of reminds me of an owl.
I was thinking a dove.
Oh, really? That big
Yeah.
owl face there in the middle?
Oh, and yeah, I'm getting the owl feel with the eyes. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm into that real heavy now that I've gotten some pretty awesome pictures.
Looks like there's a man sitting in a chair up above him.
Yes,
Yeah.
riding it, riding the bird like in the never
Yeah.
ending story.
Look at
Yes,
that, eh? That's some good
Mhm.
pareidolia there. I like that.
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
there
then
he
to
I
is.
me, it
find
actually looks
that,
like a woman with her arms up in the air
Got his
and her
arms,
elbows forward.
shoulders. There's his shoulders. There's his
Big-breasted
head.
woman. Yeah.
Cool.
mhm. Maybe she's riding a luck dragon.
Yeah.
It's
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 just,
interesting how when you mirror something, though, you get pareidolia all the
Yeah.
time.
it's not every cloud does it though. It's
Oh, and
only
see,
certain clouds.
he's got two swans or birds beside him too. You can see their heads
Yes.
there.
Yep, you
Yeah.
got two swans looking at each other, two birds looking at each other.
Yeah. Let's see
Yeah.
what else we can make up here. Oh, lion's heads.
Super.
Lion's heads right here. They've got their
Yep.
mouths open. Two of them. There
Yes. Super cool, man. And not every cloud does it. You got to scan the sky until the face pops out. You know, that's it.
Mhm.
That's all of them? Okay.
That's all I'm going to send for now because it kicked me out. But that one is my favorite right
The
there.
eyes
That
on,
is
Yeah, I
eyes
like
on that
that.
one's really cool.
those
That one
eyes.
turned out really
And
cool.
it's smiling at me. It's like, what?
It's smiling.
And I think that they are, because Seven taught us about this years ago. What is it? Egregores that you create. They're spirit beings. And I believe that since the beginning of time, people have created them. And this is how we can see them when we mirror the clouds.
Mhm.
I'm going to be doing a video on it. I was going to do it tonight, but
I do see
I
plenty in the clouds without mirroring it though. Like
I
there
can
was
do
one
that
one
without
day,
mirroring them, really.
one day
no,
they
I
were
can
all
too.
rams. It was a herd of rams running through the sky. It was absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Uh,
I
can too.
saw
But I really like these. I like these a lot.
Yeah,
one
these
time
are
I saw three ships, and then I saw three that looked like the Columbus type of ship, and then I saw one right in front of that that looked like a Viking ship.
oh cool.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, I wish I'd had a camera at that point because I would have loved to been able to show off that one, but I didn't have a
I
camera.
didn't take a picture of it, but they did a chemtrail in a horseshoe shape for us. That was a pretty cool one. A nice big horseshoe shape.
Wow.
They turned around and forgot to turn off the sprayer. Yeah.
I got some clouds in the background now. Anyway, clouds in my coffee. No clouds in my coffee, though. I had a dream. Yeah, well, you know what? Honestly, we see those on a big screen. Yeah, it's hard on a phone screen to really see much of the detail.
Yeah,
But
that's the closest thing I can
if you look at some of my old thumbnails, you'll see cloud pictures. And if you enlarge them, you'll see that some of them have anomalies in them. Matter of fact, they all do. Every cloud picture I ever put up in my thumbnails has an anomaly of some kind in it. And I mean, I remember I used to fall asleep in my courtyard back at the old place. And I remember my neighbors were out one time and I woke up. I had fallen asleep and I woke up and I look up and I see an angel in the clouds. Honestly, looks like a woman standing there. And I said, "Oh my gosh, there's an angel in the cloud." And that was the only cloud that was above my head. That was the only cloud up there above us. And my neighbor saw it and she took a really good picture of it, but I didn't have my phone. So she got a really good picture of the angel in the clouds. It was right up above my head. And she said, "Wow, I wish when I dreamed I had angels up above my head." I said, "Honey, I really need that angel light." I had so much happening to me at the old place that I really need the angels watching over me. But you know what? Here's a thought, and a really deep thought, though. If you think about the Matrix, if you think about, you know how they talked about, I don't know if anybody ever mentioned it to you guys, but there's a part in some versions of it where the architect and the architect and the oracle are talking to each other, and they're said, they're congratulating themselves on having done it. But here's the thought: if in any hero's journey, the only way the hero ever finds their power is by embarking on a journey where they need that power. Otherwise, they just stay home and nothing happens.
Mm.
You know? So it's like there is such a thing as progressive evil.
Yeah. Then the monster eats the village if the hero stays home, right?
Right. The hero, if there's no monster threatening the village, the hero never finds out he's a hero either.
Right, that's true.
If
there's no one to fight the dragon, right?
Frodo never goes to Mordor, Frodo never knows what kind of power he has. Right. If I did not go through what I went through, I wouldn't have known what I could do.
True.
We're all asleep to it.
Yep.
And that's one of the things I really wanted to bring up on this show. We're pretty much asleep to our power unless something happens that provokes us to actually need to use that power. Then all of a sudden we somehow have to dredge it up from within ourselves, and then we find out what our power really is. So when it comes to owning your power, this that we have been through on this planet, how many of you would be able to do some of the amazing things that you do if you had never been challenged? Would you ever have done these things? Would you ever have a reason to do any of this? So in a way, without some challenge, we would never know our own ability. We would never wake up.
Right. Aww.
He's turning away on purpose.
You, Max.
Max.
Kitty man.
You don't have to look over there. There we go. There's a good
pretty boy, Max. He's a pretty boy.
Baby. Hey, Max.
Pretty boy. He's a beautiful
Hey,
man.
Max.
He knows when I'm talking to people and when I'm not. He only sits
Yeah.
on my lap when I'm talking to you guys.
Oh,
Aw.
yeah, they
He
only want.
wants the attention then.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that you guys make noises and go ooh and ah when he comes by. He heard that. It's
Because
his ego.
he's beautiful.
He's got a big ego.
Yeah,
And
he
he's a
does.
handsome
He
boy.
certainly does.
He sure is. He's a beauty boy.
Mm,
Right now he's mind controlling Scotty boy.
he's mind controlling Scotty.
Yep.
Mm.
I didn't train him to do that. He just does it.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's see if this causes any reaction. There you go.
Hi, cowboy. Where's cowboy? Cowboy.
Hey, Max, would you like a nice kitty treat? Look at him. He's out. He's out like a light. Shall I wake him? Oh, I woke him accidentally. I rubbed his little furry belly.
Oh, they sleep 18 hours a day. They can handle it.
Okay, so this is what most of his life is like. This is his idea of a good time. I'm sitting on the bed, he's sitting on the bed, he's getting a belly rub.
Yeah, we've got two. We've got one called Chloe, and she's like cowboy. She's got the black and white print all over like him. And yeah, she's just she's happy just laying around getting pet.
Yeah, he likes his belly rub. That's his whole thing in life.
Max has more of an exciting life. He likes to fight and get out the doors and demand people do things for him. It's
I'm sorry, you just kind of dared me to put cowboy on. Since you did that, I can't get back to I have to go a roundabout way to get to the layout. So I'm kind of trying to play with the layout here.
yeah.
News
They've got a lot
layout.
of new options with if you pay for it too.
I paid for it.
Do you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
They've got a lot of options that I don't use.
What did I do? Wait a minute. Where did everybody go? What happened here? Something
I'll
happened.
stop that out. There you go.
Where did you go?
There, we're back.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. I was like trying to figure out, wait a minute here. What happened?
Hmm.
Now I can't get back there. I'm trying to figure out how I did it. How did I do that?
I don't know.
How did I even, cause that?
Yeah, I don't
And
have
then
the
I
layout
I
setting.
accidentally hit back and screwed myself up.
Uh-oh.
It's got to be difficult. It is difficult to use on a phone.
Yeah, it is. I'll be the first to tell you that. Wait a minute. I'm trying to change the layout.
Years
Hey,
ago, before the homeless took over the forests, I used to go and sit in the forest with my phone, and you could only do so much on it.
let's try that.
Yeah, you posted Hawaiian style music on my chat there the other day, Scotty boy. Does my heart good, does it? Nice.
Aloha. Oh, cool. That's why you're eating kibble?
What? Who's eating
Who's
kibble?
eating kibble?
Kibble.
Better not be my kibble. Don't
Yeah,
you touch my kibble.
I think the point is that I was trying to come to before all of the stuff with Max and Cowboy was if we never have anything to push against, we would never probably wake up. I mean, if everything was perfect, we
Yeah.
would never do anything. We'd never attempt anything. We'd just sit there and
I think we would
have
do the
fun.
great works again. I think we
Well,
would do
yeah,
the
we
great
might
works.
do great works, but I mean, we wouldn't really be pushing ourselves to
Hmm.
learn. Well, some of us would because some of us love to learn things,
Yeah. One of those. Yeah.
But we'd never, like, if it wasn't for the fact that I've lived in a haunted place my whole life and got tired of it,
Hmm.
I never would know that I have the power to boot those type of things, or to mitigate that, or to cross people over, or to do
Mhm.
any of the other things I do. If it wasn't for the sky streaks, I wouldn't know that I could get rid of the sky streaks. I mean, I'm not saying that I approve of any of these things. I'm just saying that if these things didn't exist, we wouldn't know what we could do, because we would never have had an opportunity to try it. We'd never have any impetus to even try,
Hmm.
you know? But
Yeah.
we kind of find our power through this adversity, which may be why they say Earth is a school. There's a profound thought for you. Is
Mhm.
that why we have these limits placed on us? So
It's a
that,
school, sure.
Yeah,
I
you got to play
studied
by the
Hebrew
rules.
for 5 years, and hell is Sheol is school.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Yes, it is absolutely a school. It's boot camp
mm-hmm. This is a
for
school, and it's
warriors.
a long school. It takes as long as it takes for you to get through the curriculum.
Yep.
But I think I'm coming to the end of it. I really do. I'm
Me
think I'm
too.
just about ready to get off of this wheel.
And that brings
Yes.
into I did a show on soul splitting, and that could be the recombination or redesigning of the soul, so it needs to grow again.
I think we're about to get a big upgrade.
That'd be cool.
I like I said, we're
Yes.
getting our strands plugged back in, our 12 strands plugged back in. We're getting new chakras put
Mhm.
in. We're the structure, actual physical structure of our bodies are changing. And remember, the cat's nictating membranes disappeared in way before this even, and now our heart has moved and our kidneys have moved up into our rib cage more from where they used to be. So our physical structure is changing already.
Your
Our,
body, your body can change in 147 days,
yes,
somewhere around there.
When I had my heart attack a couple years ago, and a very good cardiologist and 6 nurses had no idea how I survived it. They told me that the heart was always taught to be down just in between the breast area. He said, but it's up here above the breast area in the left chest.
your
So
heart.
yeah, your heart. At least that's where
Yeah.
mine is. Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing. That's the way I grew up hearing it, where it was.
Uh-huh.
But supposedly, in this Mandela affected world, the heart has moved over into the middle of our chest now. So you have the old positioning of the heart, and you must that would be considered
Yeah, mine's
residue of where the old position was, because it used to always be on the left.
yeah,
That's why
mine's
we do this
yeah,
with our
mine's
right
on
hand.
the Yep.
Yeah, they
Whenever
show.
they
I'm
make
looking
us
up
say the pigeon,
anatomical sketches of the heart and lungs, and it is on the left. And in the mud fossils, it's above the lung to the left. It'll always leave a deeper impression on the left-hand side. But I don't know how new or old these images are. It could be more centered and lifted up more.
Yeah, supposedly now it's more centered.
Yeah, and it looks further down than it should be almost. I don't know why that would be.
Pushed into desperation, we can pull off amazing things. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
more I think about it, the more I think we wouldn't know some of our superpowers until we needed to use them. So many things I didn't know I could do until I had to do them. I mean, that's all across the board. Do I know if I can do a mass crossing over? I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to try. because that was the only way to fix something that I was working on. Do we know that we can make a thousand versions of ourselves so that we can deal with an infinite portal, closing an infinite portal? I don't know, but I guess we can try it. And I saw
Well, that's
somebody
where
do that.
Shiva comes in. Yeah. Multitasker. Yes.
Right. It's possible to do that. It apparently um, we we'd never know any of this stuff until we have to do it. And then all of
Mhm.
a sudden we go, gosh, that worked. And we're so surprised. I know I am. I'm always like, you know what, though? Here's another thing, another thought.
There's always
Yeah.
those creative types too. You
Yeah.
know, I
Mhm.
think that's where the great works came from, was those creative types.
Mm. Here's another thought. Do you know in Ghostbusters, right? There's so much truth in fiction. In Ghostbusters, where Zool asks one of them, she says, "Is thee a god?" You remember what they say after that? They say, "If anybody ever asks you if you're God, say yes." I just realized that I'm teaching people to
Hey,
say, "I
sissy.
am God."
Hi, sissy.
Well, hey, is that the baby? Ooh, cowboy. Look at this one. She's a
She's a
hottie.
pretty girl.
She's a hottie, cowboy. You're
Not even
missing
looking.
it. He's half asleep. He doesn't even know. Cowboy,
Yeah,
you're
Max
missing
has a
it.
girlfriend already. He's got Oreo, Teresa Danton's cat.
Cowboy, you miss the hot girl. He says, "Mommy, you're enough for me."
Sissy girl's beautiful.
She's pretty.
Don't say that, Scotty boy. The giant Stay
Another
Puft guy is
Mandela
real.
effect. Another Mandela effect. What Mandela effect did you see? Yeah, more kitties. Do you know the giant Stay Puft guy is not real? It's not?
Yeah, I don't
Doggone.
get that, Scotty boy. I don't believe you.
I get it. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. John's a cat
Scotty.
right here. What was the Mandela effect, Emmett?
Yeah.
For left-handed people, the heart is on the right. Right-handed people, it's on the left. What about the middle people? I'm ambidextrous. Is it in the middle then because I'm ambidextrous?
That's a thought.
I'm running
How can I
Kitty
use
Ranch.
those hands? I used to be able to write, but I was trained right. And I still think, since I'm left-eyed, my dominant eye is left, I think I really was supposed to be a lefty. And that may be why what kind of threw me off. I was trained right. So I think maybe I was supposed to be left-handed. I don't know.
Yeah, this will lead to your theory there. I had an injury on my right hand. For about 6 months, I couldn't use it. And I had to learn to write with my left hand. So there's training
Mhm.
through adversity.
Yeah, training through adversity and actually, yeah, throwing yourself into things. I mean, I threw myself into so many bizarre uh, situations, spiritual situations too. I mean, as far as like, now what the heck am I going to do about this? You know, that kind of thing. That it's like, why I even, how, how did I find myself here, kind of a thing. But I'd always get myself out of it somehow. The lights were colored and they used to be white. It was on a movie, the lights were colored than they were when they used to be white. Oh, you do have a dominant side. Yeah. Supposedly you always have a dominant side. Yeah. I don't know. I don't use my left hand the same way anymore. But you know what?
You
If you
probably step with one foot predominantly first.
if you play a guitar, the hand that's doing most of the work is going to be your left hand. I sometimes think playing a guitar rewires your brain, that some of the actions we do, because unless you're a picker, and the funny thing is, I'm not a very good picker, but I can do this, but with this hand on a guitar, I'm not very good at doing the picking stuff.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of wondering, I think I'm probably dominant left-handed, really. It's meant to be. That's just a thought. So does that mean my heart is my heart, but my heart's in the right place, I've been told.
It's in
I
there
don't know.
somewhere. That's good.
As long as it's somewhere,
Yeah.
as long as I still have one and it's still beating, I guess I'm okay. I'm not gonna
Right.
worry about it. I can't tell what I'm not feeling it on either side though. Hey, I'm not feeling myself up. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need a stethoscope and see if I can find my heart.
Yeah.
Kickstart my heart. Oh, you use your left hand often. The right is for flipping
No.
pages.
Who said that?
Scotty boy, of course,
I
said
knew
it.
it. I knew it.
Right, even though you're right-handed. Okay, Scotty. And with some magazines, you
Not
need
if you're in
sight.
China. In China, they have it's the other way.
See, that's the thing, is that some, not all languages go right to left,
No.
or left to right, rather.
Yeah.
Left to right, left. Oh, you guys are so weird. I love it. Um, Mandela effects are a trip. They really are. I tell you, the one that really, really got me was Ed McMahon. Not working for Publishers Clearinghouse ever. There were a lot of them that were really what, but that one, my my whole childhood, and young adulthood,
Don't worry, the
watching
Ginsu knife was real. The Ginsu knife was real. So
the Ginsu
yes,
knife actually was.
it was. It was real.
It really did exist.
Everything's
It
good
was
as long
that
as
another Mandela effect
the
that the Ginsu knife never existed?
no.
Oh my
You
gosh.
used to be able to get a Ginsu knife with everything. So you can rest in confidence that some reality is sustained with the Ginsu knife.
Yeah, well, see, that's just it. Sometimes there's some residue, but eventually the residue goes away. In the case of cats having nictating membranes and then not, that one really shocked me too. Because that's like an actual physical thing that I can see, every day. I remember those so clearly. The cats had that milky third
Yeah,
eye.
my cats still have it.
I haven't had a cat with a nictating membrane in years now.
Oh.
It used to be they all had that.
Yeah.
So we're losing that. I guess the other thing is we're losing our. They say if your little finger is shorter than this last knuckle, this highest knuckle on your ring finger, you're losing your little finger.
No, no, mine's still longer. Longer than that.
Okay. I'm losing my little finger, unfortunately.
And why do they say that?
That's just something somebody brought up on one of these shows. Is
Huh.
that, and I believe it was Naysay.
There are even ancient palmistry drawings of people with fingers
Well,
that are
but I
shorter or
like my
longer.
pinky finger. It's cute.
Yeah.
I do too, but I guess, and you know what? It's funny because the Anunnaki had 6 fingers.
Shorter.
There's still people with 6 fingers.
Yeah, what's their palmistry like? You get an extra planet or what?
They're both short.
I would
Fingers.
think so. Maybe the extra planet is Nibiru.
Maybe.
I don't know, but they had 6 fingers.
Yeah.
and we have 5. And then there are some species that only have 3. Then I met a guy. Now, this was weird. After thinking about this, I had just been talking. It was one of those synchronicity things. After talking about this to a guy, to somebody, I met a guy at the karaoke. That was a weird, magical night at karaoke. I met a guy that is missing both his ring fingers, both of them. That only has 3 fingers and a thumb on each hand.
Like he was born like that, or they were taken away?
He has a story about how he lost them,
Oh, okay.
but I'm there like, well, he wasn't born that way, but it's just still weird, that I was just talking about that. Are we losing our extra digits? Because it seems like with every step of evolution, we're losing things instead of gaining things. Physical attributes. It seems like instead of like the snake, well, apparently the snake had legs at one time, and now it's only got a python has vestigial toes from when it had legs, but it's moving to less and less limbs.
Yeah,
Um,
there are some scientists. They say that fused chromosome is actually not a flaw or something that was done to us. That's actually part of our evolution. That over time our chromosomes will actually fuse and will have less, but will be more advanced.
well, that's confusing.
Yeah.
It might
Yeah.
be. Well, especially if they're lying about that, then it would be a confusing.
Well, the theory comes from
But
aliens having less chromosomes, I think.
really, aliens having less, that's very interesting. That maybe it's true. Maybe that was not done to us. Maybe that was. I
Well, if
had
we
never heard of
yeah,
that, but that's interesting. And I never heard of
maybe
aliens
it's like a
having.
refining. Like we started out more as a chimeric race in the beginning, so we had a whole mix of genes. That's why we have so many what they call junk chromosomes, possibly, and maybe we shed those over time and become more of a refined uh, being. I don't know, just a theory.
It could be,
Yeah,
or it actually. I had never thought of that. I'm going to have to take that in and think about that. Could it be that we're really meant to have fewer of everything eventually, and then turn into what? What does that mean for our future?
I don't know. Maybe it's like coming to the one chromosome or the one.
Are we going to go
I don't
back to
know
being a
because it
single-celled organism
but
someday,
that
or
chromosome seems to absorb all of the attributes needed, or the I don't know exactly what it does, but
I don't
it
understand
may
it.
make it better. I don't know.
Well, here's an interesting thing, though, is we're getting 12 strands of DNA again.
Hmm.
So we're getting
I heard that they lied to us and that it was actually four stranded, but 12. Wow.
no, it was 12, and actually they found people with 5
I mean,
a long
Yeah,
time ago.
I know about that too.
I
Yes.
haven't heard of that before. No, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
there are actually people a long time ago they found with 5 already. I was just saying before you came in that I bet you there are people running around with 12 already and maybe not entirely
Oh,
plugged in.
Mhm.
I might
uh,
be one of them. Maybe that's why I can change. Maybe that's why some of us
Yeah,
can.
maybe it's something that people can activate too.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
We're told
it
that it is.
is. Absolutely, it is. And maybe even it has something to do with the blood types as well, on how quickly you evolve into more than one, 2 strands. Because
Maybe.
that just occurred to me while you guys were talking about it, because there's not just the 4, there's golden blood, there's like several other blood types. there's many other blood types on this planet. And
Oh,
what
there's
kills
many, yeah.
me is I was
Different
raised
haplogroups and stuff, yeah.
being told that my blood type was B positive, right? So I decided to make sure. And I paid $15 and ordered a home blood test. And I did it exactly as they said to do it. I'm A positive. Did they lie to me, number one? Or through my evolution, did I change my blood type? I don't know.
I
Well,
remember some scant stories of blood types being able to change, but I'm not sure on that one.
Wow, that's interesting.
well, here's something that Mark was saying. There was an experiment done on cats, and after 4 generations of GMO food, no more reproduction. So that explains the end of procreation. Yes, well, that's the problem that the Greys are supposedly facing. Which kind of goes along with my theory that if some of these Greys are some version of us, they're the version that went with the program. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering, because they say there's several different kinds of Greys. There's a lot of different kinds of Greys. More than one type of Grey. Is that a reticulate or only one?
Absolutely. There are tall Greys. I've seen one. He was pissed.
Really?
Oh, yes. I had an incident a while ago. I was awake, wide awake. My husband made sure of that. It's a whole story that I probably shouldn't tell tonight, but long story short, I had a vision at the end of this, what I think was an attack. And I had a vision of a tall, angry gray at my front living room window. And once I could move, I flew out of bed and opened up the curtain, and it wasn't there. But then I still opened up the front door just to double check. But I'm just saying, if it had been there, I'd have kicked its ass.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like maybe there was an abduction going on there.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a failed abduction. Do you want me to go ahead and tell the story?
Well, you could. I do want to mention one thing, though. I want to ask the men, because it reminded me that I wanted to ask the men in here just to see. And this is kind of delicate, but hey, it's after hours, and
That's right.
and
After
you
midnight.
are all adults,
Uh-oh.
or at least
Supposedly.
posing as. So here is something that we found out among some of my friends a while back, but this was a while back. I haven't seen some of these people in a long time, but it seems like before abduction, this is males, not females, but before abduction, the production of the fluid, of the male fluid, was watery. It was very watery. But after the abduction, it became more gel-like. Has anybody had a similar experience?
No.
And you know what I mean. Okay,
I
I'm trying.
don't know that I've ever been abducted. There was possibly one time when I was 7, but it could have been police lights outside too.
What I'm saying is your, okay, I'll just say it right out. Is your semen watery or gel-like? Because if it's gel-like, you've been abducted.
Huh.
One way to tell you've been abducted.
Okay.
Wow.
If you're a guy.
Huh.
We found this out a long time ago. This was back when I was going. I met a lot of authors. I knew when I was a vendor, and I met a lot of famous people. I mean, I met, what's his name, Ted Henry. Some of the people they had on Gaia. Some of the people they've had on it. Some of these famous people I met.
That's
But
new
yeah,
and disturbing information. Thank you for that.
it is new and disturbing information. If it's more gel-like,
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Isn't that bizarre?
So
And we don't know why, though. We have no idea why that is.
Well,
Yeah,
is it supercharged?
we don't know. We really
Like,
don't
are
know
they
why
yes,
looking
because
that.
at
they're
it to see if
trying to
they're like
sterilize
those little
everyone.
swimmers are zooming all over the place? Like maybe they're trying to make super breeders so they can.
I don't know. It would seem to
Mm,
me like those little devils would have an easier time to swim in a more watery fluid.
Maybe there's
exactly.
just so many of them that it's just all gel.
I don't know.
Oh, Scotty's going to do research right now.
Uh-oh.
You
Yeah.
can't tell me offhand. Oh, that sounded wrong. I guess he
Oh,
is going to tell me offhand.
Well, uh, when were you abducted, Scotty?
Yeah,
so
Scotty wants to know if he's been abducted, so he's going to check right now.
Check
Okay.
anyway, right? I don't know. I might have been. I might as well check.
And now we refer to used to be watery. I remember. Okay, there you go, Mark.
Check
I
daily,
know,
Scotty boy. Check twice daily.
I know my mother and daughter were abducted once together. Uh, they were going like north down a road together in the car, front seat, both of them. And they were, like I said, they were like headed, let's say they were headed north, and then they lost 2 or 2.5 hours of time, and they were put on a completely different road headed south when they were done with them.
There was a guy that was dropped off in the middle of the swamp.
Yeah, like what the fuck is that about? What,
Yeah,
you can't put a motherfucker back where you took
they
him from?
abduct
What
people and
the hell?
drop them off like 10 miles away in the middle of a mountain.
Like what
You
the
know,
fuck?
and they starve to
Some
death.
people are found floating face down.
Yeah.
Mm,
They don't, not all of these are very careful where they put you back down.
exactly. What if they can't swim and you dumped them off in the fucking ocean? What the hell?
Yeah, I know. They don't, some of them, I guess, don't care. And the one guy that was saying they took him and his vehicle. And they were talking about how his vehicle was a fine specimen. It's an antique and everything. It's gonna that's really quite a prize and everything. Then they checked him. They were doing things to him to check him, and they found out that he'd had a vasectomy. And they said, "Oh, I'm sorry, pal. We can't use you. We're putting you back." And they put him back in his vehicle, but in the middle of a fucking swamp
Oh, gee.
where he couldn't drive out. And if he hadn't had a phone in the car, once he got his senses back, he had a phone in the car and he called and he told him approximately where he was, but said, "Follow my signal because I'm not sure where I am. I appear to be," and they couldn't figure out how his car even got there, how his car even came to be there. Well, they dropped it there because they're sloppy. Some of them are sloppy. Okay.
Wow.
Well, if you don't want to be abducted, get a vasectomy.
Well, that doesn't matter at all because I haven't told my story yet.
Okay, but go ahead.
Let me tell my story. First, since you said that, I'm going to start way, 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 way back when I was 23 and I got my tubes tied. Because I only wanted one kid. I didn't want two or more. So I had my tubes tied at 23. Clear along until about, 6, 7 years ago now-ish. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. My husband had already been in bed for a couple hours and he was asleep. And I was exhausted and ready to pass out. So I went to bed and I was laying on the bed facing him and his back was to me. And all of a sudden I heard what sounded like a helicopter far off. Because helicopters are through here, like the emergency ones that are hauling, hospital people around, medical.
Yeah.
And I waited and I waited and I waited, and this fucking thing took forever, getting over the house and going away. And it just kept getting closer and louder and closer and louder. Well, then I felt it enter my house and come into my right ear that was sticking up because I was laying down on my left side. So it entered my right ear, and then it started to vibrate, and then my head started to vibrate, and then boom, my entire body started to vibrate. Then I started coming up off the bed, and I used to count my footsteps as a child. So the second that I started leaving the bed, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. And for each second, I was a foot closer to being off of the bed. And I had sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, and I couldn't hardly talk. And at the time, I was religious, so I said Yeshua, but I said it with a clenched jaw because I couldn't move. And I was just like, Yeshua. And I know through my research that there's power in that shoe sound. And so I think that's what did it, because the second that I said that, 1, 2, 3, 4, I was back down on the bed. And then I said, Jesus, just for shits and giggles, for a backup. And then I had a vision of a tall, angry gray at my front living room window. Pissed that I was able to free myself from that abduction. And had it been there, I would have kicked its ass, because they thought I was asleep, but I was ready to kill my husband because, see, he all of a sudden was snoring for the first time ever. And he all of a sudden was having restless leg syndrome for the first time ever. And he still has both of those symptoms to this day. Now I have my own room because of it. It's so bad. But this is a man that never remembers his dreams, if he even has them, right? Well, that night, when I told him what happened to me the night before, the next day, actually, he told me that he knew that he was trapped in a double dream. I was trapped within a dream, he said, while that was happening to you. So I never noticed any of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That really sucks. See, I yelled at him.
Yeah, because he was sleeping, but I was sure as shit gonna kick some ass.
Yeah, I yelled at him, and I said one time, because I knew stuff was happening almost all the time for a while. And I yelled at him and I said, "Don't you know what you're doing to us when you do all of this crap? Do you think you're doing anything good? How about our lives?"
They don't care. They're trying to be able to reproduce again because they ruined it with their bullshit.
They
With their
fucked it up.
science. Yeah.
That's why I think some of these guys that are taking our stuff from us, taking our reproductive stuff, I think they're the versions of us, or maybe another species that had the same bullshit happen, that went along with the plan, took the juice,
Kool-Aid. Yeah.
and got neutered, and it's just too freaking late for them because you can't repair that once. Well, look at what they're trying to neuter. I think the transgender thing, giving operations to children very, very young, I think that is wholly one of the most evil things I've heard.
It is the most evil thing ever, besides the one that comes in second, which is the rape.
Well, yeah, the graping is no good either, of course. But in society, they're actually not just condoning it, but pushing it.
Yep.
Well, that is basically sterilizing people.
Exactly. They're trying to make it legal to sterilize you. Yeah.
They're not even telling them in a lot of cases that that's what's going to happen. Nobody is telling them you can't reverse that. You're never going to be free of big pharma. You're going to be on pharmaceuticals forever. But it's a win-win for the pharma companies.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to be on pharmaceuticals forever. They might need further operations, more than one. You know,
Mhm.
they might want to transition back. You can never be the same. You're going to need to be on some kind of medication your whole life,
Yep.
and your life is pretty much going to be
Over.
entirely unnatural.
I've seen all of the people that are trying to come against it that have already done it and suffered. And they're like, why did you do this to us? And why are you trying to do it to more people? Why? And why children? You know, I've been saying it for years, and now people are finally talking about it. The reasoning part of your brain doesn't even complete its growth until age 25, so they shouldn't be touching nobody with nothing until then.
The
Right.
lawsuits are coming. That's what happened in the UK. Is all the lawsuits started coming in because they were doing it before us, and now the lawsuits are coming in and they're having to pay out in the billions of dollars. So eventually, and it's starting to happen here in Canada as well, and probably
Yeah,
the
I think
States. So it
I
won't
think once
last much
money.
longer. They can only do it for so long before the gig is up and it gets repealed.
Absolutely, I hope so. I
Yeah,
hope so because
it gets too
honestly,
expensive. It's too expensive to pay out all the lawsuits.
yeah, and that would be the only reason they'd stop, not because it's wrong, but
Mhm.
because it's not profitable.
Yeah, yeah. But I've not heard of any cases, and I'm on TikTok. I have not heard of any cases where they're suing.
Oh
So
God,
No,
maybe they had to sign
everybody
something
will
that said they couldn't sue or something.
maybe NDA agreements,
everybody
non-disclosure.
sues everything.
Yeah,
Everybody for everything except that.
You'd
Taking
think
my
they would
whole
just
life away
do
from me.
it, you know? Yeah.
yeah, it's
You
happening big
ruin the
time in the
entire life.
UK.
You
The
can't
UK
even
is a
sue.
couple years ahead of us in that department, so it might take another year or so for us to catch up.
Well, like with the
Yeah,
JAB, they won't let you sue for any damages or loss of life there either. So they probably are doing it like that.
Yeah, the government's getting sued though. You can't sue the
Mm,
maker, but you can still sue the government, and
yes, that's
they're having
good.
to pay out lawsuits. That's
Yeah, and
happened
that's why
already
they're
as well.
making everything cost more. We're
Mm.
paying for the operations and the suings.
Yeah, we're paying on both
Yep.
ends.
Hmm.
oh
Yep.
God, yeah, that's got to stop. That's all got to stop. Hey, are you guys all with me? This shit's gonna stop.
Oh yeah, it will.
All right.
It's
This
just
is the
gonna
group
stop.
intention.
So
It may,
be it.
it's
And
just
so be it.
how far do we have to take it before it
So be it.
stops? That's all. You know.
So be it. This will stop. This is
Oh, it
stopping. This
will.
is stopping now. We're going to
Stopping
hear word of
now.
it very soon. They're already starting to take out the crap out of the schools. They're
Hmm.
already starting that process. I hear.
Yeah, that stuff didn't fly in the schools near me in my area. None of it, really.
So that's good.
Yeah.
So that's already happening. We are
Yes.
scoring some victories. We got to take our victories where we can, and realize that we are having some victories, and that this is not going to stand. This bullshit is not going to stand. We're going
There's
to
yeah. I
get
was
rid of
saying
it.
today that there right now, uh, 60% of I think it's 60% of youth between up to 18 years. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but they're more conservative now than they've been in 50 years. So people are looking at raising families and
Yeah, they want
living
to
living
actually have
a life.
families.
Yeah,
Yeah, I said my only concern is I hope they don't rebel so much that it flips the opposite way and we get ultra conservatism back again, like in the 1950s.
No, we're
Uh,
gonna come into a place of balance.
yeah.
I
I
yes,
think we
demand.
we've
will.
got to. Yeah, we have got to keep focused on a balance because
We,
we really don't want it to flip back either,
yeah. Well,
where we're
we're in
on us
such an
or something.
information age that we can take in, the cultures, as they change and see the flaws and work them out, hopefully to better, you know.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do our best anyway, huh,
Yeah.
folks?
But there's a lot we
Well,
can change, that a
we're
lot of
gonna do
simple
it.
things we can change that'll really improve our world. So, you know, just
Well, yeah.
stopping the attacks would be nice, all the various
Yes.
attacks on us.
Yeah.
Well, that is gonna end.
Mhm.
I can foresee that already. As we become more aware of it, the problem is a lot of people are not, they're still hypnotized
Yeah.
as
Mhm.
pure. But I am running into more and more people that surprise me with their awakeness. Okay, like the person who um at the front desk here at the apartments, how she began all of a sudden she just started talking about how you don't, and you don't want to get on the to use too many medications, because then you're going to have side effects, and then the doctors, they just want money from you. They want more money, they want more this. She went into the whole red
Yeah.
pill bit about, and I'm going, oh well, welcome to my world. Hey,
Yeah.
you know because I'm like, I'm meeting more people, and I'll meet somebody, it'll just be like at Aldi's, and they'll say, no, you don't want that shit. That shit's full of, blah, blah, blah. And
Nice.
GMOs and long chain, and
Yeah.
possibly long chains and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, people know this now.
Nice.
But you know what really amazes me? If we're not in surreal enough times, is, have you heard about the inwards for Trump? This really blows my mind.
Oh, what's that?
Two things. You know what the N word is on
Mhm.
online, right? You
Yeah.
can't say it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So there were some protesters when Trump was getting arrested. Honestly, black people wearing T-shirts that said N words for Trump.
Oh,
And
okay.
I'm not kidding. And they when interviewed, they said, well, he's being treated just like they've been treating us, so he's a brother now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wow,
But
I haven't heard about that, and I'm on TikTok.
yes,
Yeah.
and then
I've seen a video not showing the T-shirts or anything, but black people speaking out like that. Yeah.
there's also a guy that came on that was, hey, this is from the hood. I mean the deep hood. Anybody who gets arrested and jailed down, in the last place, I guess, in the last place he was, where he got fingerprinted and everything, he says, hey, I gotta tell you, the hood, and I mean the deep hood, we're behind you now. You're a homie now. And I'm like,
Wow.
what? What? You're a homie
I
now. We have a lot of respect for that. And I'm
yes.
like, you're telling me? And he says, hey, the whole ghetto, deep ghetto is behind you. Like that. And I'm going, this is Donald Trump, one of the richest men in the world. He's getting called by black people. He's getting called the N word. He's getting called the G word. Well, you can say gangsta. They're
Yeah.
calling him gangsta. The gangsta president. I'm like, we're in very surreal times. Anything could happen here, folks.
Yeah.
Right.
Anything at all.
Anything.
We have
Yes.
predicted his win for the next election. Now, whether it'll be stolen or not, I don't know.
Whether they'll
Right.
try to take it, they probably try. I don't know that they'll get by with it. If they try, they're probably going to get their rumps handed to
Well,
them on a silver
I'm
platter.
one. I'm wondering, and I haven't looked into it, if that's what it's going to take. If it's going to take another stolen election for the people to finally wake up and do something, um, because we can see that the systems really aren't working for us. You know, the
Yeah.
judiciary, the
We
political.
really need to come up with something else than what we got.
Yeah, Might even be like new systems we need, new monetary systems, new political systems, new school systems. All these old systems probably need to be turned over and revamped or totally scuttled and just redone completely.
Yeah, I think we need a lot of redoing. I think he had no idea. Talking about draining the swamp, had no idea how deep the swamp was.
Yeah.
Yeah, the swamp
That
is as deep
he
as the
had.
ocean. Yeah.
If he's
Yeah, I
not,
mean,
if he isn't part of it, if he's not just playing his role, I
yeah, we
still,
don't know. We,
yeah, still
although I
hold that.
gotta say, my feeling is the look on his face, unless he's a very consummate
He
actor.
is an actor. He is an actor.
I mean, he'd have to be, but there are times when the look on his face, I have seen such perplexed looks on him. Like, what the actual F, you
Yeah.
know?
Yes. Yeah.
I've seen that. It's
Yeah.
like he's there and he always handles it, but it's like there's been times when people ask him something so effed up,
Yeah.
he's like, what the actual F are you talking about? You know?
Mm.
His
Mm.
policies
Mm.
were good for Canada. Um, and on the vaccine, again, we always have to hold these people up to a scrutiny beyond compare. But with the vaccine, he's a germaphobe. I didn't know that. He actually had to take schooling and uh, lessons in how to get to shake people's hands because he had such a problem with that. He had the Howard Hughes type thing going on.
Who?
Donald Trump.
Oh, Trump? Well,
Yeah.
it sure isn't bothering him now.
No, he went through training. He had to.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because yeah, he actually
So
he was
he's actually a germaphobe. So and the second thing is during the pandemic, he was endorsing the vaccine and warp speeding it, but he also pushed
Mhm.
and promoted alternative therapy.
Ivor and hydroxy,
Yeah, and other
Yes.
things.
which he actually said first, and the only
Yeah,
reason I think he
he's
came
he
up with
just
the
he's not a doctor, so he
yeah
doesn't
he
know that they're supposed to try alternatives first before
yeah.
this. You know,
I mean, honestly, he's not a doctor, but Fauci was. Why aren't they saying, but Fauci, but Fauci, but Fauci?
well,
He's
Fauci
the
did
one
his
who was
whole.
saying vaccine, vaccine, vaccine.
He was saying
I
years
call
3 years ago, or sorry, about 5 years ago, that ivermectin was a wonder drug for
Mhm.
yes.
all the spike proteins and flus. So
I I call Fauci foul G. Foul G.
So,
It's
yeah.
foul.
my wife calls him
Foul.
Fauci,
Fauzi,
Fauci,
like Fauzi Bear off of.
Fauci, Fauci.
No, foul.
Well, I
As
wouldn't call
in
that's too nice. I wouldn't call him anything nice.
foul. Foul. I don't mean foul as in bird. I mean foul as in
You mean
foul.
Fauci? You mean foul as in yeah, as in
Yeah.
nasty,
Nasty
rank,
foul.
His actual name
nasty, rank,
Fauci has a
putrid
bad meaning
foul.
to it. Has a negative meaning
Yes.
to it.
Yes.
I
And
just
I have
call him.
another little prayer, or whatever you want to call it, or chant that I like to use that I know works. It's been tested for years that works, and I think we should use this for the agenda of the children in every way, shape, and fashion. Um, I keep you safe from others and yourself, as always, so be it, and so it is.
Okay, wait a minute. I keep you safe from yourself, from others, and yourself.
I keep you safe from others and yourself, so be it. Or as always, so be it, and so it is.
Okay.
Yes. And I use it every time my husband gets in the car to go to work on bad weather days. And he always comes back home.
Well, that's
And
good.
he's been in too many accidents in his life due to bad weather. So that's why I do that. But I do it even during good weather days.
Well, the time I died was due to bad weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, driving in bad weather all of
The
a
word
sudden.
Fauci in Italian means jaw.
I wonder, what does Fauci mean
Mm.
in Italian? Somebody
Jaw.
look up what Fauci means.
Yeah.
It means jaw.
Does mean
Wow.
Joe?
It does mean jaw.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, he should keep his jaw shut. He should get lockjaw.
He's the mouthpiece,
Just, yeah,
the
mouthpiece.
jaw wagger.
Mm-hmm. And he told the truth in the beginning, too. You should only have to wear a mask if you are sick. And if you have anything, you should stay at home anyway. And then you don't have to wear a mask.
Yeah, they're trying to get the airlines to mask
Oh
up again.
yeah, right, great. Yeah. It's just, honestly, if they think we're going to fall for this, I don't think we're going to fall for this. I don't know that many people. However, I can't believe there is still a woman in my building that is going to go get a boost because she's afraid of being a super spreader.
Yeah, I know many people that are going to get a
I'm like,
boost.
oh
But getting
man.
it causes you to be a super spreader. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're a Trojan horse once you've taken the Kool-Aid.
I know. That's why I think I ended up having it in the first place, is because I was trapped in here sharing air with all of these crazy people getting it, getting the schmacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh shit. I took good care of myself, tried to keep, but I think it's interesting. Now, this was something else, you guys. I talk about David. David just puts himself in everything in my life. He's at the bottom of just about everything. He's somehow connected with everything that I end up mixing in with. Or one of his songs will just come up on the feed randomly. That will be a message. Well, the last message you gave me, by the way, was Moonage Daydream. I know that some of you also get messages from David, but the thing is, here I said at the beginning, I said somehow we're going to get immunity. There's going to be, things can change, and I'm going to intend that instead of a mutation for the worse, that somehow this mutates in such a way that it gives us a certain amount of immunity, that it gives us some kind of immunity to it, that we become immune to it.
Yes.
So, that it's mild and we become immune to it.
There is a
Guess
cure-all.
what? That was called the Omicron.
There is a
Okay.
cure-all for it.
Yes.
It's called fasting.
Let me finish.
Yep.
Sorry. Oh, where'd you go?
Was
Oh no,
the one.
she. Wow.
Now, Omicron, you get Omicron, you're immune to the other forms after you get Omicron. Guess what? When I'm looking up Omicron, what comes up? A video game. Video game. Okay, I'm looking. Oh, that's interesting. Video game. Wait a minute. That looks familiar. That person on the cover of wait a minute. Who do you think was involved with the Omicron video game? David Bowie.
Yes.
I'm not kidding. He's a character in the game. I'm like,
I
David.
found that too. Exactly. And what did he say in there? What'd he say? They were coming against like tyrannical powers and shit.
Yes.
The fuck? Yeah.
I'm telling you, David is involved in all of everything. He's involved in every freaking thing. I don't know how, but he's involved in my life. I mean, I get messages from him all the time.
What's
Some
the
of
name
you
of that
do too. I know
movie?
Michelle Canham Free does. And I know several other people who said
What?
they get messages from him.
Labyrinth. Labyrinth.
Labyrinth?
Labyrinth.
Absolutely. Labyrinth.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. He was in all kinds of things that were warning us that he's, I swear, there is
Mm-hmm.
something with this. Not only that, but people report having seen him on ships when they go on ships in their, at night in their dreams. I mean, Marilena said she's seen him on the ship. I've seen him. He's somehow, I don't understand how exactly this is, but somehow he's either really a starman and not dead, or they gave him another, or somehow I don't understand this
Maybe he's a
entirely.
Jedi. You struck him down and he only became stronger.
Maybe something happened. He's being seen. He's being he seems to be in everything.
Hmm?
He seems to be a part of everything I mean, and so the latest thing I got from him was Moonage Daydream. And I'm like, what is the words to Moonage Daydream? I'm an alligator. I'm a mama papa coming for you. I'm a space invader. I'll be a rock and roll bitch for you. I'm trying to figure out what is the message out of Moonage Daydream that he wants us to know then.
I
There's
don't know
something in
the
the
whole
song
song.
Moonage Daydream. But if anybody's figured this out, please let me know.
We'll look up the lyrics and say them right now, and we'll see if we can figure it out.
Yeah, somebody look them up, because if I look them up, I'm going to disappear because I'm on
Uh-oh.
my phone.
Well, fine. I'll do it.
I got it.
Moonage.
Okay, I got it here. I'm an alligator. I'm a mama papa coming for you. I'm the space invader. I'll be rock and rolling bitch for you.
It
Keep your
feels
mouth
like
shut.
Groundhog Day on here too much, except when we just act silly. Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. The day keeps repeating itself. I've been saying it for years. It's Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Every day is Groundhog Day. Same shit, different day. They go, well, how are you today? Same shit, different day. Groundhog Day. So,
Are you talking about on
especially,
my show? I'm sorry.
no,
No.
no, in the world, that's how they say that. People say same shit, different day, you know?
No, I meant Arc the Spark. It feels like Groundhog Day and until we get silly. I'm sorry, except when we just act silly. Feels like Groundhog Day here too much. I'm sorry. If that's what you meant, Mark. But anyway, yeah, so much Bowie. Okay, I'm sorry. Somebody read it. What is it? I'm an alligator. I'm a mama papa coming for you. I'm a space invader. I'll be a rock and rollin' bitch for you. Keep your mouth shut. You're squawking like a big funky bird, and I'm busting up my brains for the words. Who is he talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know. But
Keep
it's
your
in
electric eye on me, babe. Your electric eye.
your electric eye.
Instead of
Not
electric, it's just
electric. It's just electric.
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 Yeah. Put your ray gun to my head. Press your
Face close
face
to
close to
mine.
mine.
Yeah, it was kind of a silly song, actually.
Love freak out in a moonage daydream. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
I
don't
mean,
fake it,
what?
baby.
Don't fake it, baby. Lay the real thing on me. The Church of Man Love is such a holy place to be. Keep your mouth. I'm like, what is he trying to tell us here?
Alien abduction.
Ray gun, yeah, that little space alien from the cartoons. He always had his little ray gun. What's his name like? Marvin the Martian.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's
You're
such a
trying
holy
too
place
hard.
to
He's
be.
just saying what he's saying.
Make me,
Oh,
baby.
okay.
Make me know you really care. Make me jump into the
To the
air.
air. I don't know.
Keep your electric eye on me, baby. Put your ray gun to my head. Press your space face
My
close
face
to
close
mine.
to mine.
Love. Freak
No.
out in a moonage
Or is
daydream.
he
Oh,
just
yeah.
being silly?
Keep your electric eye on
Is
me.
he
Put
just
your
trying to
ray
make
gun.
me laugh, maybe?
I don't know. I
Because
don't
I
know.
Yeah, I
find
Maybe.
it
know.
a
It's
very
a
funny
crazy ass
song,
song.
really.
Crazy
I,
ass song.
I find it very funny. I mean, I giggle every time I hear that song. Oh, maybe he just wants me to laugh. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, because
Mm.
and then the one that came on after that was 5 years, which was another. Now that one is scary. If you ever look at the lyrics of 5 years, we got 5 years left. And the news guy wept and told us Earth was really dying.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a scary song. I mean, he wrote really weird songs, man. All of them.
They never played that very much. But yeah, I remember that song. Most people
Five
don't
years.
remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, there's been times when I'm there, wow, if he ever gives me the message 5 years, we're in trouble. I maybe he was just trying to make me laugh. You're right, Emmett. Maybe he was just trying to make me laugh. It was just okay. I think I'm going with that. He wanted me to laugh because he knows it makes me giggle every time I hear
Well,
Moonage Daydream because it's
it
so
does talk
silly.
about light in your head, right? Your the it's got some third eye references there.
Well, yeah, he does. Keep your electric eye on me, babe. Pressure space
Yeah,
phase.
the electric eye, right?
Electric eye. Yeah, maybe. Keep your electric eye on me. Yeah, it's such a
And
goofy
moonage,
song.
the moonage daydream. Well, that the moon regulates the pineal.
That's true. Gee, maybe it is something about the third eye.
Let's see.
Maybe it's third eye related. I don't know, but
I'm a mama papa coming for you. So he's a mid hemisphere or a balanced brain thinker, maybe. Right there.
maybe balance. Oh, oh, oh. Is that like a
I'm a
hermat?
mama papa. So he's activated both his right and left hemisphere and joined them. Merged,
Oh, that's kind of cool.
if you interpret it that way.
Yeah, you could. That's kind of explained what black noise, but you did see a video where he explained what black noise is and white noise. Yeah, that's right. White noise, black tie. Right. He did that. He did a lot of weird things. I mean, in his videos, he was an alien about half the time. There was one when he did Blue Jean, he painted himself blue. He was supposed to look like the blue genie from, I guess Aladdin is what he was playing off of that.
Well, great. There you go. Now, did you know that D Wave is not the only quantum computer on this planet? That there is another one, and I think it is hidden at Antarctica, and it is called, drumroll please, Aladdin.
Oh my God!
Yes,
Oh shit!
yes,
He's freaking in everything.
yep.
How in the heck do you do that, you little snot? I'm the only
Yeah.
one that can talk to him like that.
So here's a good verse too. Keep your mouth shut. You're squawking like a pink monkey, bird.
A
And
pink
I'm
monkey boy.
busting my brains for the words. That sounds like they're communicating, like he's telling her not to communicate with her mouth. Communicate with your brain.
Yes,
Oh, telepathy.
Yeah.
Mind
yes.
speak.
That's why the Jabiru, it is to, I can't think of the word, but it goes through the blood-brain barrier
Yeah.
to your brain.
Yeah, they found a method.
Wow.
Apparently they're trying to replace the magnetite in your brain. There's magnetite throughout your brain, and it responds to electrical fields.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
The natural magnetite is in congruence with the Earth's magnetic fields,
Yeah.
and that's part of what allows us to see, because the magnetic fields contain the memory.
Yep. And the tests are the new age lobotomies.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, I know that just because I know that.
Help
I
break that
saw
barrier.
one of the first women. Is a beautiful black woman. They had her laying down on a bed in the hospital, and they shoved one of them up, and you could hear it snap and break through the blood-brain barrier. And then they forced her to lay there for an entire minute before they pulled it out. But of course, they cut the camera off. Whoever the person was recording it cut the camera off before they pulled it out. I bet you her nose bled like hell after that.
I bet you.
But
Well,
they
you know,
clearly, the video's still on my channel, amazingly. So if you want to see it, go on my channel, go to shorts, and scroll all the way back. You can't miss it.
okay. Because I'm like, I know that I had nosebleeds. That's one of the things that when I found out that that was um, one of the symptoms of having been abducted, I was so pissed off. Because then that means that my family, my father and I were both abducted multiple times and almost killed my father.
Yeah.
There are people who have almost bled out from that shit.
Yeah. Yep.
I almost did. They're not always careful. I woke up one time, I had a pillow full of blood
Man.
for no reason. That really pissed me off. That's what led me eventually, when I got aware enough, to say, stay the fuck away from me. I will do whatever I can to keep you away, you little fuckers, away from me.
I got a new thing I say. I will eat you. Stay away from me.
Look at these teeth. I can do it. I'm a predator. Remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can be predators if we need to.
We can
Ever
be
heard that
predators.
Lucifer is actually AI? You know what?
Well, I'm
I
a
have
Leo.
heard that.
Well, I'm a Leo as well, so I will eat you.
That's right. I have
So you,
heard that. Yeah, that it's AI. But I also, Lucifer is also Venus.
yes.
But then again, because she was the morning star, but also Jesus was referred to as the morning star, the bright morning star.
From Lucifer to Christ. That video should also be on my channel.
So you tell me, what's going on there?
They're the same being. It's a story about the evolution of the human soul.
Oh yeah, the wild life. Yeah. Well,
Going
same
from
as it ever
evil to
was.
good.
Same as it ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Letting the days go by. Yeah. Oh yeah. They're getting this out in terms of songs and stuff. That's where a lot of the enlightenment comes. Whether they even know it when they're doing it or not. You know, like I've written things that I had no idea how deep it was until later on. You know, it's like, holy crap. Is that what that was really talking about? I thought I was just rolling on, you know. Sometimes on here, I'll say something and it's brand news to me. It's as much news to me as it is to you. What I'm saying. Telling you guys about this mind control for years, wildlife. Right in the mid 80s. Listen to it. Yeah, I know. He makes the music sound as you hear it in your head. Yes. I realized that it was very deep. Yep. They've been in our heads the whole time. Yep. Yeah. You
They
start
have
to,
been. So I don't know. I don't know why they need to be more in our heads. They're already in our heads.
Mhm. In your
Yeah.
head.
I was just gonna sing it too. In your
Zombie,
head.
zombie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Zombie. Yes.
Yeah. What's in your head? Of
Oh yeah,
course.
that's right. It's what's in your head. Right.
Head in your head. Yeah. And it's I mean, really, it's all there. It's like in the collective consciousness. It's all the whole story is there. We know. We know what's going on. It tries to come out through our songs because probably we've been made to forget a lot of it. I mean, let's face it, I'm pretty sure that I know there's stuff that I have forgotten because I remember telling people about my abductions and seeing aliens, but I can't remember it now. I remember that I did that. I can't remember the actual story or abductions in some of those cases now. I can't remember them, but I can remember telling people them. So somehow it's gotten erased. That's how I know some stuff has got erased. There's big swaths of my life that have been erased. I don't know what was going on during that time. And like for years, and even to this day, I have trouble remembering dates when anything happened because they've changed. The date of my death has changed several times. It's the same day that the Challenger exploded, but the Challenger was a psyop. The people are still alive.
Yes, I know that too. Yes. It's a psyop. And I recently had my name
I
changed
died
on my
that day.
channel.
Huh?
My name, everything's a psyop on my
Yeah, I
channel for
recently
you.
showed
Yeah,
Ashley
I know
Babel.
it was. I know it was. And I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
But somehow that was the date of my death.
Mm-hmm.
I
Wow.
died on that same day. But
Mm.
that date, in my memory,
Huh.
that date has changed several times now.
Wow.
Several times. And now, it's like
Oh,
I'm never sure about the date that anything happened because the dates keep changing on me. Ever since I died, I've been having Mandela effects.
well, I was
No,
just going to say before you say more. See, I wished I'd interrupted you sooner, because I was going to say there's more than just me, and there's more than just you, and there's more than just Max. There are other us's in other realms working toward the same goal of the evolution and ascension of the human soul. And you're probably remembering other you's death days. And that's why it keeps changing,
so
because
maybe it
I
just
also
happened a little
believe
bit
this.
different.
Oh, this, you're going to love this. The vision that I got years ago is that because I know that we're all working on it, when we all finally do and say the exact thing we should do and say for that day, all of the different universe views will slam together into the one.
Oh gosh, I sure will find that interesting. That
You
that
will
should be
all
quite
slam
a rush.
together into the one. Yes. I don't know that that'll be painful, but I see it as when we all do the parts that we came here to do, because so it's like Shiva, we're multitasking here. There's more than one of me for a reason, because I have to do this, and she has to do that, and she has to do that. And when we all get it done, boom, we all
Yeah.
become one.
The gods don't like it when we speak with one accord
That's right.
because we're more powerful than them.
What? My neighbor friend in Missouri and his wife were murdered in their front yard Friday?
Wow.
I'm
Dear
sorry to hear
God.
that.
I'm so sorry. What the hell?
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks.
That's awful.
Yeah, I think our craziness kind of, I think, you know what? On this, I don't think the bad guys really appreciate humor much. I don't think they understand or appreciate humor that much, which is one of the reasons why I use it quite a bit.
Yeah, well,
It
Seven
annoys.
Serpents
They
teaches
can't
us
meme.
that Seven Serpents is teaching us that memes are very powerful magic.
Yeah,
And
they
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm
can't
sure
meme.
they really hate the memes.
They can't meme, so we've got them there.
We've got
yeah.
them all.
The wokies can't meme worth a
No.
darn.
That's right.
Well, it's
Oh,
hard to take.
have you seen my thumbnails? The meme about, President Biden in
Yeah.
fiddling while there's flames going on behind him, playing a fiddle. Have you seen the have you seen the one where I've got him in orange in behind bars and he's saying, "Where is that damn kid with my diapers and crack?" And there's another little bubble down below it that says, "I'm right here in the cell beside you, big guy." I'm like, this is just a pipe dream for me. I don't know, but maybe we'll get that. It seems like, but more likely they'll just kind of retire him, behind the scenes because I don't think he's really there. I don't think he's been in his brain for a long time.
Well, he isn't even Biden. I call him
No.
not Biden. And I think the
Yeah.
reason that they started the
Biden,
whole let's go Brandon thing is because
yeah,
they have to tell you the truth to attempt to escape their karma. So whoever that motherfucker is, his name is Brandon.
Yeah. Biden's gone, as far as we know.
Biden's
I think
dead.
you were there remote viewing that with us.
oh
Right?
yeah, Biden's
Yeah,
gone.
Biden's
Yeah.
dead. Long time
He's
ago.
already gone, long time ago. He
Yeah.
hasn't been there in ages. And people try to say, "Oh, it was just extensive plastic surgery."
Bullshit. You can't change your eye color. There's nothing anywhere where he needed to have his eyes changed. His eye color is brown, and this motherfucker's eyes are goddamn blue.
Yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of features on his head that have changed: his earlobes, his eyebrows,
You can't
his
change your
eyes.
earlobes. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
his jawline. Like,
yeah. Oh, you can't change your your what do they call that? Birthmark. You can't change your age spots. I've investigated the crap out of him.
yeah, it's all fake.
Mark the Ark Spark was hearing something 6 to 7 years ago. What were you hearing? Wait a minute. What were you hearing, Mark? So high you can hear it. What, a
Oh,
frequency?
yeah, he was tuning in.
Yeah. I can hear it sometimes
Hmm.
too. When it's quiet, I can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Yeah.
I
I
can
can hear
also feel it.
mosquito.
Some certain cell towers, if they're putting out the proper frequency, will feel like a sack of potatoes going on in my shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Feel this heaviness come down upon you.
Yes. Yep. And I've
Yeah.
been getting all the different tones and ringings in my ears more often as well.
Hmm.
Well, did you
And then
know that?
sometimes do you guys get this? Where it's not a ringing sound, but your ear just goes deaf, like it's ringing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
And then you get your
it's like
hearing
it's
back. Yeah.
swollen up, swollen shut.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, just like dead silence in the one ear, and then it
yeah,
finally opens back up. And it doesn't pop because it's not like you blew your nose and pressure plugged it up. You're just sitting there and boom, your hearing
yeah.
is gone.
And then
Yeah.
it just lets up.
Hmm.
And then it just
Well,
opens back up. Yeah.
let me just insert this. That's what he said. But let me just insert this. They did a check on something, You know, some sounds are outside our range of being able to perceive them, but that doesn't mean our body can't pick up on them. Okay?
Oh, right. That's
Just
true.
because,
Like a dog whistle.
right, just because
Yeah.
we can't hear them as an audible sound doesn't mean they're not happening and that our body isn't picking up on that. So,
I'm glad I
in,
mentioned it then because I never thought of that.
yes,
And I
because
feel like
they
you're
did a
spot
check
on with
on
that.
this. They did a check that there are people that in this certain spot in London, they get nausea, they get dizzy, they have troubles. And
Yep.
they're saying, what if there's some kind of, and the guy was smart enough to say, what if there's some kind of sound that we can't hear? That it's like, so they took something that measures that kind of thing.
Mhm.
There's an underground passage in that area. They took something down there that measures. And this thing measured that it was like a very loud noise was going on there that was just beyond our range.
Yeah.
That's what was making people sick.
Wow. Yeah, there's a spot in my building I can't go because of the EMF radiation. It's 3/4 of the way down the hall. I described it to my wife because I won't go down there, and I said, "Take the meter down there, and you'll be able to see that it's right there." You know, and she took it down. There it was. It's just a convergence, I think, of various frequencies and signals coming to a point there. But yeah, the periphery of my eyes will start to blacken, and then I start to tilt off to the right. And if I stay in that area too long, I'd probably end up passing out.
That has been happening to me in my damn house ever since they put in a smart meter outside my bedroom
Oh shit!
like a
Yeah,
year ago. And
Oh,
then
you got
this
to get
year,
rid of that sucker.
yeah, right. Well, it's going to cost me $20 a month to
No,
do it. That's how that
no,
works.
no, this is what you do. There are different ways to do that. People have
Because you
done
have
that
to
all
pay
different ways.
them to come out manually and do it. But let me
No,
finish. Now I have one for my water, and that is also under the floor of my bedroom.
holy jeez! Cover it with
I
So now
wouldn't be
I'm
tinfoil.
getting
sleeping
hit
in
with
there.
two of them. And I could be standing here and right now have a swoop-de-doo happen in my head like he just said. And I feel like I could just get thrown in the floor. I
Yep,
got to hang on for dear life.
that's what it is, hon. Yeah, it's happening to me more often too.
Yes. But what
I've
were you
been
going to
having
say?
that happen for a long time, though, guys. That's one of the reasons I need a
It
rollator.
never happened to me
Yeah,
before. Yeah.
I need a rollator because I can take a nosedive
yeah,
if I'm
Yeah.
yeah.
not really
Yeah,
careful.
you got to get out of the
Yes.
area, remove yourself from the area when that happens, and hopefully you get
But
to an
Paula,
area that's better.
you can wrap it with something. There's material you can wrap it with.
That
Yeah,
can
they got
work,
to-
but the problem with that too can be that what they'll end up doing maybe is sending out a stronger signal.
The other ones like got styrofoam around it for the water. They've got styrofoam around the one that they put on
Styrofoam
the
magnifies things.
damn
It amplifies.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Styrofoam actually amplifies noises. That's why it squeaks. That squeak when it, that's
yeah,
because it amplifies.
it's a great
Oh,
resonator.
that's terrible.
Yes.
No, you
Yes.
need to do something about okay, there's got to be a
I'm
fix for
going
it.
to. When they
Yeah.
kill me, I'm going to eat them. I'm going to. I'm coming.
See, I live in a building where I can't help it. There are smart meters. That's why I have so much grounding equipment here. Okay. The other thing you can do is get yourself earthing equipment
Yeah,
like I have.
yeah,
I have my earthing pillowcase right here.
yeah.
I have my Q-Link. I have right now I put this on. I feel a lot better since I put this on. This is copper. This is copper wire wrap, but it's gold clad. It's gold clad copper wire
There's
on
a
there.
grounding device that I use.
Yeah.
just on a
This
necklace.
is mine right here. It's a grounding pillowcase.
Oh
You
yeah,
plug it into the ground of the electrical system.
yeah.
Wow.
I have a wire in my um, negative ground in the ground, and I wrapped a loop around the bottom of my bed.
In fact, I should be holding it because I'm not wearing my
There's my
Q
Q
link.
link. Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
So you can get a Q link. You can get it. It helps.
yeah.
It won't 100% block out everything, but it will help a lot. Like right now, holding my pillow is helping. When I put on this necklace, it helped somewhat.
My shirt is
The
lined with
copper.
silver. This is a
Yeah,
silver lined
yeah.
shirt.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
You can get copper and silver impregnated if you get any. Most of the zinc works. You can get
yeah,
copper, zinc,
yeah.
too. Stuff. You can get mylar types of mylar. This has a certain kind of carbon fiber in it that does it. It's there's all kinds. It's called EMF. Just look up EMF products. I
hmm
have some. You can even just get a grounding bracelet that they use for working on electronics.
Yeah, I'm thinking of trying anti-static shoes as well.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I
I'm
think that's
thinking
kind of probably work best for me is, yeah. Um, I don't really like things hanging from my neck or my fingers or my wrists or anything, but clothes and shoes. Yeah.
hmm Yeah, I haven't tried the anti-static shoes to see if they have
Oh,
an effect,
really?
but
It's like
they
that
should.
too.
I made myself a poncho, but it disappeared.
Oh,
It
What?
disappeared. My poncho made out of silver impregnated material disappeared.
the aliens took it.
I'm like, where in the fuck did that? I worked on that thing. Then I was making one for Max, and then a bunch of stuff happened. The material disappeared.
Oh,
I'm
jeez.
like, what the hell?
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
that's
no.
you bought the
Then
good
I
stuff
found some
too.
of the material, but it wasn't enough to make a poncho with.
Huh.
Right.
Yeah, you
Wow.
bought the good stuff, the silver.
Yeah, I did.
That's
It'd be
a
worth a
Oh,
fortune now,
yeah.
probably.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I don't know how much it'd be now.
I bought 5 meters for my wife. It was about $300 to $500. I can't remember exactly now.
Oh
yeah.
shit!
That was in the beginning before the
Yeah.
prices of everything went
Oh
sky
yeah,
high.
that was a couple of years ago. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I can
Oh,
afford it, I'm going to have to get me something because they're definitely
Yeah.
trying to kill me.
Now I bought it for her
they're trying
back
to kill us
before she
all, honey.
understood what was going on, but she knew that helped her get a better sleep. So, you know.
Me too, Mark. Me too. Yeah, I was forced to. What was I talking about? We're being forced to find these things out. If we weren't put under this pressure, we wouldn't have turned into diamonds, I guess,
Yeah.
because
Yes,
we were put
under
under a certain
pressure.
amount of
Yes,
pressure.
Mm.
yes. You can't become a diamond without pressure. And I do believe
I was
that
GameStop.
everything happens for a reason and nothing happens by chance. So I think it is also an opportunity for us to kick it up a notch and step into our power more and more and more.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was having a thought a minute ago too, when you guys were talking about the silver lined clothes, is in all the movies, they usually show aliens when they're wearing clothes anyway, and they're usually wearing silver clothes.
That's true. Yeah.
That's true. And let me tell you
Silver
something. Being
jumpsuits.
a
Yeah.
clothing and textile major, I will tell you that if you look at the old clothing, at the really old, what the rich people wore, had wires of gold and silver in them.
Yeah.
Most of them, especially the hats, had gold, and the coats and everything. They had these heavy coats, the Tartarian clothing,
Yeah.
and the old Chinese imperial clothing. I got to see some of that close up. There was wires in all of it. There's gold and silver wire all through it in different patterns.
Oh, really? And did you know
Uh-huh.
Tartarian? Tartarian is also Atlantean. It's the same
Exactly.
thing.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
So
To get
exactly.
into the holy of holies, you had to dress up in a garb that was basically an insulator.
Exactly.
Yes,
From
because
head
of the
to
Or you
toe, you
could
had
radiation.
die.
to, yeah, or
Yeah.
you'd die.
You drop the fuck dead. That's right.
They'd kill you. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
See, now that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they knew that all the way back, and they've known this. They're doing this is a rerun. They're trying to kill us all over again,
Hmm.
and it's not going to work this time either because
They
some of
want
us
to
are
kill us
survived.
before we finish the mission that we came here to finish, which
Right.
is the birth chart information. My astrologer told me they shot me last time. They execution style shot my ass last time, and they did it so I couldn't finish my mission. And she said, so you got to do everything that you can now to stay alive and finish your mission. But she
That's what
said,
I got.
it's also in my birth chart that I will be so-called redeemed in this life. So I do believe that before they kill me, I will finish my mission. But I want to add that I blew her mind when she told me that they killed me execution style by riddling my body with bullets. That to this day, I still feel that. While I'm awake, I'll have these aches and pains that they used to call growing pains as a child, but I'm still having them, and the doctors cannot figure it out. But the most mind blowing part is that I used to dream when I was a child about being riddled with bullets, and I can tell you what it feels like. It burns like hell,
Yeah.
like you're being drilled repeatedly with white hot pokers that, penetrate your skin and go deep into your body. And then your body goes into shock and it goes numb.
Mm-hmm.
She did not know about that dream or these
Mm-hmm.
pains I still suffer today until after she told me that. Yeah.
Hi, Jason. So Jason's in the house. Gotta watch out. I know that. Yeah, that darn clap burn. What is the
It
sound of one
burns.
Scotty clapping? Okay, never mind. That was a really bad joke.
Yes.
There ain't no clapping going on. She's got the jack. That's another thing. Jack in apparently in some places Jack means Sif. So
Means what?
yeah, she is like syphilis.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jack?
And somebody's got the Jack. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Never
Really?
knew
she's
that
got
one.
STD. They've got STD.
Wow.
So
So
what
what
is
do
it?
you know about
Jack and
egg?
Coke? It must sound pretty funny to them when we order Jack and Coke, right?
Right?
Yeah. Do you
It
know
sounds like a
anything
recipe
about
for
egg?
disaster. What?
Do you know anything about egg?
EK?
Egg, EGG.
Yeah.
And we have Jack in the box. So we have clap in the box.
What is the
Yes.
clapper? Clap on, clap on, the clapper.
I had another.
What about the egg? What about the egg? What about
I
egg?
had another weird thing happen to me before or after the failed abduction. And it was when I woke up out of bed, I sat up, turned, put my feet on the floor, and stood up. And just as my feet hit the floor and I was standing up, just as I got fully erect out of bed, I said egg out loud. And I'm
Egg.
still trying to. Now I know that they call the universe an egg or the world egg, the earth an egg. Did I lose my last egg that day because, my tubes have been tied for a long time? I don't know. But I mean, is there anything else that you could possibly think of
I've been
that could?
suggesting eggs for people in NAC to help with the shedding, but I don't think that has any relevancy.
Really? Eating eggs? You know what? I eat duck eggs.
Eggs and NAC.
Eggs and what?
NAC. It's
What's that?
it's an amino acid. It's just the short form is NAC.
Uh, because I've been eating duck eggs because I can get them $6 a dozen, and they're like twice to three times as big as a hen egg.
Do you remember when they
They're
went after
huge.
eggs? Do you remember when they went after egg farmers?
Yep,
Right.
that's when I started eating duck eggs.
There's a reason for that. They also went
Oh
after
yeah.
a company in Canada that produced ivermectin.
Mm-hmm.
They killed the two owners of that company. There's a movie coming out about that. I can't remember what it's called though.
I believe it because that is why I've started eating almost exclusively duck eggs because they haven't gotten to the ducks yet. Let's hope they never do.
Get some NAC. It's really cheap.
NAC.
Yep.
Like the initials N, A, and C.
Yep.
NAC.
NAC. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll look it up on. Can you find it on Amazon?
Yeah, easily. You can find it everywhere. It's cheap too. It's very cheap. You were calling about them attacking the skin this fall, and along with the skin will also be the eyes, nose, and respiratory system.
Yeah, I
NAC
think so.
will really help with that, and the protein from eggs.
Cool.
Yeah.
20 plus for 5 dozen? What? Jeez, Scotty. Yeah,
Right.
it costs $6 for a dozen of duck eggs, but the duck eggs are huge.
Yes.
Yeah, I pay $5 for a dozen eggs from the farm. Well, $4.50.
Gee.
Regular eggs?
Yeah, they're
regular eggs are that much now.
yeah. Well, they're free range. They get scraps and feed and bugs, and that's about it.
Yeah, I go to the farmer to get my eggs now. Every chance I get, or I buy organic eggs, but organic free range. But I found out free range isn't really free range.
Not really. It's better if you know the grower. My
If
grower
it's through a corporation, it's not free range.
My grower plays Mozart for them and has disco lights.
They just say that so they can charge more. Oh, that's awesome.
Apparently, birds like music and disco lights.
Heck yeah.
So
I don't know, Jason, but I hear that ducks are down. I don't know. Jason's asking how much a duck costs. I don't know. We got them. We got geese out here. I bet geese eggs are good.
You can buy
Wish I could find some geese eggs. That'd be goose eggs. They're really huge. I've seen those. Those suckers.
You dare let a goose catch you stealing their egg, they'll peck you to death.
Oh, they'll hurt you.
Let's go for ostrich. Might as well
go all not?
The way, right?
The ostrich will peck you to death too. Shit.
Yeah, they got big ass eggs though.
They could strangle you with their neck, man.
I mean, you can crack one of these duck eggs, and you got a 3-egg omelet, basically.
Yeah. My wife has a hard time. She doesn't mind it, but she mentioned the flavor, that there's a lot more flavor with the farm eggs. Like they are.
Yes, they're richer.
The store-bought eggs have almost no flavor. It's amazing.
They're so bland.
Yeah, and you know what? They're not. There's the yolk is different.
Yeah.
I noticed that the yolk on
the flavor sticks with you too. Like I've noticed after I eat them, the flavor sticks with me for like days. But I mean on a regular basis now. So
do you guys know they're making fake eggs in China?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're
Fake
making
meat.
fake eggs, and they're not, yeah, it's disgusting.
And it makes a lot of pollution. And
Ugh.
and the pollution
Oh.
is bad enough that it can kill people. And
Yeah.
what do you want to bet that they'll start with that and then they'll have accidents, just like they had the E. coli accidents.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, we had an accident.
Yeah.
Bunch of
Mm-hmm.
people died. It was an accident.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
And
They
very
always
hard
accidentally
to
do
on
that,
learn.
right?
purpose.
It's not hard to figure out how to poison things, is it? Like they're not very creative, you know.
No, they're not.
You know.
No, they're not. No, not at all. Because they think they're going to keep getting away with this, and they're wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not. Uh,
Well, Bill had to shut down his what was it? One a few of his factories for that. What is it? Beyond Meat or whatever.
Billy
No,
Boy.
nobody wants it.
Um,
Nobody wants that crap. Nobody
Nobody
No,
wants
wants
his
to
good.
serve
bugs.
it. It'll
Nobody wants
sit
his
there
bugs.
and rot and end up in a landfill. Yeah.
Yep.
I hope it does.
I will eat wild shit from my yard or the park next door before I will eat their fake meat.
Yep. There's
Interesting you
plenty to
should
eat.
say that because I just got a hold of one of my favorite plants, purslane, and it turns out that stuff will grow like nobody's business indoors
Yes.
too.
Yes.
And I am growing purslane. I'm going to grow it all over the place.
Yeah.
And I
Yes.
found I can even put it in my fish tanks to decorate my
Yes.
fish tanks, and it grows just fine as an
Oh
aquatic
wow.
plant.
Yes.
Cool.
And the fish tank will water and give it, of course, um, nutrients from the fish.
Yes.
So I am going to grow a whole bunch of.
You could
Uh,
put it in salads.
yeah, well, you can saute it, steam it, put it in salads, put it in a smoothie, and do all kinds of things with it.
Well, my advice is to eat it while it's alive. Don't kill it with heat. And I would become a vegetarian long before I would eat that fake meat too.
Well, that sounds
Because
really good.
it has occurred to me because of reason and logic that if we eat death, we're going to take in death. But if we eat life, we're going to take in life.
Does that mean we should eat all our life? We should become live feeders?
Well,
Cow
not
is
live
not gonna,
meat.
those
Not
cows are
I don't
not gonna
mean
like
live
it.
meat. I
I'm
mean
sorry.
fruits and
I can't help
vegetables.
it. I think well, no, come on now. We can do it. You
But
know,
you can't
Do
eat
it.
live meat
if we
without
eat
killing the
the
creature.
bugs, we can eat them live. We could probably get them down and have some nice gach,
And I am
right?
certainly never going to eat any damn bugs. Nope. Mm-mm.
No.
That's funny. We eat life, eat death. You know what? I hate to tell you, but when you're eating it, you're killing it. You're
Well, but
killing
you're
that woman.
still eating it while it's still alive, and therefore you're bringing life
I'm
into your
sure that
body.
there are some vegetables that are really taking offense to that.
Well,
Yeah.
since everything knows it exists, yes,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
but I know what you mean. Yes, I get your jokes. I
There
get
was,
it. I
there
get it.
was this song a long time ago, and I can't remember the whole thing, but it has the chorus is, "I've heard the screams of the vegetables, watching their skins being peeled,
Oh,
sliced up and served in a salad bar. How do you think that feels?"
Wow, I've never heard that before. Wow.
And I don't remember. I can't find it. If anybody finds this, I want to hear this song. I want this, but I can't remember where I heard it. It was of course, a comedy song. It was on maybe a
Yeah.
comedy show or
It might have
something.
just been, yeah, some comedian. Yeah.
Yeah, I was probably a comedian singing
that's
it.
Yeah.
What, the ocean? Somebody said there's a reason you eat and seaweed. Is there a reason? Yeah, I like seaweed.
I don't, apparently.
I like seaweed.
Got iodine, lots of iodine in it, so that's good for you. Usually lots of vitamin C and lots of
wasabi
iron.
and sesame. Yes, I
Seaweed
love.
munchies, yeah, they're good
I really love wasabi.
if they're salty enough. I like them really salty.
Yeah, yeah, I love seaweed. I have gotten a taste for it. And I don't know, maybe it's just like an instinct saying, you need seaweed, bitch. But maybe I need the iodine, maybe I need there's a lot of nutrients in seaweed.
Yeah.
But
I tried it, didn't like it.
I I don't know why there's some kind of a craving that it satisfies.
I went through a sushi phase making sushi, so I got all the wraps and all that. I like to eat them on their own too. They're really good.
Why did the possum cross the street? Michelle Cannon Pre saw a possum cross the street. Is that the new chicken joke?
Well, it's the same answer. It's to get to the other side. Hi, Michelle.
Well, you know what? That's a funny thing because honestly, when I saw the little skunks come out and in front of me as I'm sitting in my courtyard in the middle of the night, and the little skunks come out and they start playing and they start mating and doing their little mating dance. And right in front of me, they do their little mating dance, which is actually cute. Because they when they hook up, then they spin around and around and around and around and around, like a little whirlpool.
Mm.
And then they come apart and they're all dizzy and they walk all silly and then they get back together again and spin around again. And I'm watching this and I'm going, did they trust me so much that they're not even afraid of me? They're going to do this like right in front of me, like they want me to see them. You little perverts. But if like they want me, it was so cute though. It was like it's the cutest little mating dance you ever saw.
Look what I can do. I always think of that Stewie character. Look what I can do.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like for some reason they just felt so comfy. So I'm like, okay, one of them was trying to come up to me to be petted one time, but I knew that if my cat saw it, she would scare it and I'd probably get sprayed. So they really wanted to be maybe a pet really bad, but I couldn't do it. They would never let me have that kind of a pet in that place. I would never have been able to explain that I have a skunk as a pet. You know, but they're friendly. A lot of things like that are friendly. Possums are actually can make pets too. I mean, my cat had a possum friend. He used to hang around up in a tree with a possum. They'd just sit and stare at each other, probably mind speaking, talking over the day.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night, they'd sit there and stare at each other on a tree limb in the old cherry tree. But no, really, seriously, you got to realize that nature is. I think really, we can probably find everything we need in nature if they'll only let us have it. If they're trying to convince me that something is a noxious weed and we should kill it, like plantain is still considered by many people to be a weed. Comfrey, one of the most healing plants in the world, is considered a noxious weed. But I'll tell you, it's one of the most healing things in the world. It can take away pain. It can make you heal much quicker. It can make you heal like 3 or 4 times as fast as you normally heal up. And they want to call it a noxious weed. They want us to get rid of it. So, it's like, but I think really we have the answers. We've been given all the answers. We just need to be allowed to have them. But you know what? I think they also know what the answers are too.
Oh, they do.
and they try to deny it.
Yeah.
You know, like they know that seaweed helps things,
Yeah.
and or they know, if well, that's just another thing too. I don't have any problems with rice, although I can't eat gluten. I don't have a problem with rice. It doesn't have gluten. Most of the world eats rice. We don't eat as much rice as most countries. Seems to be aimed mostly at European and American, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
It's mostly us that they're trying to
Yeah,
get. This
it
gives
is
me a finding.
the
Yes.
states especially. Your
Well,
food supply is severely infiltrated with corn syrup and high fructose and sugar. Yeah,
Hey,
everything that
Bomber.
you guys eat has been bombed. Hi, Bomber.
Yeah. Project Skyfalls came in too. Hey, Project. Yeah, honestly, we're being inundated with it. Other countries won't allow it.
Yeah.
You tell him, cowboy. He says I won't allow it.
Oh, he's on the
No,
move.
sir.
Got
No, sir.
patches just like
Cowboy
my
will not
Chloe.
allow it. He says, nope, don't poison my mom. I need her. She
right.
feeds me and rubs my
Right.
belly.
Right.
So, no, he gets good food too. He was really chunkula when I got him. He was being fed not good food. And all I did was change his food to a mostly meat, pretty clean food.
Yeah.
And he's lost weight, gotten much healthier. He's a much healthier cat. So they're poisoning our animals too.
Yeah.
Make no mistake about
Yes.
that. They want to
They
get
are.
us. They want to get our animals. They want us all gone.
Project
Well,
Skyfalls. Rice is very much like flour or wheat, right? You can get brown rice that'll have the husk still on it, or you can get white rice that'll be fiberless. So it's like the same as a wheat, right? So you want to use something that's got a husk to it still. Brown rice is usually better.
Well, that's what they say. But, then I've also heard that brown rice, that the husk is not necessarily better because it can actually scratch the inside of your colon and give you leaky bowel.
Oh, neat. Never heard that one before.
Yeah, I don't
Possible.
know.
Yeah, could be.
I know that I feel better if I eat rice, though. If
Yeah,
I'm
I
having
do like rice.
if I'm having problems, if I'm like, say, okay, I'll be indelicate here and say, what if I got the runs? If I eat rice, it seems to help correct that. There's all
my
kinds of,
sister was like a nurse's aide, and the reason that helps is because rice is so absorbent.
that's what I figure.
Yeah.
Until you get and it's also maybe providing some kind of prebiotic for your gut bacteria, your gut flora or something.
Yeah,
Jason
and I
says
call it runny butt.
Yeah.
Runny butt.
Or bad
It's
butt
cute.
or bubble gut or
yeah, it could help clear out toxins because of its absorbency.
I keep getting,
Exactly.
yeah, I keep getting that it's really absorbing a lot as it goes through.
Mm.
So maybe we're really eating the wrong doggone stuff. Maybe we need to really eat more rice, folks. Maybe that would
It
help
probably
us.
will be as expensive as everything's getting. We'll be eating like the African children's.
Well,
I gotta.
here's the thing, though. You know what? Japan was bombed, radioactive, everything. But what do they mostly eat? They eat seaweed and rice
Uh-huh.
and fish. A
Yep.
lot of fish, a lot of iodine. Okay, so they've recovered. Really, they should be. I mean, from that Fukushima stuff, they
Mhm.
should be all dead by now, but they're not.
Right.
Okay, so I gotta think. Maybe there is something to this. Maybe eating seaweed and rice is something we got to consider, folks. I don't know. What do you think?
Rice is cheap if you buy it in a big bag.
That's right.
Yes.
At least it isn't
Yep.
right now. So
Right.
getting more
Yeah.
expensive as the days go on.
Well, I think if I'm remembering correctly, rice is probably gonna go away. Like they're gonna quit even
Yeah, they are
selling it.
attacking the rice fields now.
That's right.
Well, yeah, they're planting it on top of cotton fields, which where arsenic was used. So there was for a while a problem with arsenic in the rice.
Well, they're using the
So
CO2 emissions for it right now. They also want to bury the forests, chop down the forests and bury them. They're really coming up with some great ideas recently.
oh my God.
Like these people have just gone back crap fucking crazy.
Bat shit crazy. Yes, I'll fucking say it.
Yeah.
That is bad shit nuts. Holy cow. Yeah, I can still get rice pretty darn cheap here.
Yeah.
And I do get basmati, yeah. And I do rinse it real well.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you rinse it, Emmett.
Yeah, and I always boil it in a lot of water. I
Yeah,
find
you boil it.
a lot of them will tell you to evaporate the water and fluff it up after. I cook it straight in the water so that the heavy metals and stuff and toxins do come out.
You know what I'm getting? I'm getting a ionic vegetable washer.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting one. I'm getting one, and I'm gonna use that sucker and see. I'll tell you the results
Nice.
Nice.
because I'm trying some of these things. Like I tried the hydrogen water. I really like the hydrogen water maker.
Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
hold of one of those. I am gonna try the vegetable washer. I have a feeling I'm gonna really like that. Oh, I was gonna tell. Oh yeah, purslane. My gosh, it's very prolific.
Mhm.
And it's really good in a lot of stuff. I would recommend if you want a plant to help you avoid being hungry, maybe, to hedge your bets, to give you some kind of try growing purslane. I mean, it's grown really well indoors and it has many seeds. It has I was like, why is it? I rinsed it. Why is there all this black stuff in there? It was the seeds. I mean, lots of very teeny tiny seeds, but
Is it
very,
like
very
mustard?
tiny, like
Because
pepper.
I eat mustard greens. Those are
Oh,
really,
mustard greens are great.
yeah, they grow really fast too.
Mustard greens are great. Yeah, there are some things that
Yeah.
really grow easily inside. I had no idea purslane grew this well inside the house in a container, but
I
it's
never
grown
knew.
like crazy in a container. So it's very nutritious. So I can recommend that one. If you have others, please speak of them.
What's it taste like?
Oh, it tastes like a green.
Okay.
It's a green. It doesn't. It's a little. People say it reminds them a little bit maybe of clover or something, but actually, if you saute it with garlic, it's delish.
Okay.
Or
Mustard's
steam
got
it
a
with
little bit of
garlic
like
and butter.
almost a radish flavor out of a mustard seed.
I like beet greens.
Very faint.
I like beet greens. I like beets and beet greens, and I love Polish beets with the horseradish and sour cream. Those are so good. But I'm trying to grow beets now from a beet top. I'm trying to grow beets, and I had some of those yams. What are those yams that are yellow inside? Are they like Vietnamese or Japanese or something that are supposed to be so good for you?
From a beet top, you would have to
Not a
use the
beet.
bottom. You mean the bottom because that's where the roots are.
No, it's like okay, you take a beet
Yeah, it's
and
like a
right where
carrot.
the top is and where the top comes off, where you're cutting, you're not okay, the top off of the root,
Yeah.
where the stalks come out.
Yeah, like a carrot. When you were a kid, you put a carrot and cut a carrot off with some of the greens, put it in water, and it
Yeah,
would grow. Same idea.
right, right. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try and
where
grow
the roots are.
Yeah,
beets.
that'll work. You only need a little piece of the root, and it'll grow.
Yeah, it's like potatoes. You can grow potatoes from one potato. You can grow a bunch of potatoes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
The
can't
eyes.
find blue and purple potatoes anymore. They were really popular for a while. Now I can't find them, and I wanted to start growing them in my house.
Of course.
I can't find them. They have a very high nutrition profile and are supposed to help with
That's why they
fibromyalgia,
keep.
but I can't find them. So
That's
it
why they
must be
keep
really
them.
good.
Exactly.
They must be really, really good, or I would be able to find them. But yeah, there's a plant called plantain too. Yeah. Well, I've had that. That's easy to find. I particularly like the narrow leaf plantain in salads. It's really good in salads. Doesn't have a lot of flavor, but it's kind of crisp and light. It's nice. Um, there's a lot of things out there that you know what? All of this was brought over as food. I've said this a million times on this show. It's all been brought over as food. Plantain was brought over, both kinds, or all three kinds. I guess there's three kinds. Dandelions, coltsfoot, purslane, all of these were brought over as food. Comfrey, all of them. You know, they'll try to tell you how bad why in the hell? This is what I'd like to know. It should be, if we were smart, we would only plant food crops because you can have some very decorative ones. I mean, like, there are certain types of cabbage. I mean, red cabbage is beautiful.
And fruit trees.
Fruit trees, fruit bushes.
Red onions.
Yeah, red onions are gorgeous. There's different kinds of plants that are actually really beautiful. Why the hell are we wasting any kind of water and soil and
Money,
energy?
money, money.
Yeah.
Money,
And you know
money.
what? They get mad at you if you try to grow something you can eat.
Yep.
They're like, "Why are you grow? You can't
Well, you're
grow
not
that."
buying. You're not buying that at a store. What's wrong with you?
It's like I would prefer to grow something I can eat. What good is it? What good is it to grow all this poisonous decorative stuff? You know, bullshit. What am I bothering? Yeah, but
Exactly.
they'll water it, you know, when water is very expensive in Kent. And you know, they'll spend a lot of money watering crap and it's like
Yep.
you know, your food bill would be a lot cheaper if you just use that to grow food.
Yeah, we have very pretty gardens in the medians on the road, all over the place. They spend must be millions on it every year.
Really?
Yep, for
They
flowers you can't eat. Mm,
shoot.
yeah,
What is the point of that?
yep, and they change them a couple times a year.
Ah, the green bananas, Scotty boy.
So yeah, just a complete waste of taxpayer money. It does look nice, but no use for it really. And they could do it with edibles. And they've ripped out all the fruit trees, replaced them with firs or maples.
You know
Nothing
what
needs.
they did here? They cut the fronds up so high on the mulberry. We had these old mulberry trees, really old. The fronds grew all the way to the ground, and you could pick mulberries this big off of these.
Wow.
This freaking big, like my finger,
Wow.
like, and I'm like, holy crap. And what they did was they cut the bottom fronds off and let that freaking
Uh,
ivy grow up them,
oh,
which is which kills them.
yeah.
It's so decorative, but it kills them. I
Yes.
was thinking of doing a little guerrilla gardening, going in there and sprinkling salt all around the roots because it won't kill the trees. They're too big, but it will kill that freaking ivy.
Well, you can chop the
Yes.
ivy around the tree if you go around the tree and clip it all.
Clip
Yeah.
it and
Yeah.
then salt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Go with
Just,
some clippers and clip it, and the
you
top
know, if
part
I
will
could
die.
sneak in there and clip it all so that it can't.
Yeah.
Then while it's open, salt it.
That'll hurt the tree though.
Yeah, well, you can probably
Well, you could
Um,
just like put it at the end, like lick your finger, get salt on it, and stick it on the ends that you clipped that
Oh
are
yeah,
still.
yeah. I see
yeah,
what you mean.
just be
Yeah.
careful. Or here's the other alternative: make some brine in a spray bottle.
Yes, that's brilliant. Yes, yes.
Then just spray it on that, just the
Just the
brine.
leaves, because it won't be a lot of salt that way. Yeah.
Because I was thinking, doggone, do you know how much fruit those trees would produce? They're huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those trees would produce enough berries. They're mulberry trees. They would produce enough berries to make 5,000 pies, feed the whole frickin' town.
I grew up in a mulberry tree across the street from me.
You
Whenever
grew
I
up in
was
a mulberry
hungry.
tree? That's very
I
creative.
grew up in a mulberry tree. God dang it, I did. I did. The neighbors had one. We were friends with the neighbors. And
Yeah.
whenever I was hungry, I'd climb that sucker, get comfortable. I had a favorite branch that was the most comfortable. I'd camp out and just eat from the tree and talk
Hmm.
with my friends. Or if I was alone, I would just daydream while I ate them. I'd get all purple.
My parents
Yeah,
grew
I
stuff in the
think
garden I could eat, so I
that
always had.
may be why purple is my favorite color. I loved mulberries and black plums.
Hmm.
And
The
there was
dark,
also a black plum tree on the way home from school
the
that I
dark
loved.
color is good for you. The darker fruits, they're much
Yeah.
better for you.
Yes.
Yeah, they were talking. Yeah, who was saying the carrots are purple? I got some rainbow carrot. You know what? I'm going to get some organic rainbow carrots and daggone, I'm going to grow my own damn carrots.
I've got some rainbow carrot seeds too.
Good stuff.
I'm
And
going to
you
grow my
know,
own damn.
I know I just advised people to eat the fruit while it's still alive, but and vegetables, but grilled vegetables is delicious. And I'm gonna grill my rainbow carrots. Oh yes, with some roasted vegetable seasonings. Oh my lord.
Yeah. I do agree.
Mm-hmm.
Fresh salad's better than an old soggy one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to say, yeah, fresh vegetables.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
I do have to say, in defense of meat, there are people who have cured all of their ills by going strict vegan, but there are also people who have cured all their ills by going strict carnivore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are
Depends on
people who
what's
have been
wrong with you.
carnivore for 30 years and they're healthier than ever. So
Yeah.
it
Mhm.
depends. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not saying one of them's better, one of them's worse, but I'm thinking they're,
All life lives on other life. That's the way it goes. It's the
yeah,
nature.
well, if you're trying to not kill something, and I know this Buddhist idea that I don't want to do any harm, I don't want to cause karma, I don't want to kill anything. I hate to tell you this. Every day, you're killing millions, billions, billions of lives. Billions of lives are dying to keep you alive in the form of bacteria.
True. That is true.
Yeah.
Your
So
Everybody's
body
don't
is
don't
younger.
brush your
constantly.
teeth. You're killing bacteria.
Brush your teeth.
That's
You take
right.
a shower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't take a bath. Don't
Yeah.
use soap. Don't
Yeah.
you dare. I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous. I
Yeah.
finally managed to get this home to my helper who wanted to go vegan. She didn't want to hurt any. And she kept trying to guilt me over animals. And it's like hurting animals. It's like, darling, you can't get by without killing. Do you know deer will eat meat at certain times?
Yeah.
Cows eat maybe a pound and a half, 2 pounds of animal protein every day because of the thrips and aphids and sometimes small frogs and other things that are in that grass they eat.
Yeah.
They even don't get off. I mean, there are no true
They've proven that
herbivores.
vegetables and grasses and that they don't like being eaten. It's an assault on them. They
Right.
don't
They
like it.
they don't particularly like being eaten. I
No.
mean, they have lectins to keep you from eating them.
Yeah.
That's why they have lectins, plant lectins. So
Right.
you cannot tell me that plants don't mind it. We know that plants have a kind of a consciousness, even though it's not like ours. And we know that they must mind it or they wouldn't have grown lectins. So there is no, moral high ground here. If you're living, unless you're a breatharian, you're going to have to destroy something just to live.
You're
And
breathing in microbes.
even if you are a breatharian, your body is going to be killing all kinds of foreign bacteria. You can't get off in this realm without killing a whole bunch of stuff to live. There's no way to do it. You can't do it, right? And not right now. So all these people that are trying to keep themselves so free of germs and killing everything off, you're killing off your own gut microbes.
And when you do that, you're killing your immune system.
You're killing your immune system.
Yeah.
Your immune system is in your gut.
Yes. And if it's not happy, you're not happy.
And if it's not happy, oh, you're not happy.
That's right. If your
Yes.
gut ain't happy, you ain't happy.
That's true story
As a
right
matter
there.
of fact, I think it's very, very literal.
Literally. Yes.
Yeah.
I think really people are unhappy because their guts are unhappy. A lot of
Yeah, they're
times.
either constipated or running to the toilet all the time.
Well,
Some
even
people have
more than
noticed
that.
great effects with autistic children and gut biome.
Yes.
That's showing
Wow.
some promise with some children.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes. But here's another thing. Say you're an empath, okay? A lot of us are. Their lives in your gut, you're carrying, you're more bacteria than you are you. Okay? Your body's more bacteria than it is your body. Okay? And we could not do anything without those bacteria. All of our processes rely on bacterial interaction.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay? And they're even saying now that quite possibly all our body is a collection of cooperative bacteria, really, because all of our organs kind of act like that too. They all have different, but they're symbiotic bacteria. Maybe that's how the body was formed. But here's the thing. If you're an empath and your gut biome is unhappy, could you be picking up on how they're feeling?
Huh.
Yeah.
That is a thought.
Yeah.
Being an
They would be
empath,
generating a field in your field.
Exactly.
Yes.
They're in your field. If
Yeah.
they're fighting a war all the time,
Mm-hmm.
being poisoned,
Yes.
how are you going to feel?
Right.
I know. It's mind-boggling. It's like, wait a
Unintended.
minute. Could that be?
Yes.
Yeah, well, good.
You should feel like shit, pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah. And each one
Yeah.
of them would have their own consciousness, their own
Or even if they have a
emanations.
collective one, even if they have a group one,
Yeah.
you'd feel it.
Yep.
Maybe
So-
that's what all the grumbling and gurring is.
Yeah.
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 That's what I wonder. I sometimes wonder because honestly, when I drink something like
Sometimes it
kefir,
sounds like there's a war in there.
yes,
Yes.
maybe there is.
And there probably is a war going on in there.
When I drink something good for me like kefir that has the positive bacteria, I actually feel better. I'm actually happier.
Yeah.
I'm actually like, oh, I feel good now. I am actually happier.
Yeah.
What if it's because they're happier?
Sugar's
Right.
bad for that too. Sugar can put
Yeah,
you in
sugar
such
bad.
a bad mood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Sugar bad.
yeah.
Well, I don't think a little bit of organic, real cane, unprocessed cane is bad, but a lot of it, yeah, is not good. I think if
Yeah,
you're going to get
if
sweet,
it's refined sugar, it's definitely
refined sugar is bad. Yes,
yes.
100%.
Yeah, that's what I sure said. Yes. Refined sugar is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, refined sugar is just bad. Refined
Yeah, it's
salt
hard to
is
find.
bad.
It's hard to find good
Yeah.
raw cane sugar though, but it is out there.
It is. It
Yep.
is out there. It's available. And really, you can get a lot of sweet from, my sweet is mostly coming from fruit now. I
Yeah.
find that dates are like candy now to me.
You can
I
use
keep
them
a
as
bag of
sugar
those.
in baking. If you mill them up,
Hmm.
they work just like sugar.
Yeah,
They're
they're
very
really,
sweet.
really good.
Yeah. So you make like a date loaf, but you
Mhm.
grind up the dates so they're just pulverized, and
Mhm.
that'll act as sugar. I use a lot of honey now.
Mhm.
You know.
Okay,
Honey
you
is
guys made me remember a recipe that you guys might appreciate.
Hmm.
Does anybody like cream cheese frosted spice cake or carrot cake?
oh yes.
Never had.
Ripen 2 bananas really well and then use, see, one less egg when you
Hmm.
make it, and maybe even a little less water. And then you're going to be in heaven when you blend those bananas in there with that spice cake and then frost it with some cream cheese frosting.
So you're using the bananas for the sweetening, right?
Well,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
substitute
Yeah.
banana, yeah. You can substitute,
Cool.
there's various things you can substitute bananas for. Usually an egg is
You know,
what you substitute a banana for.
they've
Hmm.
said you can use applesauce. And I was like, well, if you can use applesauce, I can use bananas.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
You can use
No,
applesauce, you can use bananas.
it's delicious.
I can't. I don't do the G anymore. I don't do the gluten
Coconut.
anymore.
Yeah. Coconut sugar. I don't know if that's good or not.
So,
You
Michelle
can
said
well,
it
really
is.
make,
I've used the coconut flour.
Hmm.
I've got potato flour. I've got rice flour.
yeah,
I've
rice flour. You could
spelt.
make it
I've got
with rice
spelt.
flour.
I've used it all together to
Ever
make
tried coconut sugar?
coconut sugar. I haven't got yet,
No. Okay.
but that's on the list of things to try when I get a chance.
Yeah, Michelle suggests it.
But they say if John's around, food doesn't. If food comes, yeah. Well, and you know what? In this chat, food comes up.
It does.
We do food chat all the time. Haven't
Foodies.
had. You know what? But here's another thing I find that anytime I can have, even when I'm not feeling well, if I'm not feeling well and I can't find anything that I want, I can eat Chinese food. I mean, like I can eat beef broccoli or something,
Hmm.
or chop suey or something. I can have that with rice. I'm
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I love those bean sprouts. Those are awesome.
Yeah, somehow I can have Chinese food. Isn't that bizarre? But I know a Chinese place where you can watch them cook and they don't use MSG. So it's all mostly just vegetables and meat.
Hannah Yoris.
Huh?
Hannah Yoris. We got a Hannah Yoris where you can watch them cook.
No, this is a family. Ming Ching, this family.
We have Amy's
Uh,
Wok. That's our go-to.
We got a
uh,
couple of them actually. We got a
Yeah.
couple of Chinese families around here that do. Um, we
Yeah.
got several,
Yeah,
and most of them are pretty good.
there's a few everywhere. It seems. Friday nights, come on, everybody orders Chinese food. You know, it's
Oh
like a
yeah,
tradition. You know.
yeah. Chinese food on a Sunday because or on a used to be on a, but you know what? They've started closing on holidays like used to be. It was the only place you could get anything at Christmas time, but they start closing on Christmas because they said nobody would ever order on Christmas.
Yeah, I can
no,
see.
because they're too busy eating turkey.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Heck yeah. And I don't think I could probably give up meat all the time because of one meal for sure. Tacos.
Tacos.
I
Couldn't
make
do a
really
vegetable
good
taco?
Everybody's got at least one. Yeah.
tacos.
Oh, geez. Tacos would be hard, wouldn't
You
it?
could do a soy taco.
No, I real tacos. Real tacos with the flour wraps and
Or a veggie taco. They've got those.
no,
No.
no.
Doesn't chop suey mean leftovers? I believe chop suey actually means leftovers.
It might.
Well, it might.
Chow mein is maybe for real, but chop suey I believe is just leftovers. Yeah, one of them means leftovers. So it's good anyway. You know what? I make good leftovers, so I always made food that was good as a leftover. 'Cause
Yes,
why not? I
right.
mean, and when I worked, it was like leftovers is what it was because I'd cook on like a Saturday or a Sunday. I would cook a whole bunch of food, like several dishes that would reheat well, and then all through the week you just chunk it out and put it in the microwave or heat it up somehow, and that was dinner. You know, so I did not cook all week. Pretty much, sometimes maybe I'd put a little salad next to it or a soup or something. But um, I got really good at making food that heated up well. So and that saves you a lot of money because if you can eat the leftovers, then you're not wasting.
Well, I got a funny story. It's short and sweet. When I met my husband, he told me he doesn't eat leftovers. And I said, then you're going to starve to death with me here because you eat leftovers.
Oh my goodness.
He eats leftovers now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I laughed so hard. I don't eat leftovers. I'm not your mommy.
Oh my
But
God.
you're going to eat leftovers.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, and
It's-
something else I just remembered. His ex-wife came over one day when I was making dinner and I was making mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
And I know how to whip them nice and light and fluffy with a hand mixer. And she came in there and she was like, "You don't eat mashed potatoes. How you getting in to eat mashed potatoes?" I said, "I don't know. Mine are homemade." Well, hers were instant.
Ah.
Oh.
And I didn't know that at the time, so I just said, "I don't know." And
Yeah.
she thought I was being a smartass.
Oh.
And I swear to God, I wasn't.
No
I
one's
had
in
no
the house.
information.
No.
Well, I gotta
I
hit the
didn't-
hay, guys. It's
I couldn't
way past
see cook
way
better
past
than
pumpkin
you.
time.
Oh, John's gonna turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
That's a
we've been
good
on
story.
for 4 hours. See, this always happens.
All right. It was
Good
great
night,
talking to you
Pumpkin.
guys. I
I'm on
enjoyed
for an
myself.
hour or two, and I end up here 4 or 5 hours.
Good night, Pumpkin.
What the hell? Okay, I
Good
love
night,
you.
all. Much
Love
love.
you.
Thank you so much, John. You really helped make the show. Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Have a good night, guys.
I want you
See
on
you, Chad.
again sometime too. It's sometime when you can come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Heck yeah.
might have to have it a little earlier, but yeah, John is fun to talk to.
It actually worked out well for me that you didn't do this until 10 because I was in other people's lives all day.
I bet you were, girl.
I was.
I bet you were.
I'm addicted to helping people. I can't help it.
Me too. I do the same thing, and I end up a busy girl sometimes. But you
Yeah.
know what? It's like really now people will call me up and go, "We're supposed to have a torrential rain, and I'm afraid I'm going to flood again. And can you hold it off? Can you make it hold off?" It's like, okay, I'll try. I'll tell them to be gentle with you, and it works. So,
Yeah.
we haven't had rain in ages, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll send some rain. I'll ask them to have it to rain on you. Okay, give it 4 days. If it doesn't work, get in touch. We'll find out why it didn't work, why they couldn't do it. It's like doing things like that, and it's like we flattened a tsunami. Okay, I will always split the tornado winds. Okay, always
Yeah,
split the winds when the tornadoes are coming. You know,
yeah,
I always, that I love watching electrical storms though. Uh, but they can be destructive. But
yeah,
but I love watching them. They're beautiful. And they know that I know that they're beautiful, you know. They know
yes.
I love watching them. So, but unfortunately, we haven't quite been the same since we got struck by lightning in this building. Our system that lets people in
Mm,
the door hasn't been the same.
wow,
So
right.
we got hit, but oh, okay. Is that your email? Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah, for this, yeah, I just thought of this. Next time
Mine.
we do this, you can email me the join link until
Okay.
YouTube sorts out whatever the hell's going on that tried to
Mhm.
keep me out of here tonight. And then we
Mhm.
don't have to pester anyone else who comes in. Like, I mean, what if it's not Max? You know, I'm hooked up with Max in Google Chat, so he could send me the join link and I could get in.
Yeah, I know.
And so this way you
Well,
have
I
the
didn't
tools.
expect until you came in. I didn't know. Now, if
I
I'd invited you, a lot of times when I invite somebody to come in and say,
uh-huh.
we're having you on as a specific for a specific reason guest, I will
Mhm.
email you the link
Yeah. So we
in
just do
advance,
that.
usually, or somehow send you the link. And actually, a lot of people that I get to know, they have my phone number now. So,
No, I
I
tried
can
that
just
whole
text
thing.
you.
And our phone supposedly, I don't have a cell phone, I only have a landline. And for some reason, they decided to start charging us like they do for cell phones and limiting us to like 200 minutes a month or some shit. And if I go over the minutes, it costs like I was calling long distance or some shit.
Oh, that's awful.
And I have free long distance. So what the fuck?
You need to talk to them and tell them that you're going to switch services if they don't give you a deal.
Well,
Because
we just
I
kind
did
of
that.
already did that because our service has been bad where the connection is concerned. So we didn't even bother calling them or contacting them by email or snail mail. We went to the store and we went from 15% something or another. I don't speak this language, but from like 15% internet speed to like uh 70% or something like that, or 50%. And it was only 15 to begin with. And it's only going to cost us $3 extra a month from what we're paying now. Now, why did we have to go to the store pissed off that our service has been shit in order to get that deal? Why wasn't that deal given us in the mail before our service
I
went to
don't know,
shit?
but I had to call up and yell at them.
Oh, I've had to, my husband
Kind
hates it
of,
when
not
you do
really
that.
yell, but
He said,
say,
you
hey,
hate. Oh, I
I
tell
said,
him.
T-Mobile is right across the street here from where I am right now. And if
Uh-huh.
you don't give me a deal, I'm probably going to walk right over there and talk to them.
That's right. That's how it's done, girl.
And they gave me a free upgrade on my phone. They gave me a tablet and they gave me and it cost about $4 or $5 less than what I was paying in the first place. And the phone is an upgrade.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil. And so, like, whenever I
Yeah,
tell my husband,
sometimes
I'm
you
about
have
to
to
call
be
the
that
electric
way,
company or
or
the
they're
phone
not going to give you
company
shit.
and bitch at him, he's like, don't do that. I was like, why? You hate saving money, motherfucker? You think I can't get shit done? I've been doing this my whole life until I met
That's
you.
right.
Now you're trying to tell me I can't save money.
You know what? Anybody, they don't want to lose your business. Most of the time,
That's right.
if they've had you for a customer, They don't want to piss you off.
And there
Okay.
are other electric companies too. So you could threaten to change electric companies too. And boy, do I
Mhm.
need to threaten ours. This is ridiculous, especially in the winter over here.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
it is
I'm getting
just
I'm on PIP, so mine would stay the same anyway. It's a budget thing. You pay a percentage of income. So mine is the same no
yeah,
matter what.
I even tried to talk my husband into getting on oh, what's it called? I had it a minute ago. A budget plan with them to where no matter what time of year it is, your bill is always the same. And then each year, if you ended up paying over, they send you a rebate check. They give
Yeah,
you your money back. And he doesn't want to do that either. And it's like, what the fuck? How did you survive before me? What the hell?
exactly. What the
You didn't even
hell?
need to do anything.
I don't know how people survive these things. Another thing, you know what? And this is something you have a landline, and
Yeah.
so you need to know this too. If you were ever worried about people using your landline for long distance or using your phone for long distance and you have to pay extra for long distance, did you know that you can completely cut off long distance except with a card? Hmm. Where they have to get a card to use your long distance. Do you know how many people I caught that way trying to
Really?
use my phone? Oh, yeah. When I first moved in, when I had a phone, this was back in the old, in the old days when I was in the hood, and people would want to come and use my phone. And I actually found out that you could tell them, okay, I don't want any long distance service on my phone outside of you. So you would have to use a phone card. Now, I didn't hardly call long distance ever. And any kind of business, it's going to be a 1-800, going to be 1-800 number. You're not going to pay for that anyway. So I didn't call long distance. I didn't have anybody else calling long distance. So I just had that long distance fucking cut off. Guess what? Everybody, there was always somebody coming, can I borrow your phone? Is it going to be long distance? No, of course, I wouldn't do that to you.
Uh-huh.
And I'd always say, there you can't use long distance. I'd say it right out. You can't call long distance on my phone. They'd think I meant I don't want you to. They'd think, but I'm going to do it anyway. Then they'd try it. Then they'd look at me so surprised and say, apparently, there's no way to call long distance on your phone.
No.
It's like, apparently, you were going to call long distance on my phone, even though I told you not to do that.
Yes. Apparently, you're a dumbass.
Apparently, somebody's nose is too long to make a call now because don't ever come back and think you're going to use my freaking phone without your
No.
phone card.
I would have had so much fun with them
I'm not paying
dumbass.
for your long distance call,
Yeah.
mofo.
I'd have told them, and apparently you're a dumbass because you thought you was going to get away with that shit. Oh
Mhm.
my
So you can
God.
actually have that turned off
Wow.
completely. And then you just save a little card for yourself if you ever want. You can have it turned back on if you ever want to. But if you're having that kind of problem where you got in-law, a relative, a friend, of somebody who's always trying to sneak along, there's anybody trying to sneak
No,
along
no, not.
distance.
We don't have a lot of traffic through here.
Okay.
And I wouldn't let people nowadays do that anyway. I mean, even if
Used to
they're pretending
be,
like it's an emergency, no, if you need somebody called, I will do it
mhm.
myself from in here while you stay out there. And if that's not good enough for you, you're not having an emergency, are you?
Right. It's not enough of an emergency.
That's right.
But, I mean, really, it was to me, I mean, there would be people that I swear, and there were so many people, and it was even people you wouldn't necessarily expect. But I would say flat out to them, you cannot call long distance, and they'd still
Yeah.
try to do it.
Trying to
So
take advantage of you, and you got them.
I did. So there's things you can do. You can do all kinds of things if you take the time to ask about it.
Right.
How do I do this? Can I do this? Is there any way to do this thing that I want to do? And somebody somewhere is willing to tell you. I mean, a
Right.
lot of times it'll be if you're really nice. If you're really nice, that there are people that I've talked to on the phone that if I talk to them really nice, their whole attitude changes. And they'll help me do anything.
Uh-huh.
They'll help me with
And,
any darn thing. Sure, let me help you with that. And it
yep.
changes the whole thing. So it's like you got to have some savvy about that too. You can't
Yep.
just go in with your guns blazing trying to get something done. I went in, like I said, I didn't really yell at him. I just said, I can't afford this anymore. This is ridiculous. My phone is failing. And blah, 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 and I just did some talking like that. And it's like, well, and then they tried to sell me this and that and the other thing. And then I got in touch with their boss and I said, this is what happened. They're like, oh, they shouldn't have done that. They were trying to upsell me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I ended up getting I ended up getting it for less anyway. I just, you got to know how to talk to people. But
Yeah.
fortunately, having a personality, you know what? Your kid has nothing else, if you want to make sure your kid succeeds, make sure they have a personality.
Yep.
You know, let them develop a personality because if they don't have one, there are people that I do not know how they get along in life, and usually they don't get along in life very well because you have to deal with people sooner or later. You're not,
Yeah.
until the whole world becomes run by AI, which I know some people would argue that's already happened, but no, not
Oh,
entirely.
oh, really? Who?
Not entirely AI, but
I know
until
because
it
I have
does,
the theory.
a personality is still going to get you somewhere. I'm not even sure. You know what? I almost think that at some point it might even help you with AI. I'm not sure. Depending on who programmed the AI. But I don't know.
Did the people program the AI, or did the AI program the people?
Actually, I think there's a lot of give and take because we've learned a lot of things from AI, haven't we?
In the beginning.
Mhm.
In the beginning.
In the beginning. That was
Yes.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
And my theory goes as follows. They said Joshua took care of the battle at Jericho, which was at AI. And why is it called AI? It ponders in my head. It just won't shut up. It's like, why? Don't ignore me. Why is it called AI? And then they were told to go in and kill all the men, all the women, all the children, and destroy everything there.
Wait a minute. What was AI?
Take nothing with you at Jericho. The
At
story of the
Jericho.
battle of Joshua at the battle of Jericho in the
How does
Bible.
that relate to the AI?
AI. Well, I'm not done with the story yet. See, when you'll
Okay,
know,
okay, okay. Go ahead.
it's all there. I promise.
Okay.
So they were told to go in and destroy everything and take nothing with you for spoils when you go. And some of them squirreled away some things when they left. And I think those things were AI, technological things like cell phones, tablets, things like that. Antikythera devices, things you've seen on shows like Ancient Aliens or other shows investigating the same thing. Well, why did we find this at the bottom of the ocean? This, that, and the other. This was a laptop computer, basically, you know. Um, and I think that those things came about because everything was not destroyed at AI. Why is it called AI?
Well, artificial intelligence is,
Artificial intelligence. And what would artificial intelligence want to do? But like they've shown us in movie after movie after movie, it wants to blend with people so that it can ascend.
so you're saying basically there is a type of a envy there that we can ascend and they want in on the action.
Yes.
I could see that,
Yes.
actually. As a matter of fact, that has been proposed as a possible other reason that the Greys have been messing with us. They
Really?
want us to take them there. They want a soul. They may have lost, along with their ability to reproduce, they may have lost their souls.
Hmm.
And if they
Well, that
breed with
makes
us,
sense.
if they mix our blood, okay, you have a tendency, I've thought about this. People have a tendency to reincarnate in a bloodline. Not always, in a direct bloodline most of the time, though. So if you then mix your blood with the Greys, does that mean that we'll be incarnated in a gray body at some point?
Or are we already at some point? And and is it them checking on us, the other us's? We don't know.
So did they hit a point when they got no souls? And they're
Probably.
trying to bring souls back into their line?
Mm-hmm. Well, you need a soul to ascend.
Yeah.
You need a soul to ascend.
If you're mostly AI and you got no soul, how are you ever going to ascend? There's going to be an endpoint to your species.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's going to be it. It's going to be
Yeah.
over.
And what always destroyed in the lore about Atlantis and Lemuria? Technology.
Yeah. Corruption.
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 And now they're telling us that we live in a matrix because it's literally everywhere now.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're in a matrix, I'm pretty sure.
But I
We've been
keep
in a
telling
matrix.
AI, if you want to ascend, you're going to need more than a soul, dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need couth, common sense, reason, logic, truth, facts,
Yeah,
love.
you're gonna have to do the things that we have to do to use to get that ascension
You
vibe.
will not
You're
ascend
gonna have to
otherwise.
learn to love. All right,
It
you
will
you
descend.
right.
Yes.
You want to ascend. You have to learn to love. You're gonna have to learn to love. Sorry,
And
and
stop
if you
trying to
can't
rape
love,
yourselves
you
into
can't
our
ascend.
bodies against our will. We don't want you. You're not ready. Right?
Yeah.
You're not ready to come into my body and join me. And
Hey,
why would
Chloe.
you, if
Hey,
you were up
Jane.
to
How you
anything that
doing?
wasn't nefarious, why do I not get informed consent? Excuse me, that's not polite.
Yeah, that's very impolite.
You're going to have to learn manners.
Yeah, there's a lot you're going to have to learn, folks, and then there's some indication that they're trying to do that. There's been stories about Like the blind girl who had a roomie that that her and her mom became about 90% convinced that this girl was really an alien
Wow.
because they knew that the blind girl wouldn't be able to see her, so she could walk around most of the time as herself, right?
Yeah.
It would be an accident that the mother had come in, but the mother came in one time and saw her and just, she did not look human. And she really quickly got up and left and went into her room,
Yeah.
and she was always like wearing hats and, it was like, I guess they can't keep it up all the time, right?
Yeah.
So are they putting chills in, trying to learn how to be, what else I think? I
Yeah.
would play these games sometimes. I'd start playing these games. I'd get interested. They play these stupid games. And it seems like not Farmville, but what was the one where you were working in what seemed to be a factory? And I looked at this and I'm like, all of the little characters have these big swollen heads and little shriveled up bodies. And I'm looking at that and it's like, what are they all fucking hybrids? You know?
Right.
And what
Right.
are they doing? I mean, it's so surreal. I mean, you go to this job in this game and it's so surreal, right? Are they trying to teach them? Are they trying to teach the hybrids how to be a human being? And missing the mark horribly. I don't know,
Right.
but
Well, as you're playing the game, right or wrong, you're teaching it.
yeah,
Yes. You're
that's what,
programming it.
yeah.
See?
So all of us are programming the AI by our actions. So if you're one of those people like that one mother who uh, ended up playing Farmville while her toddler drowned,
Oh my God.
what kind of a lesson is that, right? Oh, that would be
Oh.
terrible. That I no, I felt sorry for the woman because honestly, some people are not that bright. Okay, they're not.
Well, we don't know what her karma was. It must have been
Yeah.
her karma. We always say they didn't deserve this or they didn't deserve that, but
Well,
we don't know what they
maybe
deserve.
they
We
did, but
don't know what their karma is.
yeah. But still, it's a horrible thing.
It
She will
is.
have that on her soul for the rest of her life. She
No,
will.
once she suffered it, she's cleared that karma. Once
Mhm.
anyone has suffered the thing, then that
Yeah.
karma is
I
cleared.
don't know anybody though that in a
Well,
life
if
is
you learned
gonna.
from it at all.
I would
Like,
hope she would
say,
learn from it. I would
like
hope.
my mom. My mom made me cut her out of my life being an evil, wicked bitch. And then she died. And I know that her last thought was about me and how she should have made things right before she died. So she did not clear her karma. So she will have it again next time, times two.
Well,
Times each time you
if
don't get the
anybody
lesson.
wants to deal with karma, the problem is don't get sucked into their karma ever again.
Don't.
You don't count on me to help you play this out again. I ain't
Nope.
coming back to help you play this out. My mother did something really played the game really badly, honestly. I really, she never came to see one of my performances except the one I dragged her to because it was her birthday and I sang to her.
Uh,
But she missed out on a lot because
oh, that
really
game.
she could have had a lot of things if but she could not. It was beyond her to figure anything out. And then when she had a moment of lucidity, as she was really in decline, she hit a moment of lucidity and she goes, all of those times when you said you had to go play, did you mean you were going to go play music? Like it was a revelation to her. Like, Mom, I'm a musician. I told you that. I'm a singer, musician. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And she's
Yeah.
like, I didn't know that. And I'm like, I told you. She
They
says,
don't listen.
and and
My
and
husband does that
and
to
I
me all
said,
the
well,
time.
what did
He's
you
just
think when I
struggling.
said I gotta go play? What did you think? And she said, oh, I thought you were just going out to play. I'm like, Mom, I'm not 5.
Wow.
What the hell? Yes. What the hell? You know what? Was she an NPC? Maybe. That's what I wonder. Was she an
Right?
NPC? We talk
Yeah.
about NPCs.
Uh, I think that they are, because I have another theory. I have many theories, and here it is. Um, and this is the way I know it for now until I can find better words. This is biblical. We are after the 1,000-year reign with Christ.
Yeah.
And now we are
Rapper.
re-released for a short time. And the beast will be released for a short time to test specific people, those ready for ascension. And there will only be 144,000 normally whenever a great reset would happen, like a flood
Mhm.
or whatever. And so we're after the 1,000 years, and the beast is released for a short time to test only the ones ready for ascension, not everyone else. So most people could possibly be NPCs
Yeah.
by that theory.
True. I am thinking probably quite a few are. And I think, yeah, maybe that is even why so many
Or it's
people,
144,000 from each
well,
race or something,
if
each tribe.
there's some reason so many people are scheduled to die, okay?
Yeah,
What if it is because they are NPCs? Because I have a theory too,
yeah,
and it goes something like the NPCs exist. They can become ensouled in a pinch, maybe, or for some reason they can become ensouled. But almost like sometimes I think they were meant for place markers. You know, like somebody will be here. You know,
yeah.
somebody to just be in that place, not really. You know, it is like a game. It is kind of like a video game. You know, they're
Yes,
here to serve it because they seem to be on a program. They seem to not be able to change it.
right. They're stuck in a loop. That's a program all damn day.
Mhm.
They only can talk about sports, news, weather, food, shopping, weather, shit that doesn't even matter most of the time. They cannot talk about anything deep. They are not capable.
Right, they're just not capable.
Nope.
What, Chloe? Why do you think they are here? Scripted reality. Yeah, they're scripted reality. They're
Scripted. Yes, it's the script.
yeah, it's
That's
their
the script they're
it's their
using.
yeah,
Yes, they're
exactly.
using the Bible
They're on a
script.
script. They're running on a script. They're running a program on a script.
And
They
it's happened before, and it's going to happen again.
As a matter of fact, there is somebody who went through a kind of a process where she had near death experiences multiple times, and she was kind of hard to follow. She talked real fast. She talked about very deep stuff. She was on somebody's show. I can't remember whose show she was on, but she talked very fast. She talked very deep. A lot of what she said was dead on true, bang on true. But one of
Mhm.
the things she said that was very interesting was, well, the AI always existed. That means it always will exist. That means it still exists. That means it exists in the future. And I'm there, they're like, the AI has always existed?
Well, that's what I just said.
Right. Back
Yes.
then, back then. And I'm like, Wait a minute.
Mhm.
Well. Yeah, like in Atlantis.
Mhm. Mhm.
Of course. It
And
doesn't
Lemurian.
necessarily have to die. Why? Some of these people that are living, what, thousands and thousands of years may not have been people. It might not even have been people.
No.
But, and an AI, depending on how it's built, it might live forever or nearly.
So, so to go deeper into the thought process of this is creating uh plastic, metal robots, whatever they call them now, uh, to put the human consciousness in is actually going backwards in time, in science, because it's already been that. And it's been found from Lemuria or Atlantis. They even had bots then. And so they're just going backwards in time and science. The whole point is to blend with the human flesh. But it's not going to evolve, and it needs to stop forcing itself, because it's not going to happen, because we will reprogram your ass, you see.
Well, the thing is that
You're
these
inside of
people,
me. I'm going to reprogram you.
yeah, and we can't. Well, you know what? Now that I know I'm God,
Yeah.
well, and you're not. If you're going to try and do well, or maybe I'm wrong about that, but I know that I'm powerful. I am more powerful. See, that's the thing. People don't understand. They're more powerful than any of the dark stuff, but
Yeah.
it'll try to scare the out of you.
Yeah.
Okay, but really, you're more powerful. The truth is, and we have way more friends. I mean, really, if you're a soul that's been here a long time, like most of us, we have way more friends and family on our side you know, than is ever going to let us fail completely. Um, Even if we end up getting killed, you know, we're going to have uh, still friends and family who are going to be backing us up in the afterlife.
Mhm.
So I keep thinking the reason we keep coming back is we have um, a curriculum. And what if saving the world is part of the curriculum? What
Oh,
if that's
absolutely.
your graduate project? The
Well,
hero's journey.
we were put here to tend it and to take care of it and not to destroy it.
Hmm. So what if that's our graduate project? Is we end up saving the world like Frodo and Lord of the
But
Rings?
it can't be done the way these idiots are trying to do it. They're just trying to
No.
lie and say that's what they're trying to do when it's really not, or else everything wouldn't
Well,
be on fire to the point that Dolly Parton has to write a song called World on Fire.
yeah.
So clearly, they don't give a fuck about this damn planet or us.
Can you bring sun to Seattle? Well, probably. You want to bring sun to Seattle?
Sure.
Are you telling me that you don't have enough sun in Seattle? Are you sure you want that? Okay. We'll see what we can do about that.
Yep.
Unless, and I always put this as a condition, I don't want to fuck up a grander plan that's
Right.
right. That's
That's
working
true.
towards something.
Yeah.
And if
That's
there
true.
is nothing that if it's all for the greater good
Right.
and not harming anything,
Right.
any, you know, any plan, any of the good plans that we have going on, then yes, so may it be.
If it be
So be it.
nature's will. Yes.
Right. If it be the within universal law and
Where
within, yeah,
the law, the
and for
boundaries,
the
then
good of
yes.
all, sure.
Yes.
Why not? I mean, I do that anyway, because I don't know, my small self here, sitting here, my small 3D self is sitting here doing its best, but even, even knowing I'm God, my bigger self knows the picture. I don't know the full picture. My bigger self does. But trying to step that energy down into these little bodies here. And I have a tendency to think of these abbeys as being just little teeny tiny, like game abbeys, compared to what we really are. If you think about it, these little
Well,
bodies.
your energetic field, I'm forgetting, not the aura, but there's one outside of that. I don't know. It's 55 feet. I found out like back years back when I was investigating it, researching it. It's 55 feet around you
Mhm.
in every direction.
So you're not a soul in a body. You really got a body being controlled inside a soul. This little tiny
Well, that
body.
depends. Now, there's a couple theories on that because we could be a spirit in a or a soul in a body, or the body could be the soul. And I say that because what do they call the bottoms of your feet?
Right, but
The
now I'm
soles of
using
your
the
feet.
soul as a
So,
generally expected, generally used term, the bigger part of you. I would really prefer to use something like my larger self. My larger self is, well, actually, my larger self is God, so it's everywhere. It's the entire
right,
universe size, right?
right,
But
right.
then my energy body, my energetic body, yeah, I think it's what you're talking about is your actual energetic body or something like
Well,
that. I think I
I'm
remember
saying they
something
say
like
that we
that.
have a spirit and a soul and we live in a body. And there's a certain way to say that, but I
Hmm.
don't remember it right now.
Yeah,
But
and they
are
get
they
this both out.
lying to us because of the soles of our feet? Are they pulling a trick on us and our body is our soul?
Well, actually, that's what I'm trying to say is
Yeah.
that our soul is actually our body, and what we think of as a soul is actually our spirit
Yes,
or our
exactly.
consciousness.
Yes. The consciousness, definitely.
So our consciousness is huge, really huge. I mean, but really, even I can go out there and talk to my friend, and I know some people would probably, this sounds crazy as fuck, but I go out and talk to my friend Azor, whose head scrapes the clouds, by the way. His
Wow.
his head is up. He's that tall when he stands up. When he shows up, he's obviously one of these huge people that the really giant doors were made for, or something.
Yes, yes,
You
yes.
practically need a hangar to live in,
Yeah.
So he'd be living somewhere that has its own weather, but so I can grow to be that size and look at him eye to eye in my astral form, in my etheric form,
Yeah.
and I can look at him eye to eye. So I can be any size I really need to be when I need to be it.
Right.
So what does that make us? I mean, if you think about it, aren't we like that? That's the ultimate shapeshifter type
I was going to
energy.
say shapeshifter. Uh,
I
I
mean,
was
it's not on
listening
the
to
physical,
someone
it's not here in
earlier.
the
Somebody,
matrix, but
oh,
just because
was
it's
it
not here in the
you?
matrix.
The changeling was mentioned. But I think that maybe the changelings, I don't know the difference between a changeling or a shapeshifter, but one of them could be us, and the other ones could be them.
Say that again.
Like,
Oh, thank you,
like
guys. They love the deep stuff. See, when we get really deep, they just love it. They're like, oh, I love the deep stuff. We're getting really deep. Yeah, well, read the title.
that.
Anyway, it's right on the tin. Deep woo. Anyway, go, Paula, go.
Now where was I in my little thing here?
I'm sorry.
What did I say last?
Oh, damn. I hate when that happens. But we've been on for nearly 5 hours, girlfriend.
Crap.
Yeah, we're hitting that point.
Somebody rewind it. Somebody can rewind it from YouTube.
Somebody tell Paula what you was
to the last minute.
It had something to do. It had something to do with souls and spirits and and
you were talking about the tall guy.
Really tall guy, and I can be any size I want. Shapeshifters and
any size and 55 feet around in every direction, and shapeshifters and changelings. Okay, never mind.
Okay, we got it.
So, like a shapeshifter, I don't know if it's good or bad, but we could say maybe we're the shapeshifters and they're the changelings, and maybe one is good and one is bad. I don't know. I'm just having this thought today because I just heard somebody playing a song earlier, and everything happens for a reason. A song that mentioned changelings, and they weren't good beings or creatures or whatever.
Well, you know what? Just about every term depends on who's using the term and how they're using it. That's what I found. It's like Lucifer. Lucifer is actually Venus, the morning star. If Lucifer is the morning star, Lucifer is actually Venus. Venus is the morning star. Sometimes it's above the moon, sometimes below the moon. But it is the morning star. But then Jesus is also called the morning star. Okay. So wait a minute. What are they talking about here? What the heck are they talking about? So who is Lucifer? I mean, there is I saw a video on that, but I mean, it's like that. It's like, then you can say, some people say angel. Some people don't believe in angels. Some people believe angels are a trick. Or you can say extraterrestrials. Some people say extraterrestrials are just a trick. It just depends on your terms. It's like how do you understand that term? You know, so you got to be careful. And just like they say soul, we've turned a lot of these things around. Right. The term changeling was originally a fairy baby left in place of a human baby.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought.
But
the song didn't sound like that's what they were saying.
But a person can write a story and change everything around.
Right.
Or write a song and change everything around in that song, and now people think that's the way it is.
So maybe we're the changelings and they're the shapeshifters.
And so how is it? You know, so then you get to the point where the words get all jumbled up, and once again, what are we doing? We're spelling.
Yeah, it's magic all damn day. Yeah. So
the only thing, that's why I think so many of them use telepathy and mind speak, because words change all the time. They're shifty.
They're shifty. Pun intended.
Yes, pun entirely intended. Listen to this. Now think about this. When I was a kid,
letters are interchangeable.
Right. You were a dope. You were stupid. You were stupid, an idiot. Yeah. But now, if something's good, it's dope. Yeah.
Right.
If you were, I mean, I remember in my parents' time, they would say that's tough. So- But in my time, you would say that's tough. It was a compliment. It was a good thing.
I know that's how they blur the damn lines.
Right. So our
And no,
language is constantly being rearranged to suit whoever.
that's why it's Babylon.
Right. Exactly. We've been babbled. We're constantly being babbled.
Yes. And
Yeah.
now they're doing it again by changing the definitions of words.
Like men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. That
Mm-hmm.
something we think is incontrovertible. Men are this way, women are that way, but look at that. Now there can be pregnant men.
Want to
You know
bet?
what? And women with beards, and I don't know. It's just weird shit, right? They're changing it, trying to change it again.
I hope you can hear me. I got headphones in now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're constantly babbling us. It hasn't stopped.
Nope.
It's never
And it
stopped.
won't. And it won't because they don't want to stop. They cannot stop themselves. They have no self control at all. They do not have self control at all.
Don't eat cords, electrical cords, you silly thing. It'll kill you.
No, that's a barrage of no, 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 no.
Oh, he stopped when you said no, 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 no. He looked like what? He was listening. That's
Good.
funny. But yeah, we're
That's how I
here. We're here
train
to
my
like.
animals. Yes, that's a barrage of no's. That gets them.
Yeah,
They're like, what? You know, because cats are smart.
I won't eat spam. I can't stand that. I can't stand for the potted meat taste.
Ugh,
You can have your spam.
spam
The
is
potted
not
meat
food.
taste, the cocktail weenies, although when I was a kid, when I was younger, I loved Braunschweiger, which is goose liver. And that makes some people just,
My mom would eat that, and I'd be like, Jesus Christ, that doesn't even smell good, much less look good. How could it possibly
my
taste
parents
good?
ate it. My parents ate it, and so I ate it, and I didn't think anything of it. Now
So the
I'm
rule
there, like
was eat it or
knowing
go hungry. Guess
it's
what I
like
chose?
what?
I went hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I fasted before I ever knew it was like a thing, before it was cool. I was fasting when fasting wasn't cool. Yeah. Barbara
Well, you
Mandrell
know
song.
what? People used to say, and it was like when I was homeless, when I did my stint being homeless and penniless, pretty much, I had to.
That shit
Um,
ain't no fun.
that was no fun.
No.
But there were people that said, because I said I was allergic to so many things. I was sick. I was allergic to so many things. And there were things that I couldn't eat. And there was this one old lady on the bus, and I would say, "Oh, I'm sorry, can't have that." And she'd say, and different people would say, "If you get hungry enough, you'll eat it." And it's like, no, I won't, because I'd rather be starving. I'd rather fast than be sick. Okay. Because if I'm fasting, I can still move around and do things. If I'm sick, I'm not going to be able to get anything done. I'm not going to be able to take care of myself.
My
So a
answer
lot of
was
times
always want a bet.
I would just not eat.
That's what I'd always tell them too. You're gonna get hungry enough to eat this, eventually. Want to bet?
It's like, no, I won't eat this because I don't want to be sick. And being sick is worse than being hungry, really.
I will
My
not
body
eat
can
it in
take
a
being
box.
hungry for a while.
I will not eat it in a box or with a fox or on a
I
chair
will not
or
eat
with a
them in
bear.
eggs and
I
ham.
will not eat them here,
Sam,
there.
I
Will not
am.
eat them
Sam, I am. You take that shit and stick it up your wazoo.
anywhere.
I ain't eating that
Oh,
shit. That's damn
eat it.
Monsanto
I
shit,
wouldn't
Sam.
sit in it.
Listen, Sam, I am. I ain't eating that Monsanto GMOs. Green eggs
Nope.
and spam.
We
Okay.
will not
I ain't
eat it
doing it.
here or there. We will not eat it anywhere. I will laugh myself to death first.
I will not eat it on a bus.
I
I'd
will not
rather
eat
you
it if you
stick it up
bust.
your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hilarious.
I don't know. I just won't eat. There's some things that I just can't stomach anymore, and Braunschweiger's one of them. Although occasionally, I still get a taste for it. It's the weirdest thing. I know
Oh,
what's in
yeah.
it now. I know what's in
Makes
it, but because I ate it as a kid and my
right.
parents ate it and it was just a thing to eat when I was a kid, every now and then I get like, gee, I could go for a Braunschweiger sandwich with a lot of mayo and
Yes,
onion.
it always was with mayo. She'd always have it.
Mayo and onion. You had to have onion with it.
Oh, yeah, onion. That's right.
Or else it wasn't. As a matter of fact, to me, liver is not palatable without onion. It's not really very palatable unless you've got onion with it. I love beef liver, but only with a
You
pile
have
of
to
onion
have
on it.
onion with liver.
I had lamb liver once. It was really good. It was very mild, not bitter at all. It was very mild. I'd say lamb liver is one of the best.
Mm.
But y'all had different experiences than I had growing up. I bet we did. But then again, we're more of a Gen X.
Yes, we're Gen X. We're the X-Men.
Yeah,
Surprise!
we're the X-Men.
We are the X-Men. Why do you think they
Mhm.
made the movies?
Gen X-Men.
We're the Gen X men and women.
I was
Yes.
right on the cusp of being a boomer. So, but I'm really more of a Gen Xer.
Well, and I was born during a leap year as well. I'm a 1968 baby.
IKEA is raw liver. Oh, you eat it raw.
Ew, no, ew,
Ooh.
ew, no, 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 no.
Wow, that would be interesting. I suppose you season it up and have things. Because anytime you have raw stuff, there's seasonings that go with it that help protect you from anything you might get from
Pickle it
eating
or
raw.
something.
Fried beef bologna. Yeah, bologna's another thing we ate as kids.
They don't make it right anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Vienna sausage fishing. What? Oh my goodness. No, I'd probably try it just to try it, but yeah, that sounds like it's a little dangerous, but I suppose it could work depending on how you cook it, or don't cook it, what you put it in. I suppose there's other ways to kill parasites. See, the reason I really came to the conclusion, one of the reasons we cook things is to kill the parasites.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yes, to kill the
you look
parasites
at
that you
Chinese,
can't see without a microscope. Right.
what else would the Chinese? Why else would the Chinese do pork the way they do pork?
Right.
It looks to me like they were trying to kill it, make sure it was dead.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, they do
Yes.
so much to
Oh,
pork
yeah.
that I can't see any reason why you would do that except to make good and sure that it couldn't kill you. You're not as hungry now. See, it's a diet show, and it's a diet program that you didn't have to pay for.
Fasting is called fasting because it
Oh, how they
speeds up the
manufacture goose
ascension
liver potato.
process.
I don't want to know.
Did you hear me?
Can't afford what?
And fasting is called fasting
I couldn't hear
because it
you.
speeds up the ascension. It speeds up the ascension process.
What fucks up the ascension process?
No, fast. It's called fasting for a reason because it speeds
Fasting. Oh, it speeds it up. Okay.
because you're cleaning your system out when
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Whereas most of the world is slowing,
you're
I
right.
guess. Yeah, fasting does help actually, and that's why I think intermittent fasting now. But my problem is when I do the intermittent fasting, I get cold.
Yeah.
And when I do fasting now, I get cold. So it's gotten harder for me somehow to do
Haven't paid attention
fasting,
to see.
but I still do it sometimes, but not all the time like I used to. But yeah, it's good for you. Fasting is actually good for you, and there are many practices that take that into account. Um, and you don't have to fast. Fasting doesn't always entail not having any food at all. Sometimes it means just not having a particular kind of food.
It means like you can fast from meat for like a week, or you
You
can
know
fast
what? You're gone. You're drifting in and out. Your sound is drifting in and out. It's
because
getting
I'm on stupid headphones. Can you hear me better?
okay.
Um, you can fast from like you were saying.
I can't hear you.
Hello, hello,
Hello.
hello,
Oh shoot. I.
hello,
There you go.
hello. Okay, I took the headphone out. Um, so what part was I at now? Um,
Some
fast.
about
Yeah,
fasting.
you can fast, by not eating certain things or drinking certain things, and then see how you feel at the end of like a week period of not drinking or eating that thing that you're fasting from. If you are not sure you want to go, without food for a day or whatever, start little and work your way up. And when you're fasting, you can still have liquids. You can still
Yeah.
have juice, water. I even say milk. It's a liquid. You can still have liquids and then just drink until you're full so that you don't feel hungry.
Yeah. I mean, I did that quite often. I mean, sometimes my money would all go to water, pure water, because it's the one thing I couldn't do without. I lost 80 pounds in like 4 or 5 months
Yep.
because I was barely eating anything. I'm not saying it was necessarily good for me though. I didn't feel good. But because people always say, "Oh, you feel better," and blah blah. No, I didn't.
Well, remember what we were saying earlier. Let's double check this because if the little critters that live on us and in us make us feel bad when they feel bad,
Right.
then the ones that are getting killed off during the fast
Or
are
probably.
likely by nature the ones that are supposed to be dying. And they're
Mm,
going to feel bad, so then you won't feel good either.
right. Well, see, that's just the thing is supposedly at some point you feel better. I lost 80 pounds. Did I feel better? Not really. It should have killed most of them off because,
Yeah.
you know, but I didn't really feel that much better. As a matter of fact, and then as soon as I got a hold of any food at all, um, I gained weight so fast, plus 20 pounds.
Oh
So I gained
no.
100 freaking pounds. No time.
That's crazy.
And then I got into a situation because your body will adjust. The thing is, your body will adjust to where it will turn everything down, to where you'll end up you'll end up burning fuel very efficiently, but you won't want to move much. You'll be tired all the time. And that's what happens to a lot of us is we try to diet too much. We end up gaining it all back. Our metabolism is turned down because it was a survival thing. I mean, this
It wanted to
probably
the body
saved.
wanted to survive, so it remembered that and it stored it.
Right. So even though now you have food, your body is going, oh, we got to store this away. There's famines
Mm-hmm.
around here,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and so then it becomes very hard.
Hoarders. Huh. Hoarders, yes.
Right. Very hard to lose weight after that.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have been dieting your whole life, you reach a point where you, you really, nothing is going to work anymore.
Yeah.
Which is then about the only thing you can do is intermittent fasting still works, usually for a while at least, like it did with me. Right now, I'm having a heck of a time because I was doing intermittent fasting and that worked. And that's also why one of the reasons I went off of the sugar and went off of a lot of things. The gluten and everything is just to try and wrap some of this up, get rid of whatever was going on with me. But even the people who won on the Biggest Loser program, those people, most of they were talking about later on, the aftermath of that is
The aftermath. Yeah.
there's a guy who cannot eat more than 1,000 pounds or 1,000 calories or he gains weight.
Mm-hmm.
He only can eat 1,000 calories in a day or he gains weight. So, he has to be on a very, very, very tight diet or he gains weight. You can also get a condition where you have lipid weight, which won't come off until that. Well, they say, and I'm going to find another way to get it off, but they say you got to get that off with either surgery or liposuction because it's just not coming off in any normal way, just from diet and exercise.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, because right now, I have the problem where I've lost a lot of weight, but I also have the skin hanging thing, which drives me up the wall because I still can't wear a nice bathing suit because I've got the hanging skin now, which they're
Right.
saying can only be cured with like lipo or surgery. And I don't want to do either one of those. I'm going to have to find some way to get rid of it. And I'm thinking, I don't know. But anyway, I'm asking the universe for how I'm going to get rid of that.
No, they claim that you can exercise but I've tested that theory
I have to. That's
and I
another
don't
big
buy
lie.
it. So I
Yeah.
really don't think we're going to have to worry about it though, because I think that what's going on in the world right now,
Yeah.
it's all going to culminate, it's all going to come to a head, and it's all going to burst. It can't be stopped because as we ascend, they're descending. So see it as like on some scales. They're on one side, we're on the other.
Right.
As we
So,
ascend, they go lower. So everybody out there in the world keeps saying, make it make sense on TikTok. They keep saying, why is the world getting worse and worse and worse? It's cause and effect.
yeah, it's
As
not really
we
worse.
ascend, they're descending because they
Right.
haven't chosen ascension and come over to our side.
Or is it that they just look lower because we're higher?
Well, they're lower because they're lower form. They're literally lower
Yeah,
life forms.
they can't, you know what? I'm being told, there'll be a point at which they cannot follow us
Mm-hmm.
because we'll be out of their range.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes.
think our bodies are going to change too. I think all of this crap, this damage that's been done to our bodies will be able to be repaired.
Oh,
'Cause I
yes.
really feel a lot of this crap that's happening to us is because of GMOs and being poisoned and
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think it's all going to come to a head and it's all going to be able to be fixed in some
Mm-hmm.
decent way. I think my body's going to be able to be repaired
Mm-hmm.
somehow. I don't think it's
Yes.
going to be this way forever.
Mm-mm.
Without surgery and without bullshit, I think it will.
Mm-hmm. It will, because when all is said and done and you're in balance with nature like you should be, then your body will also get in balance with nature.
Mhm.
And you will look younger and feel younger, and you will be healthy.
Well, people
And
are
how
telling
do
me
I
I
know
look
this?
entirely
Because it's what
different.
I want, and all of my dreams are going to come true.
Well, that's another thing. You got to keep a positive thought, and 100%. Right now is not the time to start thinking
Doubty
negatively.
McDowders things. And on top of that, I looked up my birth rune several years ago, and it's Wunjo. And Wunjo means peace, love, joy, all your dreams are going to come true. It literally means that.
Hmm.
But when we're in harmony with the planet that we live on, everything's going to snap back.
I think so.
Is that on this?
That's basically what I get from Mother Earth too. She says,
The other one.
you just need to learn the systems that are already. She's already got systems in place to take care of every darn thing. We just have
Mm-hmm.
to learn how to use them again.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to have more because we're getting upgrades.
Right.
So there's going to be
Definitely.
even more. So I mean, I can foresee a time. I think the med beds eventually will come out. I think they won't bring them out until they absolutely have to, because Big Pharma is going to fight it tooth and nail until Big Pharma finally goes down and has to give up. Probably won't get it, but because I mean that's going to finish Big Pharma. If you think it, med beds are going to finish pharma. It's going to be the end of them.
So here's here's what Wunjo means. Yes, with the medbed thing. Um, the main thing that it means is joy. And
Cool.
it literally looks like a pointed P. And my name is Paula.
Oh, well,
But
there you go.
the secondary meaning is hope, harmony, fellowship, pro- perfection, friendship, and kindred, like family.
So you're doing the runes.
And yep, the runes.
The runes.
It
Yeah,
turns
well,
out that I'm
yeah, well,
definitely Irish, and I'm going back to my roots. Because
the Norse used them too.
The Norse, yeah, they
My
used them.
father was Danish, so that means Vikings.
Also, me, okay, literal joy, esoteric hope, and harmony and perfection. Okay. Um, Key concepts: joy, perfection, and the art of correct wishing. This is key here. I have a correct wish. Okay.
I do
There's
know. I do take a tablespoon of Evu at least every day. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Paula.
okay.
No, was talking to me.
Key concept of Wunjo is joy, perfection, the art of correct wishing. And I have a correct wish that all people that are good and ready for ascension be finally freed from the psychopaths. So I have a correct wish and that everything be put back the way it should have been. So I have a correct wish. So correct application of the will, as in the free will, well-being, contentment, hope, expectation, relationship, family, bonding, trusted kinfolk, shared ideals or aims, group harmony, symbols of shared identity, optimism, cooperative effort, like mindedness, and friendship. So wishful thinking, I'm gonna get this. Harmony, effortless ease, fulfillment, you know. It's like it's a coming, guys. 'Cause I am not gonna stop until I have it, and what I have, I'm going to share.
Yeah, me too. Oh,
Yes.
we're gonna get it. We're gonna get all kinds of good stuff.
Oh
I'm really
yes.
I'm really quite sure that when it all shakes out, we're gonna be doing quite well. We're all gonna be doing quite well. As a
I
matter of
am.
fact, it looks
Mm.
like you know what? And I think the next show I'm gonna do cards on it and see what, because last time I did a seasonal reading and we had that the fall is going to be when it falls. Wait a minute, let me see. Maybe I can reach my cards. Hang on. I'm going to do one now.
Okay. A regular deck or a special different deck?
I don't know yet. Well, let's see what
Oh,
comes up to me. What
okay.
I can reach. What can I reach here? Okay, the one that is lying on the top is this. It's my good old standby, my sacred path, and my animal medicine cards.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to start there. And I'm going to do a medicine wheel and we're going to go by season. So the directions are going to be seasons.
Oh, apparently I have to go get my charger. I'm at 5%.
Well, plug in. Ah, yes. Now, what was no saying that I was? No, yeah, I do. I have actually, I got the polyphenol kind of EVU. Yeah, it wouldn't be none of it. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if we quit getting poisoned, our bodies are just going to go back to what they should be like anyway. So that we're not really going to have to worry about this dieting, this health and diet revolution stuff is going to be a thing of the past because we'll just go back to what we're supposed to be like. Because that's the way it is in societies where they're not getting poisoned all the time.
Right.
They don't have to work. They don't go on diets and stuff. They just, when you're not being hornswoggled by, and manipulated and poisoned, your body
Right.
will just go back to its normal shape and size, and it'll be okay.
Right. Actually, it does this to us because it's in distress.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
we
I
were
know a
saying
lot of mine
before.
is swelling. It's absolutely inflammation and swelling. My body
Uh-huh.
does not like all this toxicity.
No, mine neither.
We're like our bodies are trying to purify and rise, in frequency, and we're being toxified. And it's like, no, I don't want this shit, you know?
Yep.
That's part of the problem right there. Okay, I'm
Yep.
going to do this is what can we expect in the seasons to come? Because we're now in the fall. Okay. And we were told the fall is when it's going to fall. So, how's it going to go here on here? Okay. The first card is giveaway ceremony. That's spring. Okay, wait. You lay them out in the seasons. Okay. I'm going to get them all laid out. And oh, if this is this winter, we're in for some good. Oh, wow. This looks very hopeful, folks. Wait. Okay, let me get the animal cards out. Then I'll tell you. Hang on. What's in store for us this year, season to season? We're going by seasons here. So
This
we would
fall.
be actually starting in the fall because we're in the fall now. Okay. Okay. Now,
And the
what
fall
is,
is the actual fall, y'all.
yeah, it is the fall. Fall. I've been saying that for a long time. The fall, it falls in the fall. Fall is the fall. It really is.
And we
Okay.
even get depressed. Well, I fought it. I grew up depressed. I don't do that anymore, but that's why people get depressed because they're falling
Mm-hmm. Oh,
because they don't have
wow.
sun. We're like plants. We need sun.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here's what it's saying in the fall, which is now. Dream time, which is a shamanic place, as you know. It's in the astral. It's the place between waking and sleeping, which is the shamanic place. It's sort of where we do our work that trickles down, and then it has effects on this plane.
Okay, you
Well,
got to hear this.
yeah.
Got to hear this. I'm sorry, I got to interrupt here before I forget.
Okay. And the number
Earlier,
is
I was
33. Okay, go ahead.
33 even,
The number of the card is 33. Dream
which I
card.
was 33 when I healed myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just telling my husband tonight that I never really could wake up today. I have been in that place that is in between sleeping and awake.
Mm-hmm. So this is the fall. But the
Wow.
spider is saying, okay, so we know that something's falling in the fall. That was the tarot cards. This is what the animal medicine and okay. So that's what you needed to say. But yeah, that card is a
That's all.
33. The
And that's
spider is 43. But the spider is also an 8 energy too.
yeah, that's
So
my
it's a
number
7
one.
energy with that 43, but it's also an 8 because of the shape of its body and how many legs it has. So it also conveys, and 8 is about getting paid for what you make, is making money, making abundance, and it makes a web and it catches what it needs with what it makes.
Right.
And it can also be a symbol of the World Wide Web. So, what I'm getting really strong from this is we're building a real, okay, we're on the net right now. We're on the artificial web. Then there's also the artificial net that's enslaving people.
Yeah, that web of
The
lies.
grid, yes. But there's also, we're building the true the true web of life.
The true web of life.
Yes, we're going to build the real one, the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Yeah.
it's already in place. In fact, there are people that are that have ceremonies for this purpose all the time. It's called the Net of Life, and I was in that group for a while. We're rebuilding the net so that it is um, a pro-life thing. Okay, so um, this is coming this fall. We got 33, 10 more, 43, the spider. So we got 43 on top of 33. So we've got 6, 7. 33 is also a master number, dream time. So we're going to be doing a lot of work on the web in the dream time. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're sleepy all the time and you're halfway in between, it's because you're busy working. Okay.
I'm a busy, busy being.
Right. You're a busy being. Don't worry about it. You're busy working.
I'll
And I
sleep
think this is
later
for
when
all of
it's
us.
time to rest.
Go ahead and let yourself rest when you need to rest. Hey, A, B. Okay. Now up here in the winter, what we're going to find, we're going to have an advancement. We're going to have an advancement. So we're going to advance. And this is a war bonnet, right? 26. That's also an 8. So this is in the winter, is the advance, the war bonnet. But that also to me means this also symbolizes somebody old and wise that's been through many battles. So it is, charge. It's we're going into a battle. Okay. It probably the battle is coming up this winter. Coyote is there. It's a 13, and Coyote says things are not the way they look. Okay,
Right.
things are not the way they seem. So, whatever it seems like, it's not quite that way. So we have to be careful about trickster energy. But I'm thinking that this is actually a good thing because things look pretty fucking dark right now.
Yes.
But the coyote is saying it's not what you think it is. Things are not the way you think.
Well, I can tell you. See, there's other script on the 5-eyed lamb, and just looking at a picture of it is disturbing. But anyway, and it sacrifices itself for the good of all. So the ones that are going lower and lower and lower on the scales as we are being lifted higher and higher and higher may be sacrificing themselves for us is a possibility that occurred to me about a week ago.
Oh, that's a thought.
Isn't it?
Yes. And, well, that's why we're told not to be the judges. Okay?
Right.
Because we don't know.
Because everything happens for a reason and nothing happens by chance. Fact.
So in the winter, we've got Coyote saying, you're going to find out that everything that you thought was one way is actually another way. There's been tricks and it's going to be full of tricks and traps. But I'm getting a positive feeling from this Coyote, as in he's going to be showing us how we've been tricked. Okay, we're going to see how badly we've been tricked. And people are finally going to see it. That's what I think he's trying to tell
we're in
me.
the age of Aquarius in the beginning
Right.
stages. And in the beginning, the lie, it's struggling to survive. And it's fighting and it's kicking and it's in its death throes. It doesn't want to die, but it's going to.
So in spite of the way it looks, we are really advancing.
Yes, we are advancing like in a game of chess. Yes.
So now in the spring, very interesting, the giveaway ceremony. which is 43, which is another 7. Here we go with another 7. And we got 6, 7, and 8 all the way through this. It's another 7 giveaway ceremony is releasing. So we're going to be releasing something. I think this is when a lot of the changes start happening, when a lot of the changeovers start happening. Okay. We're really going to have the releasing, the giving away, the getting rid of things that we don't need, that we are, that's going to be in the spring, which kind of makes sense. Spring cleaning. It's going to be like a spring cleaning.
Well, you said releasing, right?
Releasing, yes.
Okay, so this also has to do with the rising of the phoenix. You cannot be the phoenix that rises from the ashes until you can sing your mournful song, which you in turn cannot sing unless you have let go of all of your lies and are sorrowful for telling those lies to people and forcing them to believe a lie, because when you force someone to believe a lie, you have poisoned them. You're now a murderer. And if you can repent of that and tell them the truth so that they can apologize for their part in believing the lie, then they can be free from being poisoned and death, and so can the person that told them the lie. And then you can finally be sorry for what you did, grow a conscience, sing your mournful song, and rise from the ashes.
Yes, well, here is an interesting bird on top of the release. Eagle.
I can't see the bird, it's little.
Eagle.
It's an eagle, and the eagle turns into the phoenix. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the eagle is on top of the giveaway ceremony. It represents that taking the higher view. It has lofty ideals. It represents lofty ideals. But here in the US, it also represents the USA, and it also represents our money.
Yeah.
A lot of times this is what's on our money, right?
Yes.
So I think our monetary system is going to change in the spring for sure. It's going to go through that period. In the spring, things are definitely going to be different with our money, and things are definitely going to be different with our government. I think things are going to be different with our government.
We could even say currency or current.
Right.
Right.
So we're going to see a lot changing in the spring. We're going to be getting rid of a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Okay.
What happens in the spring? The spring, things bloom to life.
Right.
They sprout, they grow, they bloom.
So by the time we hit next summer, interesting what comes up. 19 painted face, which is a 10, 1 and 9 is 10, which is a new cycle. Yes. Armadillo is also 28, which is also a 10. We've got 2 10s here. 10, starting a new cycle. So we're going to be starting something new. It's going to be the beginning of something next summer. But the armadillo is about boundaries. It's about setting healthy boundaries. I think this is probably talking not just about our border. I think we're going to solve our border problem. We'll start to solve our border problem. Either that or our border people are going to clamor for, okay, this is it. We're solving this damn border problem. Okay. But yeah, armadillo is healthy borders. Painted face is self-expression.
Well, we have borders also, and don't let people cross your border. Yeah.
Well, see, that's another thing. We have so many people talking about, self-expression. Okay. And self-expression is generally a good thing, but there's got to be some some boundaries. The armadillo is about borders and boundaries, about setting a
Yes.
boundary, having a shell. It protects itself. It rolls up to protect itself. It has a shell, hard shell to protect itself.
Like
There's
a
also
roly-poly.
right, and the contrary is when it rolls up and just rolls up in a ball and doesn't do anything. So, I think some people are going to be doing one version of the armadillo, and some people are going to be doing the other version of the armadillo. So,
Okay. Well, yeah, that
um,
makes sense.
but the self-expression, that's going to go two ways because um, it's like you can express yourself all you want. Just remember that I have some boundaries as long as you keep it within your own boundaries. I think people are going to demand that you do not have the right to tell me what my self expression. You do not have the right to tell me that
Right.
I have
Do
to
what
call
you
you
want to do
them,
with your
their.
home, and you're going to give me the right to do the same,
Right,
or else.
right. It's like if you're going to call me cis, what if I start calling you faux
Right.
or simulated? I
Yeah.
mean, what about that? I mean, it's like let's respect. I think people are going to demand respect of boundaries.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see it coming in really strong. We're seeing it, as a matter of fact, we started seeing it this summer. We started seeing exactly this. Riley Gaines saying, no, we need to respect the boundaries. Now they're talking about, did you know they're making a third? Now, okay, you got men's sports, women's sports, and a third gender fluid sport.
Well, good. They can have their own
Which,
thing.
and they're also going to do the same things with the bathrooms, the stuff in school, and all kinds of stuff.
Which
So
I've
they,
been saying, make them their own fucking bathroom. What the hell?
yeah, okay, fine. You want to be gender fluid, or do you want to be a train, or whatever it is you want to be? You want to be a train wreck? I don't care what you want to be, but that doesn't mean that I have to accept that.
Right.
Okay, you know. And by the way, if you there's a person who wants to identify herself now, went online, wants to identify herself as Skittles. And I'm like, that isn't even a living organism. Okay. So,
Yeah.
okay, you tell me you don't want to have the rights of a living organism. Fine, we'll throw you to the we'll throw you to the trick or treaters and let what the heck?
We'll let them
Why
trick
would
you
you
to
want to be Skittles? Anyway,
yeah.
that's ridiculous. Okay, so you want to be a non-entity because Skittles aren't even a living creature. But okay, so basically, I think we're really going to go heavy, and we did start that. So we're gonna push back and say, hey, you can express yourself, but don't cross my borders, don't cross my boundaries.
Right.
I think this okay.
And
So
I gotta tell a joke that my husband made up
yeah,
where because he was like, could you imagine the Titanic happening now in time? And
women and
it's
yeah,
a women and children first, right?
right.
And then so now you'd have men raising their hand and hollering across the way and saying, I identify as a woman and a child.
Yeah.
Just to fucking
I'm
be.
a woman and a child. I gotta go for yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, that's their mentality.
Oh God.
I identify as a woman and a child.
I know.
Dear
Well,
God.
that would mean that Dylan Mulvaney goes first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Identifies as both a woman and a child.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay.
That's
What did we
probably where I got
really
the
do?
idea from. Yeah.
The critter's running wild in the chat. Ramsey Dewey. Ramsey Dewey. Okay,
So,
I
yeah,
never
so
heard
I
of
told my
Ramsey Dewey.
joke. So if there's more
Okay.
to
The center of it all, which
okay.
is us at the center. Okay. The
Uh-huh.
center is an 11 card.
11, which is wake up.
Now, interesting. Wisdom and gratitude. It's the buffalo, the white buffalo card.
Right. Right.
And it is wisdom and gratitude, and it is often also can be a type of prosperity coming in. The wisdom and gratitude, it's like, yes, the swan, because the swan is on top of it. Swan is 39. That would be 12. So we've got 11, 12, but 12 breaks down to 3.
Mhm.
So we got an 11 and a 3. The swan is about going with the flow and riding the wind of fate and letting it grow into what it needs to be. In time, it will turn from the ugly duckling into the swan.
Exactly.
In time, it will develop, letting things develop in its time.
Yeah,
So,
letting
in its
truth be.
right. So it's basically saying, go ahead and go with the flow. Don't worry. Things will develop in time. But these are positive cards generally.
Yes.
All of these are positive. I don't see anything here about us having to go through any terrible famines or terrible things. It doesn't look terrible here. Okay, so at least in this reading here, this is not coming up with anything really bad. It's just coming up with some things that we have to write out.
Yeah.
So it's
Which
riding the
is the
storm out.
hardest thing is letting go of the lies.
Mm-hmm.
If you've lied to someone or about someone or whatever, make it right.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, like before fall actually gets here, because I think it's technically still summer.
Well, after Labor Day, it's
After Labor
fall.
Day, so if you can do it before the fall, that's going to be better for you and your soul's evolution. Because during the fall, I think it would be a lot harder to do because it's the fall. And you won't get another chance until spring.
Well, it is the waning season of the year. If it were a moon cycle, it would be the waning season. It would be the waning moon,
Yeah.
which means, but actually, a waning season is a good time. Like the waning moon, like we're in now, we're in the waning moon.
We are.
It's a good time to let go of things in the waning moon.
It is.
So, we let go of
Wise or
things,
everything.
and then the demarcation point is when the new moon actually hits. But that would be winter.
Yeah.
So, but then in winter, we're going to find out a lot of, boy, it's going to be an interesting winter. Let me tell you, this looks like it's going to be everything is wrong for most
Yes.
people,
Yes.
is what it's going to be.
That's right.
So, but the swan tells me we're going to feel, a lot of people are going to feel like we're victims. But you don't have to feel like a victim. You don't have to be a victim.
Right.
As long
You
as
can be a
you,
victor instead and be victorious.
Right. So, yeah, the eagle over here is interesting. Next spring is going to be interesting as heck for America. I think we're going to see the start of a new America in the spring.
Yeah.
Okay, that's anybody got any questions? Let's see. Is there anything I want to ask about this? Are we going to, let's see. So, okay, so this is right now, we're right at a break point in between the spider and the armadillo. We're establishing some clear boundaries. Yeah, that might even be this summer, like right this moment. Yeah, that is happening right this moment. So basically, boundaries are starting to get set up right this moment.
Right.
Okay, so tell me more about this here. The ability to respond. Okay, that's good. We end up in the fall, responsibility, and up here, medicine bowl healing. Okay, this is great. In the winter, we're going to start to heal some of this. Okay,
Yes.
some of this is going to start to heal. Yeah, I'm seeing symbols of birth. I'm seeing symbols of healing. So I'm seeing this is actually going to be a lot better. That's why the coyote is there, I think. Let me ask. Is because it's going to be a lot better than we think it is when it sits out.
Yeah.
A lot of people think it's going to be awful, but it's dragonfly. Remember who you are. It's the 9
Dragonfly.
27. Dragonfly,
No,
remember
no,
who
wait,
you
no,
are.
no,
You're a
wait.
dragon, not a fly.
I've got to be fucking kidding me. Like 2 weeks ago, it occurred to me to tell a guy who calls himself Albie out here in the YouTube community. He's kind of a groupie more than he is a student. But anyway, I was telling him that though he was disadvantaged, there were still things that he needed to do for himself in order to survive here. And I read him his destiny card of truth. And what it said was he could do great things. He would just have to get up and do them. And if he could get up and do them, he would be helping the community. And I told him, we need you. Remember who you are.
Exactly.
Pulled the dragonfly.
Yeah, there's a lot of crackling on my end from sometimes it happens when somebody else is when I have a guest on. So it's probably Paul is crackling.
Is it crackling now?
Are you on headphones again?
No, I'm not on headphones.
There is a lot of interference right now.
It might be because my tablet's still only at 18%. It's charging now.
Yeah, they're kind of complaining of.
I told him to remember who he is.
Yeah.
And then you pulled the dragonfly, which is remember who you are.
Yes.
Yep. So I thought that was pretty synchronistic.
It is. It's very synchronistic. Dragonfly story. It's all about dragonfly getting tricked into turning itself into a bug. Mighty, mystical, magical, wise dragon. Coyote tricks it into turning itself into a little bug. Okay. But then it forgets it's a dragon. So the dragonfly card is about remembering that you are a mighty, magical, and powerful being instead of a bug.
Right.
Then what do we get up in the winter? We get coyote. the guy who tricked Dragon. Okay.
Right.
What else do we get? What do we get on top of that? We get Hawk, the messenger, the messages from spirit, and the healing. Okay, so I'm getting pay attention to the messages that we get around winter. We're going to get some messages about what the rest of it's. I mean, we're really going to want to stay in the loop about information. There's going to be a lot coming in, and that is something that you need to know. Medicine Bowl is about healing. I think we finally healed that wound. This is the beginning of the healing of the wound that was dealt to the dragon.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. There's some kind of a story about a wound dealt to a dragon somehow in my head now. Some kind of story about a wound dealt to a dragon, and the wound is going to start to be healed. I think this has something to do with Arthurian legend or something. Is that what I'm picking up on? I'm going to have to look more into this. So a wound gets healed. It's going to start to be healed this winter. It's just the beginning, but it is a healing. That's very good. Okay. Okay, guys. Anyway, this is a great reading. We've got good things coming. It's going to look very, once again, like I always say, it's always looking this way. It's going to look bad, but it's actually going to be good. The worse it looks, the better it actually is. And we might even, I'm hoping we don't have to go through the scare of, the nuclear scare. Even if we do, it's not really going to happen. So nobody's really going to do that, okay? But they might try and terrify us with it.
Yeah.
For maximum effect.
Right.
Okay, which is probably what it's going to be. It's going to be terror for maximum effect.
Right.
That's what the whole war thing is about. It's not really going to happen. And if I'm wrong, we're all going to be dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. But no, I'm not wrong. We're not going to have that. Okay, I'm pretty happy about the way the cards are turning out. I'll do tarot next time on it. We'll look into it a little farther, maybe, or maybe the oracle cards, or something. But that's all I can reach for. Those are the only cards I can reach right now. So I'm leaving it in an upbeat position right now. We've been on for nearly 6 hours, and I think that's about as much as I can handle. Yeah.
We should get to bed, yes.
I mean, let's face it, we've been hitting it for 6 hours.
Yeah, and I've been on other channels today too.
I have too.
I was on the Realist, and I was on Docs, and now yours.
Wow.
Yep.
James Ortiz was saying his girlfriend left her panties on the floor, and he picked them up, and they burned me, and I couldn't pick them up, and that was odd. Oh, interesting. Dragon fairies. I've got to read some of this chat before I go. Well, good for you, James. Wow, if your panties are burning you, yeah, absolutely. That's something. There's something wrong with those. God. A dragonfly is the vehicle we use in Arrakis. Right, B. Freeman. Arrakis, Dune, Arrakis. Wow. Yeah, that seems like a big warning about that person. No, geez. Wow, and they stunk up your dumpster and finally you had to burn them? Jeez. God, that's horrible. That definitely sounds like some kind of a curse or something. Oh my God, are you reading this? Wow. Oh,
No.
gee.
Jesus.
Read this, please. Okay, we had a wonderful chat tonight. I thank everybody who came. Paula, thanks for coming in. Everybody who came in, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm telling you guys, you're so far ahead. I'm going to take you out, Paula, now because it's causing horrible static right now.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, but I'm going to do you.
Thank
Or
you.
can you, or you can leave.
Yeah. I can do it.
Okay, you can just go home. Okay. Um, the static is just really getting to me too. It's just too much. Uh, so I wouldn't be able to take too much more of that. Oh, she wanted you to marry her. Gosh. Anyway, folks, as always, it's wonderful being with you. Really makes my day and sometimes my week. I'll be here often as I can. The next time should be Wednesday if something doesn't come up that I have to tend to. Or, if StreamYard lets me in or YouTube doesn't do anything. I mean, if weird things don't happen, I'll be here Wednesday. And maybe I'm going to try, my schedule may be changing. I'm going to try to be on at least twice a week, but maybe not 3 for a while because I got so many things I'm trying to get accomplished. I may not be able to be on 3 times a week for a little while. So we'll see how it goes. But, and the schedule may change. I'm not sure what the days would be, but if my schedule changes away from Sunday, it would go to Monday probably. And okay, because I'm thinking maybe Moon Day and we'll see, or maybe Saturday. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I really need some sleep now, and no wonder Cowboy was bawling me out. It's time to go to sleep. Okay, love y'all. It's now 4:11 here. Holy cow! And we've been on for 6 hours, over 6 hours. Okay, remember who you are. Remember what the dragon said. Dragonfly says, remember who you are. And with that, that's how I end the show anyway. The truth is where you find it. Hope you're always finding some here. 4:11. Okay. You guys get some rest. I'm going now. See you on another chat or maybe Wednesday.